Dual Destinies Introduction. I was inspired to write this story after reading Stellarcraft, Mirrors Multiplied and The Long and Winding Road. I'm still waiting for Chapter 3. I am a great fan of Ranma 1/2. This story takes place somewhere around the time after Ranma had saved Shampoo from the ghost cat, which would make it around volume 20 in the manga. Ranma does not yet know about his mother's existence. I've tweaked the history a bit. Hey, if Jardornstead could do it, then so could I. The story takes elements from both the manga series and the anime. As always, the characters of Ranma 1/2 belong to Rumiko Takahashi. I write this series purely for the enjoyment of it. Prelude in a place that was between places, where time had no meaning, to glowing, humanoid figures watched the scene unfold on what appeared to be a large view screen. In actuality, the screen was nothing more than a large, flat circle that hung in midair. It was displaying a scene of extreme violence. The two figures watched with interest as they saw a young, big-tailed boy bat another boy who wore a bandana. It was an event that seemed to repeat itself every day. Ranma, prepare to die. Ryoga shouted as he stabbed his bamboo umbrella at him. Ranma grabbed the umbrella and used it as a lever to catapult the lost boy over his head. Ryoga went flying and impacted face first with the concrete wall. So what are you mad about now? Ranma asked as he took a stance. Ryoga got up, fuming with rage. How dare you cheat on Akan? I'll rip your stupid head off. Ryoga charged at his rival and threw a furious barrage of punches. Ranma dodged each of Ryoga's blows with ease. Hey! What are you talking about? I saw you kiss Shampoo. You faithless bastard. He threw several kicks, intent on knocking Ranma's head off. Ranma blocked each kick, then retaliated by letting loose with the chestnut fist. KDCHUDNSHINAMAGURIKN. Ryoga received 475 blows to the face, chest and midsection, causing him to fly backward into the same concrete wall, this time cracking it. Before he could recover, Ranma pressed his advantage by initiating his Kai attack. MOKODAKBISHA. A bright yellow ball exploded from his cupped hands and impacted heavily against the lost boy's chest, smashing him through the wall. Ranma stood at the ready for Ryoga's next assault. A moment later, Ranma heard some splashing noises and the familiar cry of a certain black pig. Wee! Ranma stepped forward and looked through the hole in the wall. There he saw that Ryoga had been knocked into the Tendo's koi pond when he crashed through the wall. P-chan was splashing around toward the edge when Akan came onto the scene. P-chan, what are you doing in there? Akan rushed to pick up her pet and P-chan was soon blushing as she held him close to her chest. She then glared at Ranma who had just entered the backyard through the hole in the wall. What did you do to P-chan this time? Akan shouted. Ranma's temper also flared as he tried to defend himself. Hey! Why are you yelling at me for? I didn't do anything but defend myself. The little runt brought it on himself. You're such a liar. My little P-chan wouldn't have ended up so hurt if you didn't constantly pick on him. It's bad enough that you flirt with that bimbo's shampoo, but now you have to hurt my little P-chan. Now wait a minute. I told you before. Shampoo just kissed me because she wanted to thank me for saving her from that ghost cat. That's all. It's not like I encouraged her or anything. Yeah, right. Akan responded, her voice dripping with sarcasm and contempt. You'll use any excuse to get close to her. Why do you always have to be so unreasonable? It's like talking to a brick wall. Why I got engaged to an uncute tomboy like you, I'll never understand. Ranma no Baka. With these words, Akan made her mallet from hell materialize and promptly sent Ranma zooming up into the stratosphere. Back in the place with no name, the two observers looked at each other. The first figure, one who glowed with an eerie red light, asked, "Hard to believe that he's the one." The second figure, which had a blue glow about him, nodded. "Yes, he is the one. Time grows short and you know what will happen if we do not prepare him. The interdimensional contract will soon run out, and the portal to the dark world will open. If Earth is to survive, we have to act quickly. But he seems to have too many problems as of now," the red figure said as he counted off. "A worthless father, multiple engagements that he never consented to, several enemies that are out for his blood, an abusive fiancé, the cat fist and a Jews and Kyo curse as well. Do you think he could handle the training? He should be able to. After all, he did learn the chestnut fist, the Hiri Shoten Fa and the Mokota Kabisha in a few hours each. I think he'll be able to learn the techniques well enough, just like the others. But you know that we need two champions to confront the dark world. One must be trained to use magic, while the other is taught the secrets of nature. We can't have both in the same person. In the past, we have always had identical twins as our champions. Ranma was born an only child. You are just as aware about his condition as I am. That's the reason why Kami-sama deemed he be knocked into the Nichon. It is his curse, which will be Earth's salvation this time. Now that both his male and female half have reached the skill level that we need him to be, it is time that we put our plan into motion. Looks like we've got our work cut out for us." The blue figure smiled. "That's never stopped us before. Besides, you have to admit Tendo-Saotome is probably the most unique individual that we have ever observed. He'll do just fine. Shall I confront him, Taron?" The blue figure shook his head. "No, Soren. I need you to monitor the continuum, in case the dark world decides to ignore the terms of the contract and try something. I will see to our champion." With these words, Taron's body flared with a brilliant flash of light and then disappeared. And so, Destiny decides to focus its attention on Ranma-Saotome, dual Destinies. The characters depicted in this story are not mine. Ranma one half and all other related characters belong to Rumiko Takahashi. I had written dual Destinies purely for entertainment. Less than greater than. Thoughts Chapter 1 A change in character. Ranma Sodom was busy nursing the bump on his head as he and Akan were walking to Furankan High. As usual, Ranma was traveling via the fence as Akan walked on the sidewalk. She was still very angry with Ranma over the events of yesterday. It was made even worse when he had landed after being sent skyward by Akan's mallet. Ranma winced as he thought back to that day. Yesterday, Ranma had almost reached terminal velocity as he spied where he was about to land. It was a shopping mall that was in downtown Tokyo, and he could only watch helplessly as the skylight became closer. On the bottom floor of the mall, Tatewaki Kumo was standing near the wishing fountain of the mall. He was silently brooding as to how he had so far failed to gain the affections of Akan Tendo and the pig-tailed girl. Oh, the path of true love does not run smooth indeed. For many months, I, the great Tatewaki Kumo, the blue thunder of Furankan High, have yet to free the beautiful Akan Tendo and the pig-tailed girl from the evil clutches of the vile Ranma Sodom. How can this be? Am I not worthy to receive their love? Why has the fiend not fallen beneath my righteous blade? O Kami-sama, give me a sign that all my efforts have not been in vain. Show me that there is still hope. Crash! Kumo suddenly looked up and saw something crash through the skylight and come down into the fountain with a tremendous splash. The crowds nearby scattered to avoid the falling glass and debris as the Kendus stared in puzzlement at whatever had landed into the cold waters. A minute later, something stood up while sputtering, and Kumo's eyes took on a romantic gaze. Ah! Behold! The big-tailed goddess arises from the waters like Aphrodite. Surely this must be a sign from the heavens. She has come to me on the wings of love. My wish has been granted. Come to me, my love. Ranma-chan became thoroughly disgusted as she saw Kumo splashing toward her. Get lost, Kumo. She sent a punch at Kumo's jaw, followed by a roundhouse kick to the midsection. The so-called Blue Thunder was sent flying backward into the waters, but was instantly on his feet again. Oh my love! He came at her again. Ranma-chan sighed as she knew that this was going to be one of those days. Exiting the fountain, she bolted down the line of shops, hoping to lose her unwanted admirer. However, Kumo was nothing, if not persistent. The chase was set at a frantic pace as Ranma-chan just barely managed to stay out of Kumo's reach. When they reached a sporting goods store, the red-haired martial artist decided to make use of the equipment there. Grabbing a baseball bat, she swung around and delivered a hard blow to Kumo's temple. However, due to his hard head, Kumo did not go down. Geez, I knew that Kumo was a blockhead, but I didn't think he was that dense. It took several whacks and a soccer ball kicked to the groin before Kumo would finally go down. After looking at his prone body for a minute, Ranma-chan decided that now would be a good time to exit the scene. A minute later, Ranma emerged from the men's restroom, After using the hot water tap to change back into his male form, it was then that he saw another sight that made him feel sick. Kodakai was carrying a small bag of items when she spotted her Ranma-sama. Instantly, she dropped her bag and started running toward him. As she sped forward, she brought out her ribbon and began twirling it. "Ranma, darling. What a coincidence, meeting you here. No, it must be fate that brought you to me. Come to me, my love." Ranma was in no mood to deal with another member of the Kuno family. Turning on his heel, he began running as if a demon was after him, and with Kodakai that wasn't far from the truth. His skin began to crawl as he heard her insane laughter behind him. It got louder as she quickly closed the gap between them. "Go away, you crazy chick!" Ranma shouted as put on the speed. Kodakai lashed out several times with her ribbon, hoping to ensnare her quarry with it. "You can't escape destiny, my love. We were meant for each other. Less than damn. Things just can't get any worse!" Greater than Ranma zigzagged frantically, trying to avoid being tripped up by the gymnast's ribbon. It was at that time, Ranma's hopes for a peaceful end to the chaos were dashed. He saw Kuno charging at him with his book and held at the ready. "Tendo-Saotome, what have you done with my pig-tailed goddess?" The insane Kendo leapt at his rival and began wildly slashing in an attempt to relieve Ranma of the burden of having a head. The pig-tailed martial artist was getting more steamed at his predicament. "Less than now, things can't get any worse!" Greater than as if on cue, Ryoga appeared near the scene of the battle. He looked around and scratched his head. "Less than wait a minute. This doesn't like the bathroom!" Greater than after that fight with Ranma earlier, Ryoga had later transformed and had taken the wrong turn while looking for the bathroom at the Tendo dojo. He soon noticed the fight going on between Ranma, Kuno and Kodakai. After listening in on Kodakai's lustful comments about her beloved during the melee, Ryoga came to a conclusion. Of course, it was the wrong one. Less than why that cad? First Shampoo, now Kodakai. How dare he treat poor Akan like that? Healed! Greater than with these thoughts, Ryoga ran toward the fight with murder in his eyes. "Anime, prepare to die." Ranma looked to his left and saw an enraged Ryoga charging. "Less than, oh no. And I thought things couldn't get worse!" Greater than dodging a vicious punch by the Lost Boy, he leapt high to avoid a ribbon and book and strike by the Kuno's siblings. Ryoga removed several headbands and launched them at his foe. At the same time, Kodakai lashed out with her ribbon. Luckily for Ranma, the ribbon got in the way of Ryoga's bandanas. Kodakai watched in shock as her favorite ribbon was sliced to ribbons. She promptly retaliated by lobbing a few dozen of her spiked clubs at the Lost Boys. "How dare you destroy my favorite ribbon? You peasant!" "Huh?" Ryoga looked at Kodakai in confusion. Then he saw several items being thrown at him. "Yaw!" Ryoga desperately jumped and dodged, hoping to evade the deadly projectiles. Meanwhile, with some of the pressure taken off him, Ranma was mopping the floor with Kuno. Every slash, thrust or parry the Kendust would make at his opponent, Ranma would counter with punches and kicks. Each blow made a lasting impression on Kuno, although it was Kuno's pride, or stupidity, which kept him from falling beneath his foe's assault. Ranma was just about to unleash the chestnut fist when another participant entered the scene. Mousse was busy looking at a city map in one hand, while holding a takeout box in the other. Less than darn it. Why can't they make the words on these maps bigger? ? Greater than Mousse squinted at the map, trying to determine where he was. It was at that time that he heard a familiar voice. Looking to one side, he saw large crowds of people were gathering around an area where 4 people were engaged in what appeared to be an all-out brawl. It was at that point that he spied the object of Shampoo's affection. Kdchdnshinamagurik. Mousse looked up and saw Ranma deliver 497 punches at Kuno. The Kendust found himself flung backwards after the last of the blows hit home. Just after Kuno had been dealt with, Mousse saw Ryoga charge up his battle and launch a Kai blast at Godlike. Shihokodian. Godlike used a cartwheel to dodge the attack. Ranma, however, was caught unawares as the green fireball hit him in the back and sent him sprawling. While he was lying painfully on his stomach on the floor, Ryoga continued his battle with Kuno's sister. Mousse grinned as he realized that he had an excellent opportunity to finish off his greatest obstacle to Shampoo's heart. He set down his takeout order and leapt toward the fallen Saotome, intent on delivering a quick death blow. Ranma was just shaking his head when he saw a looming shadow coming toward him. Quickly summoning up what remaining strength he had, he rolled to his right, just as Mousse launched a barrage of daggers, shurikens and other sharp implements. The projectiles all stuck into the tiled floor as Ranma got to his feet. Seeing that it was Mousse who was now attacking him, Ranma frowned. He took a quick look behind him and saw Ryoga engaged in battle with Godlike. He also saw Kuno getting up, no doubt to attack him again. With Mousse added to the fray, it was apparent that Ranma had to end this fiasco. As twin blades popped out of Mousse's sleeves, Ranma began to radiate calm as he began leading his new opponent toward the place where Godlike was battling Ryoga. Mousse constantly slashed with his arm blades as Ranma began leading him in a spiral. Kuno at the time had recovered and began slashing at Ranma as well. Between the two of them attacking him at once, Ranma knew they had built up a lot of anger and battle ores. Ryoga and Godlike had also built up considerable amounts of hot Kai as they neared to where the others were. They got within striking range when Ranma had completed the spiral. Hioyushodian Fa. The resulting tornado that was the product of cold Kai meeting with hot Kai sent Mousse, Ryoga, and the Kuno's siblings into the air. The crowds of people scattered as the high-speed winds blew in all directions. Many pieces of merchandise were swept up into the cyclone. Several store windows buckled and shattered as various items crashed into them. The entire spectacle made Hurricane Indy seem like a light breeze. Ranma looked on with satisfaction, as four of his usual irritants were sent upward and out the open skylight. After the tornado had died down, the heir to the Saotome School of Anything Goes martial arts watched four dots in the sky plummet toward the horizon. Letting out a sigh of relief, Ranma looked at his surroundings. The entire mall was a mess. It was at that time that he decided to take his leave. Less than a single quota will be damned if I have to pay for all this! Exclamation point greater than rushing to the nearest exit. Ranma jumped onto a roof and headed back toward the Tendo dojo. Present time, after that disastrous encounter, the big-tailed boy was very careful not to set off his short-tempered fiancée. As he ran across the fence, he began wondering what else was going to go wrong. It was at that moment that a familiar bicycle came down from above and a pink and purple blur launched itself from it, promptly glomping onto Ranma with a vice-like grip. "Meow, Ranma!" Shampoo greeted as the two of them tumbled to the street. "You glad to see Shampoo?" "Yes." As usual, Ranma was less than ecstatic. Couldn't be happier. It was then that Akan promptly stomped on his face, leaving her shoes imprint across his nose. Akan turned and smiled a false smile. "I'm going on ahead, Ranma," she said with sarcasm. "Have fun, you two." She then stalked off in the direction of Furinkenhai. Akan, wait up. Ranma tried to get up, but Shampoo was unwilling to let go and began squeezing him even tighter. "Ranma, no go school. Stay with Shampoo. Come on, Shampoo. Let go of me." Shampoo want to stay with one who saved her from Ghost Cat. "Hey!" It was. Ranma paused as he recalled the image of the white spectral feline. His body shuddered at the image. Never in all his life was he so gripped with fear as he was when he went to save Shampoo from being married to that thing. Of course, Mousse did not make things easy for him at that time. Ranma had almost failed in his mission to save Shampoo from the spell of the Ghost Cat, because of his interference. "It what?" Shampoo asked. Ranma struggled as he tried to answer. He had assumed that he had merely gone to save a friend from a horrible fate. Nothing more. But after seeing Shampoo's eyes in that cage, he wasn't so sure that it wasn't just that. "It was my pleasure. Shampoo, could you please let me go? I really can't be late. Please." Shampoo looked lovingly into her beloved's eyes and said, "Okay, Ranma." "Shampoo, sorry." With that, Shampoo released her hold and went to pick up her bicycle. Ranma stared in disbelief. It had never been that easy to get her to release him before. He stared at her as she mounted her bike. Shampoo turned around and said, "Maybe see you later." Sure." Ranma replied as she pedaled away. Ranma was then left alone with his thoughts. After saving Shampoo, Ranma had found himself subjected to Shampoo's gratitude for her rescue. She had become far more affectionate lately. This time, however, it wasn't the same uninhibited manner that she usually exhibited. Instead, the fear of losing Ranma had made her seem more serious. Every time she would clomp onto him, she would do so as if she feared that if she let go she would lose him. Whenever Ranma would refuse her cooking, her eyes reflected her pain, instead of the usual conspiratory look or anger. Yesterday was a prime example. When he had returned to the dojo that day, Ranma found himself once more the target of Akan's fury about the previous day. Man, I thought I'd never get rid of those jerks, Ranma said to himself as he hobbled toward the dojo. After using the Hiri Shotenha to deal with 4 headaches, mainly Kuno, Kodakai, Ryoga and Mousse, Ranma had later begun feeling the injuries he had sustained during the debacle at the mall. Apparently, Mousse's blades had nicked one of his legs during their fight and Ranma had just noticed the injury. His back was also feeling pain, due to Ryoga's Kai Blast. He moved with more of a sluggish pace as he approached the Tendo compound. As he entered the door, he was confronted by his short-tempered fiancée. Ranma, where have you been? Akan said angrily. You missed dinner. Ranma winced as he tried to explain, considering how far you smashed me. You shouldn't be surprised that it took me a while to get back here. Not to mention getting attacked. Ranma then started explaining the events that occurred at the mall. As soon as Ranma mentioned Kodakai, Akan's temper went up several degrees. Kodakai? What we're doing with her? As if grabbing onto Shampoo and Ukyo wasn't enough. Now I find out that you've been getting cozy with that psycho. Hey! I didn't do nothing. You're such a liar. Kodakai came over and bragged that you swept her off her feet. Hey! That's not what happened. Less than actually. It was the Hiri Shotenha that did it! Exclamation point greater than. Oh, so you didn't sweep her off her feet? Yes. I mean no. I mean, will you stop twisting things around? So you did sweep her off her feet. Akan roared. Akan and Ranma were shouting loud enough to be heard by certain members of the Tendo clan. One member in particular came rushing out the door. Ranma, how dare you cavort with another woman when you are engaged to my Akan? Soon shouted. Now wait just a minute. Ranma yelled. He knew that things were getting out of hand. I already said that I didn't do it. Liar. Big. Lecher. Pervert. Akan, will you stop with the name calling for 1 minute? You are just so UNCUD. Ranma knew he had said the wrong thing as he saw Akan whip out her mallet and screamed. Ariana no BAK. Once again, Ranma's Sodom was launched like an icy beam. However, this time he didn't go quite as far. When Ranma came to, he found himself flat on his back on a bed in a darkened room. As he sat up, his head began to throb slightly with pain. Reaching up to his forehead, he discovered that his head had a cloth bandage wrapped around it. Looking down at himself, he saw that many of his injuries had been cleaned and bandaged. He also found that he didn't feel quite as hurt as he did before his encounter with the youngest Tendo daughter. He slowly got up and padded toward the door. Opening it, he heard a familiar voice that came from downstairs. "Thank you for eating at Neko. Please come again." Less than Shampoo ? Greater than Ranma thought. Less than then, I single quoting at the Neko ? Greater than Ranma carefully made his way toward the stairs and looked down at the restaurant. Aside from himself and the Amazon, there was no one else inside. Ranma could not see Mousse or Cologne anywhere. Shampoo was busily bussing a few tables when she looked up and saw Ranma. "Hiya! What is Aaron doing out of bed?" Shampoo took on a concerned look as she dropped what she was doing and rushed up the stairs. Taking her fiancé by one arm, Shampoo tried to guide him back to the guest room. Ranma wouldn't budge. "No. Shampoo, how did I get here?" "Hiya. It's long story. Now come. Get back into bed and rest." After 5 minutes of struggling, Ranma finally allowed Shampoo to lead him back into the guest room. As he was laid back down, Shampoo went to a bowl of water that was set on a nearby table and began letting down a clean towel. She then used it to wipe down Ranma's brow. As she did so, she began explaining what had occurred. Great-grandmother went to look for stupid Mousse when he no come back from delivery. Lucky it very slow night. Leave Shampoo to do cooking and serving customers. Not yet come back. Ranma nodded as he said, "Well, I guess you got me to blame for that." "Huh?" Ranma took a deep breath as he began telling the purple-haired girl about the incident at the mall. After he had told her about the Hirishoden, Shampoo nodded. "So that's why it takes so long. Ranma probably sent Mousse back to China." Ranma shrugged as he asked, "You still haven't told me how I got here." Shampoo was busy checking the bandage on foot as she replied, "1 hour ago, Aaron fell from sky and landed in back of restaurant. Shampoo found you and took inside. Saw you hurt. Bring you inside and fix up." "Oh. What happened?" Ranma paused as he was about to say that some Ukyo tomboy had sent him into low Earth orbit. Then he remembered it was that kind of comment that got him into trouble. In the end he said, "It was nothing." Shampoo was not fooled as she noticed her beloved's expression. "Okay, very violent girl." Ranma was about to deny it, but then decided that it wasn't worth the effort. It was then that his stomach growled as it reminded him that he hadn't eaten yet. Hearing the sound, Shampoo stood up and said, "Ranma no eat yet?" "Yes." After he had nodded, Shampoo smiled. "Shampoo make special ramen for Aaron?" "Yes." Ranma was about to turn down her offer, but when his stomach let out another growl, he reluctantly nodded. "Just make sure you don't put any love potions in it, okay?" Shampoo felt a slight twinge of anger at her fiancé's insinuation, but she quickly hid her irritation under a false mask of joy. "Okay." She then headed down the stairs. Some 10 minutes later in the kitchen, Shampoo was putting the finishing touches on the bowl of ramen that was on a serving tray. She then smiled wickedly as she withdrew a small vial from her apron. As she took the cap off, She paused to think about the effects that this potion would do to Ranma. Less than great-grandmother say that this is strongest love potion she ever made. Finally found out formula of life pills from bracelet. Even Ranma no can resist it. He drink this, he see shampoo, he fall in love with her for whole life. I will finally get him as husband! Greater than as she tipped the vial toward the bowl, she began imagining what life would be like once she returned to the Amazon village with Ranma in tow. She imagined a loving and strong marriage with many children. She went into a dreamlike state as she saw a perfect world in which she would live happily ever after. It was then that she thought back to all those previous attempts to win Ranma as a mate. The incident with the Formula 109 shampoo, the Phoenix pill, the instant nani icon, the magic mushrooms, the ping pong tournament with the super soba noodles, the love bracelet, the magic thread, all of which had failed miserably. Each time a plan would go awry, Ranma would end up mistrusting shampoo even more. Not this time. The potion was exactly the same as the lifetime pill. Her great-grandmother had labored for weeks, trying to decipher the ancient texts, which described how to make the potion. It had taken nearly all of her vast supply of rare herbs and extracts to make this tiny amount. After completing the task, Cologne had given her the vial and said that she would have only one chance to use it on her future son-in-law, since she did not have enough ingredients to make more. Now was a perfect opportunity for Shampoo to use it since Ranma was both injured and hungry. Once he ingested it, he would forever be in love with the first girl he saw. Shampoo already knew what would happen. After swallowing the instant pill, Ranma had immediately fallen in love with Cologne. Remembering back to that day, Shampoo shuddered. It was a lucky thing that it was only temporary. As she poured the contents of the vial into the ramen, she thought as to how life would be like with such an adoring husband. She smiled as she imagined the many nights of lovemaking and adoration. Ranma would be obedient, pudding and eager to please her in any and all ways. He would fulfill her every whim. He would be the perfect husband. A cuddly puppy dog. It was at that time that Shampoo realized the downside of that notion. Did she really want that kind of man as her husband? If she wanted such a man, she would have married Mousse a long time ago. Why did she want Ranma? Shampoo began listing all the good points about her intended. Less than a single quote as strong, brave, have good heart, stood up to great-grandmother, and he saved Shampoo from Ghost Cat. Not like stupid Mousse who always act like idiot! Greater than she then began to compare herself to her rivals. Less than I better fighter than spatula girl and violent can. I better cook and better looking. I treat Ranma better. Why he no love Shampoo? Greater than it was then that she remembered all the times that Ranma had become angered at her, whenever one of her schemes to snare him had failed. He kept on pushing her away, whenever she glomped onto him. He was very suspicious, whenever she tried to make him eat something of hers. He never trusted her. Shampoo became saddened as she realized the truth. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Less than he no trust me. That is reason why he no love me. Shampoo do bad things to Ranma. Always treat him like prize. Not ask how he feel. Shampoo promise no potions, but Shampoo still doing tries. If Ranma find out, he come humiliate Shampoo. No want that. Want Ranma to love her. Not because of law. It because Shampoo really loves him. Shampoo saved from Ghost Cat because Ranma care for Shampoo. No pay him back this way exclamation point greater than with these thoughts. Shampoo let out a sigh and made her decision. Turning on the garbage disposal in the sink, she promptly dumped the contents of the bowl down the sink. She then began to start on a new bowl of ramen. As she began cooking it, she wiped her tears away and said out loud, Shampoo promise no potions. Shampoo keep promise. Thank you Shampoo. Shampoo was startled when she heard Ranma's voice behind her. She turned abruptly and saw Ranma leaning against the doorway with a small smile. Hiya! How long Ranma stand there? Shampoo asked fearfully. Long enough to see you dump that love potion into that bowl, then dump it down the sink. Ranma replied. You? No. Ranma nodded as he walked towards Shampoo and said, Shampoo, I'm glad that you didn't do it. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Shampoo nodded as she said in a quiet voice, Shampoo no want Ranma to hate her. No now that Ranma no trust her because Shampoo always lying to him. Always use potions and magic to get him to love her. Is not right. Shampoo never use again. Love better when Ranma give it, not force from him. Ranma was not sure how he should respond to that, since he had very little experience with such tender moments. Finally, he nodded and said, I'm glad. So, when's that ramen going to be ready? I can't wait to taste your cooking. Shampoo was caught off guard by the sudden change of subject, but she was soon smiling as she realized that everything was going to turn out all right at the present. The change in attitude toward him that night had made Ranma think back to that kiss that she had given him. When she thanked him for rescuing her, it wasn't the usual lustful kind. It was instead tender and full of something that Ranma could not identify. Even more surprising was that he found himself responding to it, much to the dismay of his other fiancées. Akan's temper had reached an all-new high at that time. Ukyo had also become angered in the beginning as well. Fortunately, she was not as short-tempered as Akan, and after Ranma had explained that Shampoo had only kissed him to thank him, she cooled down considerably. Ranma suddenly became silent as he replayed the encounter with the ghost cat. It was true that he had faced his greatest fear in order to save Shampoo, but he then recalled the sadness and desperation in her eyes when she was transforming into a cat in that cage. Ranma had seen a glimpse of her soul, and couldn't stand the thought of losing her. It was at that moment that Ranma had realized that he did indeed have some feelings toward the Amazon. Akan had been getting more and more abusive since that day. Ranma had found himself the target of her temper tantrums and did his best to avoid her during those periods. It was some time later that Ranma realized the reason why he was having so many problems with the girls in his life. He didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, even though Sun and his father were constantly goading him into picking a girl. They wanted him to marry Akan. As always, they maintained that it was for the future of the anything-goes schools of martial arts. Of course, they still didn't consider his opinion about the whole thing as valid. Ranma truly didn't believe that they really had his welfare in mind when they came up with that stupid vow. Ranma shook his head and let out a long sigh as he realized just how little control over his life he had. Less than sometimes I wonder if there was any real good reason why I was born! Greater than putting his thoughts away. Tendo-Saotome headed towards the school, hoping that things wouldn't get any worse. However, as a frequent victim of Murphy's Law, Ranma knew it was too much to hope for. During the lunch hour, Ranma was sitting under the tree and eating the sandwich that Kasumi had made for him. It was that time that Ukyo approached him. She was still wearing her boy's uniform and carrying a large spatula on her back. "Hi Ran-chan. Mind if I eat with you?" "Sure you can. No problem. Here," Ukyo said as she handed him an okonomiyaki. "I made this just for you." "Thanks Ukan. You're a pal." Ranma began wolfing down the okonomiyaki. Ukyo became a little disappointed as she heard the word pal. Her face took on a serious look. "Ran-chan, we need to talk." Ranma did not like the sound of that. "So what do you want to talk about?" "Ran-chan, we've known each other for a long time, right?" "Yeah, ever since we were kids." "So what about it?" Ukyo began to absently pick at her bandolier as she hemmed and hawed. Well, She became even more nervous as she turned her back to him and tried to compose herself. After a long minute she finally said, "Ranma honey, do you actually think of me as just a friend?" "What brought this up?" "Ran-chan, I'm your fiancé. We're supposed to be engaged to be married. Doesn't that mean that we have to be more than just friends?" Ranma definitely did not like the way this was going. He knew that Ukyo had certain feelings toward him. Although he had tried in the past to just treat her as the friend he once knew, he had found it increasingly difficult. She really was as cute as he said she was. Of all of his fiancés, Ukyo was the first to ever believe in him. She accepted him, curse and all. Despite that awful incident with the yatai, 10 years ago, Ukyo still had those special feelings toward him. As time went on, Ranma had become close to his childhood friend. She was the one that Ranma could talk to. She was the one who would always help him. She supported him that time when Tako's eyes had taken away his strength. She had always been there for him. "Well Ranma, are you going to tell me?" Ukyo asked. "Ukan, I don't know if I can answer that right now. Things have been real weird since that ghost cat thing." "Why do you want to know?" Ukyo looked at Ranma in anger. Her face then slowly began to break down into sorrow. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she tried desperately to hold off crying in front of him. She failed. As tears streamed down her cheeks, she angrily said, "Damn it, you jackass! Can't you see that I'm a girl? I'm not the same boy you thought I was 10 years ago. I wanted to be your wife back then, and I want to be your wife now. If this relationship has any chance of working, then I have to know how you feel about me." Fuken, Ranma could not believe that his longtime friend was getting so upset. Then again, Ranma thought back to all the times that he and Nuken were together. He remembered how happy she was when he agreed to go on a date with her after setting up Ryoga and Mousse together. He also recalled the time when Ukyo came to school in a dress. She had always given him free food at her restaurant, and never cared whenever he turned into a girl. At first Ranma had thought that it was because of their friendship, but now, he realized that it was because of something else much deeper than friendship. Ukyo confirmed his suspicions when she tearfully blurted out, "Ran-chan, I love you." Ranma was more than speechless at Ukyo's confession. He could only watch in shock as she began wiping her tears. She then looked up at Ranma, her eyes becoming puffy and red. I'm sorry, Ran-chan. Forget what I said, okay?" Ukyo quickly stood up and fled off towards the school building. Ranma called after her, but she did not stop. He was about to run after her, but then decided that his fiancée needed some time alone. Less than come to think of it, so do I, greater than Ranma thought as he headed back towards the school. Later that day, in the Neko garden, Shampoo, Mousse and Cologne were busy getting ready for the dinner crowds. As Mousse was busy wiping down the tables, Cologne took her great-granddaughter into the kitchen. "Well now, Shampoo, did that potion I gave you work on son-in-law?" Shampoo shook her head. "Shampoo no gives him potion." "Why not?" "Shampoo no want Ranma to hate Shampoo. If Taron find out, he hate Shampoo forever. Shampoo no want that. Shampoo promised not to use potions again. No use magic either." "What?" Cologne sputtered. "Child, why did you say such a thing? Do you realize that not only your honor is at stake, but also the honor of our Amazon tribe? Shampoo know that. But Shampoo no care if dishonored forever. Aaron risked his life for Shampoo. He no push away Shampoo as much as before. He is strong, brave, had good heart. He is now only reason that Shampoo has to live. Shampoo loves him." "Child," Cologne said in an ominous tone, "do you realize what you're saying? You are jeopardizing everything that we have struggled so long for. If you continue this way, Ranma is more than likely to marry Akan or Ukyo. If that happens, you will be forever disgraced. And you know what will happen to you if you are disgraced a second time. I will not let that happen to my only family. Ranma will marry you, will he or not?" "No!" Shampoo screamed. Shampoo will not let Ranma be forced into marriage with no love. Shampoo will win him. Ranma already starting to care more for Shampoo. Shampoo no let great-grandmother ruin only chance at happiness. Cologne was silent for a long while. She stared at her great-granddaughter with emotionless eyes. Mousse, trying to find out what the commotion was about, was standing near the kitchen door and peeking around the frame. For 10 minutes, no one spoke. Finally, she sighed. "Do you really feel that way?" The purple-haired girl nodded slowly. "Very well, child. I can do nothing more for you. If you truly believe that you can win Ranma on your own, then I can only wish you the best of luck. Just be certain that you are fully aware of the consequences of your actions." In the back, Mousse was silently fuming with rage. Destinies. "How dare you do this to my darling Shampoo? I will make you pay! Greater than a week later, Akan's mood had not changed since that morning. She was still upset at Ranma for that kiss he shared with Shampoo, not to mention his supposed tryst with Nodoka. As a result, she had been breaking cinder blocks and wooden training dummies for the past 7 days. When Ranma tried to talk to her to straighten things out, she naturally went into her standard routine of Ranma Nodoka. Inevitably, Ranma had to dodge all of her attacks, which made her even more angry. The end result was Ranma being married into the sky. The rest of the family took little notice as they assumed that their argument was just another phase they were going through. On the roof of the dojo, Ranma rubbed the side of his chin. "Less than how? Damn that Akan. She didn't have to hit me like that. I was trying to say I was sorry. Should have known that an uncure tomboy like that wouldn't listen. It's not my fault that I got 3 fiancés. It's not my fault that Pop keeps selling me for food. I didn't even want this stupid engagement thing. Family honor my butt. The only reason Pot and Mr. Tendo want this engagement is so they could retire and live off the dojo run by Akan and me. As if I ever want to be married to Akan. Ukyo has been good to me all this time and I was too stupid not to notice how she felt. I hope she's alright. I haven't seen her since she said she loved me. She's been avoiding me. Heck, even Shampoo has been getting better than Akan. Akan may think that she's a bimbo, but just because her Japanese isn't too good, doesn't mean that she's stupid. She promised not to use any of the old ghoul's concoctions, and so far she's kept her word. She's even stopped clomping onto me every morning. She doesn't try to force-feed me if I don't want to eat anything and she's been tolerating both Akan and Ukyo. Now why can't Akan be that nice? All she does is pound me with that stupid mallet whenever something goes wrong. She doesn't believe me when I'm trying to tell her the truth. I haven't called her uncured in over a week. I've tried to be nice, but she looks at me as if I'm sick or something. She pounds me when I'm looking at her. She pounds me when some other girl looks at me, even though she keeps saying that our engagement never happened. Stupid. Violent tomboys. This whole thing just isn't worth it! Exclamation point greater than, it's just not worth it. Ranma said out loud to no one in particular. You're right, it's not. Ranma whirled around into a ready stance as soon as he heard the voice. Wondering how anyone could have sneaked up on him, Ranma was a bit shocked to see someone standing on the roof with him. The person was about medium height with short black hair. He had a lean, but well-muscled frame and was wearing black pants, a white Chinese-styled shirt that was similar to his own, and black kung fu shoes. The man appeared to be around his early 20s or so. Who are you? Ranma asked. What do you want? The man smiled as he replied, I'm Taron. I'm here to talk to you, Tendo-Saotome. You know who I am? I know a lot of things about you. Taron began counting off with his fingers. Tendo-Saotome, age 16. The only child of Ranma and Nodoka Saotome. Heir to the Saotome school of the anything goes martial arts. You have traveled both Japan and China during your 10-year training journey. Due to a mishap at Duels and Ukyo, you are now cursed to turn into a redheaded girl with cold water, while your idiot father becomes a giant panda. You are engaged to Akan Tendo, not by choice, but by a promise made between Ranma and soon before you were even born. Your biggest rival is Ryoga Hibiki, who happens to have the world's worst sense of direction and turns into Akan's pet Big P-chan when splashed with cold water. He uses that curse to sleep in Akan's bed. You can't do anything about it because of your vow to Ryoga, since you were the one that accidentally knocked him into the spring of ground pig. Ranma's jaw dropped open as Taron continued. You also act to other girls who consider themselves your fiancé. Yukio Kwanji, an okonomiyaki chef, was your best friend when you were 6. But you were unaware that she was a girl at the time. Your father engaged you to her in exchange for an okonomiyaki tatai, but abandoned her. She has forgiven you and now considers herself as the cute fiancé. Shampoo is the best warrior of the Amazons, until you beat her at a tournament as a girl. At that time she gave you the kiss of death. Later on, you beat her again, as a guy, so according to her laws, she must marry you. She has a big problem though, since thanks to a Duels and Ukyo curse, she becomes a cat. You've had a fear of cats since your stupid father decided to train you in the cat fist. Shampoo also has Mousse chasing after her. He has a Duels and Ukyo curse, which turns him into a duck. Unfortunately for you, he sees you, and I use that term loosely, as a rival for his darling Shampoo's affections. I already know that he has attacked you a lot lately due to Shampoo's new attitude toward you, right? Ranma could only nod. It was true. For the last few days, Mousse had become a frequent visitor to the dojo. Ever since Shampoo had been acting mature, she had been totally ignoring Mousse. This did not sit well with him. As a result, Mousse had been steadily attacking him. In fact, with all the attention he had been getting from Shampoo, he had been getting attacked every few hours or so by either Mousse or Ryoga, who still thought he was cheating on Akan. I could go on and on, but I think you get the idea. We don't have a lot of time. To wrap up, you also have some problems with the Kuno family since Takewaki wants your male side dead and wants to date your female side. The reverse happens with his twisted sister. Ukyo has some weirdo named Sabase chasing her. He wears a dress and likes to disguise himself as inanimate objects. There are two grandmasters of the martial arts. Takozai is the pervert, while Cologne is Shampoo's great-grandmother. Nebiki and Kasumi are Akan's older sisters. Soon Tendo is their father and the principal of Furinkan is some Hawaiian nut who is obsessed with cutting your pigtail. As Taron finished his narrative, Ranma finally found his tongue. How do you know so much about my life? Taron smiled as he replied, I have observing the events of your life since the day you were born. I know everything that has to do with your existence, because you are the chosen one. Chosen one? Ranma said confused. That's right. I'm here because you are the one who has been chosen to play a very important role in the destiny of this planet. In fact, we need you to ensure that the Earth has a future. Wait a minute. What are you talking about? Ranma asked. I'm saying that if we don't get your help, the world will end. Besides, if you do help us, I can guarantee that you will never have to worry about your curse again. Really? Ranma cried out, very interested. That's right. Not only that, but I can also help you out with your fiancé troubles and improve your martial arts skills to a far better level. I mean, that is what you want, right? To be the best? Sound too good to be true. Ranma declared. I know it does, but I am giving you a straight deal. You help us out and we'll help you out. What do you say? Taron held out a hand. Ranma looked at Taron for a long moment. His serene face betrayed no emotion, but Ranma could not sense any malice from the man. He looked as if he was truly honest about what he was offering to Ranma. Besides, with his own life in turmoil, what did he have to lose? If there was any chance to rid himself of his curse, not to mention straighten out the twisted tangle that his life had become, then he was all for it. Tentatively, Ranma reached out and grasped his Taron's hand in a firm handshake. I'll do it. Ranma said simply. A bright flash suddenly appeared over the dojo. When it faded, Ranma and Taron were gone. At that moment, Kasumi was just coming out the door to call Ranma down for dinner. As she looked up at the roof she could see no sign of the martial artist. To be continued. Author's notes: when I began writing this story, I decided to make Ranma a little less arrogant and more on the sensitive side. I will still try to keep the characters more or less true to themselves, but I make no guarantees. As this is a fan fiction, anything literally goes. The part that I find most disturbing is how most of the characters considers Shampoo as a bimbo. I admit, her accent may be exaggerated and her uninhibited nature does display her as a kind of tart, but one must consider that she is a foreigner in Japan. I'll bet if Akan tried speaking Chinese, she'd sound even more stupid than Shampoo. Secondly, Shampoo is able to freely express her feelings. She has more confidence in herself, due to the fact she was raised in a fierce culture. Akane, on the other hand, is reluctant to show any tender feelings to anyone outside her family. She may have feelings for Ranma, but due to her inhibitions, she hides those feelings behind a wall of anger, frustration, and jealousy, and let's face it, arrogance. Akane may pride herself as being a martial artist, but whenever someone else shows that they are better than her in any field, martial arts, cooking, sewing, etc., she lets her temper get the better of her, which also clouds her judgment. The incidents of the Super Soba, the cookies, Natsumi and Kurumi, are all classic examples. She can't really admit the fact that the world does not revolve around her and that she doesn't have that much more tact than Ranma has. I am not an Akane basher. I am merely pointing out some of Akane's faults that some people may have overlooked. This story will reflect on every character's good and bad points. As of now, this will be the final rewrite that I will do with this chapter. I felt as if I was not really displaying Shampoo's new attitude toward Ranma, so I decided to add the scene where she had a golden opportunity to win Ranma all to herself. It also gave her a chance to reflect on her past misdeeds and realize that the way to a man's heart was not through his stomach, but through her own understanding of his feelings. What do you think? Dual Destinies. The characters depicted in this story are not mine. Ranma one half and all other characters are the property of Rumiko Takahashi. I had written Dual Destinies purely for entertainment. Chapter 2. The Twins of Destiny. Ranma felt a brief feeling of nausea as he witnessed a bright flash of light after taking Taron's hand. After it had faded, Ranma found himself standing on what appeared to be a stone platform that was floating in midair in a white void. Immediately, he took a ready stance as he took in his surroundings. He could not see Taron anywhere. He looked around him and saw several other stone formations floating around. The void of nothingness seemed to go on forever in all directions. Multicolored lights darted about the void, leaving sparkling trails behind them as they danced around each platform in random patterns. There was a distinctive, yet quiet hum in the air. It seemed to have a soothing effect on Ranma. The longer he listened to it, the more relaxed he became. Ranma began to wonder where Taron was. Suddenly, he heard a noise. The sound was a soft pulsating beat, almost like a heartbeat. Zeroing in on the sound, Ranma looked up and saw a large blue sphere of energy coming down toward him. Thinking that he was under attack, he quickly began focusing his eye. As soon as he formed his energy ball, he then launched it at the blue orb. Immortal. The yellow ball of Kai energy shot upward, but then to Ranma's surprise, it suddenly slowed down and then dispersed into nothingness. The blue orb continued on its way downward. Ranma once again tried his Kai attack. Immortal. Once again, the Kai energy dispersed without any effect. Realizing that his Kai technique was useless, Ranma took a battle stance and prepared to fight whatever threat this blue energy represented. Now Ranma, there's no need for that. When Ranma heard Taron's familiar voice, he began looking around for him. He then stared at the blue sphere of light, which had stopped its descent and hovered a few feet above his position. Taron? Ranma asked toward the sphere. That's right. The energy ball answered. Sorry to have startled you. I forgot that you've never seen me in my energy form before. Hold on a moment. The sphere stopped and then began to increase its brightness. Suddenly, it flared and was then gone. Within an instant, Ranma found himself staring at Taron, who gently floated down to the platform. However, this Taron was translucent, and his entire body was bathed in a blue tint, which emitted a soft glow. Ranma could make out his clothes, hair, facial features and other outward details. However, he could also see the background right below him. It was as if he was a ghost. Are you a ghost? Ranma said fearfully. Then another fearful thought hit him. Am I dead? Taron smiled and gently shook his head. He then addressed the martial artist in a gentle, yet firm tone. No, Ranma. I am not a ghost and you are most certainly not dead. Taron then gestured to the background. You are in the realm of infinity. Taron then wondered to himself. What you see is my natural form. The person you saw before was the physical embodiment of my being. Taron looked back at Ranma, who was still in his battle stance and watching him with a wary eye. Taron's expression softened as he gave the teenager another gentle smile. Please Ranma, I mean you no harm. I meant what I said when I told you that I'm here to help you. This statement relaxed Ranma somewhat, but he still remained in his stance. Taron nodded at Ranma's unspoken question. I understand that you have many questions and I assure you, they will be answered. We just need to wait for someone. It was then that they heard another sound. They both looked up and saw another orb of light coming toward them. This one made the same pulsating noise, but it was red in color. As it approached their platform, it also flared, then disappeared. Within an instant, the sphere of light had become an exact replica of Taron, except that it was red, instead of blue. The newcomer smiled at Ranma as he landed. He then gazed intensely at Ranma, as if he was looking into his soul. He smiled at Taron. You were right, brother. He'll do fine. I told you so. Taron said with a smug look before turning his attention back on Ranma. This is my twin brother Soren. He is also here to help you. Now that we have all the introductions out of the way, why don't you sit down, while we explain why we have brought you here? Taron gestured toward a space to Ranma's right. Instantly, the surface of the platform became fluid and a massive rock rose up and shaped itself into a chair. Ranma stepped back, more than a little skittish at what had just occurred. He looked back at the twins, trying to discern any evil purpose they may have toward him. He could find none in their expressions, and they seemed to radiate an aura of serenity. Cautiously, Ranma sat down. When nothing catastrophic happened, he began to relax. Taron nodded as he began his explanations. Where to start? Okay, how about this way? Taron made a gesture with his right hand and a disk of energy appeared before Ranma. The disk became translucent as it depicted scenes of ancient Earth like a television screen. Ranma became interested as looked at the scenes unfold before him as Taron continued with his narrative. Our story began about 10,000 years ago. During a great cataclysm, there was a dimensional tear in the fabric of reality. From this gateway, beings from a realm known as the Dark World landed on the earth. These supernatural creatures were from a race that enslaved lesser beings. They possessed awesome powers of destruction and had laid waste to many civilizations. Taron nodded to his brother Soren, who took up the narration. The deities of Earth could not permit this to happen. Since reasoning with these beings from the Dark World had proven to be ineffective, the gods were forced to wage a long and terrible war to drive them off the earth. Gods, goddesses and Dark Worlders fell by the thousands. The war soon came to a point when both Earth and the Dark World would be destroyed. The two factions had reached a stalemate. The scenes on the disc changed as Ranma observed the gods wage long and bloody battles against hideous monsters and demons. Taron soon took over. In order to settle their differences and end the conflict, Kami-sama himself proposed that the two sides choose champions. Each side would choose the best representatives of their own respective worlds. Because of the terrible destruction that would be wrought to the earth if the gods themselves competed, Kami-sama chose to use mortals, who happened to be the best representatives of the earth. He found his champions into brothers. Twins actually. Their names were Taron and Soren. The disc then showed Ranma an image of the twins before him. They were you? Ranma asked. Soren nodded. Yes. Kami-sama knew that as twins, we shared a special bond, which allowed us to work effectively as a team. He summoned us and trained us in martial arts, elemental power and magic. The training made us strong enough to fight the demons of the Dark World. It also strengthened the bond between us, making us almost a single being. After a long and desperate series of battles, we emerged victorious. Thus the earth was spared its destruction. Taron continued. However, a contract was made afterwards between the two nations. Every 1,000 years, the gateway between both worlds would open and the Dark World will again invade the earth. However, to avoid mass destruction of both sides, the contest would be repeated. Champions would be selected among the human population and they would fight for the survival of the human race. Thus a balance was made. With these words, the disc disappeared. So you guys have been fighting this Dark World for 10,000 years? Ranma inquired. Yes. Soren replied. Ever since we had won that first contest, the Kami had decided to make us immortal, so that we may choose successive champions in the future. For the last 10 millennia, we had chosen and trained our representatives. In each case, we have used identical twins, because of the empathic bond they shared. It is because of that bond that we have been able to prevent the Earth from being overrun. Now wait a minute, Ranma said in a confused voice. What's all this got to do with me? You said I was the chosen one, but you also said that you used identical twins. I don't have a twin brother. Taron looked at Ranma intently for a long time before saying, actually, you do have one. Huh? Soren nodded in agreement. About 16 years ago, Taron and I began searching for our next representatives. As we probed the Earth, we detected that Tendo-Saotome was pregnant, and had conceived twins, although she didn't know that at the time. These twins had the right attributes that we needed to combat the Dark World. However, the rulers of the Dark World had also discovered this fact and used their arcane arts to prevent this. Taron picked up where Soren had left off. Using their mystical powers, they cast a spell on Nodoka and destroyed one of the fertilized eggs. However, due to the intervention of Kami-sama, your brother's spirit was saved. His soul was secretly merged with yours. When you were born, your brother was also brought into the world. We have kept an eye on you since then. Ranma was more than stunned by this revelation. He simply could not believe what he was hearing. He had the soul of a brother he never knew. No way. Soren nodded at Ranma's confused face. Yes, Ranma. Within you is the soul of your twin sibling. He has lived with you and shared all of your knowledge and experiences. Your joys, your pains, your sorrows and your life were also his to know. You two are closer than Siamese twins. Finally, when you came to duels and Ukyo, your brother had a chance to experience life on a physical level. You mean? Taron nodded. As soon as you fell into the spring of ground girl, the soul of your brother was transferred to your cursed form. Since he only had your memories and experiences to use, he acted exactly as you would act. Soren then interrupted. That's right. You see, when the waters of duels and Ukyo curse people, their souls alternate between forms. When cold water hits them, their souls are transferred to their cursed forms, while their original bodies are put into a dimension known as limbo. It may look like the body itself is changing, but it is really replacing one body for another. Hot water will simply reverse the process. Hold on. Ranma interrupted. I still can't believe that I have a twin brother, let alone what you're telling me now. You're saying that he comes to life in my girl form, whenever I get splashed with cold water. Both beings nodded. Okay. But now, let me ask you. If my brother's soul comes to life when I get splashed by cold water, then how come I remember everything that I experienced as a girl, if my soul only inhabits the guy side? Taron decided to answer. It's very simple. As we said before, identical twins have a very strong empathic bond. The magic of duels and Ukyo had strengthened that connection between the two of you even further. Whenever cold water hits you, your brother's soul becomes dominant. However, the bond allows him to share his experiences with you. Since he acts exactly like you, and you are unaware of his existence, You simply assumed that it was you who was inhabiting the cursed form at the time. Hold on again, Ranma said. At one time, I got the boy side of me separated from the girl side of me. How do you explain that? We remember that incident, Soren said. The magic used to split your two forms had been corrupted by the curse of duels and Ukyo. Your soul and that of your brother was left inside the boy half. The girl half was left with only the dark impressions of your personality, or your bad side. After the spell had ended, your two forms rejoined and the two souls were also put back into place. I still don't believe it. Regardless whether you believe it or not, it's true, Soren insisted. That's right, Ranma, Taron added. Ranma became silent for a long time before finally asking in a quiet voice, if all that you've told me is true, then what are you going to do now? Taron and Soren approached Ranma, looked at him with an intense gaze. Taron then spoke up. As I promised Ranma, we are going to end your curse. Before Ranma could react, the two brothers raised their right hands and fired twin blasts of white energy into Ranma's body. The sudden appearance of the energies blinded Ranma as his form was enveloped in a flash of brilliance. Ranma felt no pain as he felt his body tingle and a feeling of displacement came over him. Ranma soon felt himself losing consciousness. Before he blacked out, the last image in his mind was of himself. To be continued. Author's notes: the second chapter of this story deals with a secret, in which Ranma had never known he had. A sort of hidden past, if you will. This is the basis in which I created the dual Destinies idea. What if Ranma had a twin brother? Now I know this does sound like a bizarre concept, but then again, a boy who becomes a girl when splashed with cold water also sounds off the wall. That's what I like about fan fictions. They're so flexible. While reading several other fan fictions on the internet, I have come across several stories which toy around with this concept. My story will deal with this idea with a little more twist to it. The revision done to this chapter is relatively minor, mostly because I didn't have much to change. Dual Destinies: the characters depicted in this story are not mine. Ranma one half and all related characters are the property of Rumiko Takahashi. I had written Dual Destinies purely for entertainment. Chapter 3: Ranma 1+1. Ranma awoke with a dizzy feeling as he found himself lying on a stone table. He looked around and saw that he was still in the realm of infinity. Sitting up, he looked to his left and saw Taron and Soren standing beside him. Each of the twins had a small smile as they gazed at him. Taron then raised an arm and pointed to Ranma's right. Ranma turned his head and his eyes widened as he saw what was lying beside him on another table. The figure that was lying on the table had a lean and finely muscled body. He was wearing a red Chinese-styled shirt, black pants and kung fu shoes. His raven hair was done up in a pigtail. The person opened his eyes and sat up. He turned his head and met the shocked eyes of a person who was an exact replica of him. The two Ranmas stared in silence. Neither one was able to tear his eyes away from the other. Each one thought he was looking at a mirror. The two looked each other's face over, taking every little detail. Neither one could see the slightest difference in the other's appearance. It was as if someone had made a mold of Ranma. "No way," the first Ranma said in a quiet whisper. "It can't be." Ranma number 2 remarked. "You're my brother." Both said at the same time. The two turned their heads to the other set of twins with looks of shock and confusion. "What did you do?" they both demanded. Taron and Soren gave the two a look of sympathy. Nodding his head to Soren, Taron waited for his brother to explain. As Taron had said, "Ranma and Ranma," Soren began. "We have eliminated your curse. By using our energies, we were successful in splitting your two forms, while keeping one soul in each body. Then, it was a simple matter to transform the female half into a male body that was identical to the incursed half. We already knew that neither of you wanted to spend your lives as a female, so we thought it would be better to have both of you as boys. Besides, that is what you were supposed to have become when you were born." The Ranma that was further away interrupted. "So, what you're saying is that we're no longer cursed? Neither one of us?" "That's right." Taron somehow made a bucket of water appear in his hand and used it to douse the two of them. The two Ranmas flinched as they felt the cold water splash the two of them. They waited in fearful silence for the transformation to take place. When nothing happened, they opened their eyes and looked at themselves. They then looked at each other and finally at Taron and Soren. Both of them were smiling. "All right," the two Ranmas shouted as they both leapt off the tables. They began shouting and jumping for joy as they celebrated their freedom from a curse that had plagued them for almost a year. They repeatedly sang, "Never gonna be a girl again." After 5 or so minutes, the two brothers pounded each other on the back as each congratulated the other on their achievement. "Settle down, boys, settle down," Soren called out. As soon as the boys calmed down and faced him and his twin, Soren continued. "We are both very pleased that the two of you are cured. But there are some things that we must tell you. There are many consequences to be considered now that the two of you are here. You two must understand these things. First of all, let me do something in order to avoid confusion." He raised his hand and pointed a finger at the Ranma on his right. Instantly, the shirt turned from red to blue. "For now, I'll call you Ranma Blue, and the other Ranma Red." The two martial artists looked at each other and then shrugged. Ranma Red decided to ask the first question. "So which of us was the original Ranma and which was the brother?" Taron gave the two of them a knowing smile. "Actually, since your souls have been combined until now, the two of you are the real Ranma. You both have the same memories, experiences, and skills. You will discover that each of you possesses the same abilities, especially your martial arts. There is only one difference between the two of you right now, and that is a subject in which we must discuss with you." "What's that?" said the new twins. Taron spoke to Ranma Blue. "Ranma Blue, I know that this is a very personal question, but who is the girl that you love and want to marry?" Please be honest with me. Ranma Blue became silent as he thought for a while. He had never been very good at expressing any tender feelings, especially toward girls. It was made even more difficult since he was being asked such a personal question from a near total stranger. However, this person and his brother had freed him from a curse that had caused him no end of trouble. Somehow, Ranma Blue knew he could trust them both. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath as he prepared to give his answer. Suddenly, his face brightened as he declared confidently, "That's easy. Ukyo Kwanji." He then became surprised at his answer. "Hey! Why did I say that? Aren't I supposed to marry Akan?" "You spoke from your heart, Ranma Blue. In the realm of infinity, emotions are hard to hide, and love is the most powerful emotion of all. You had just told me whom you truly love, although I already knew." Taron smiled a bit as he observed the slight shock on the martial artist's face. "Now it's your turn, Ranma Red," Soren said. "Who is the girl that you most want as your wife?" Ranma Red smiled as he was confident that he would say Akan. In fact, in his mind, he was thinking, Akan Tendo. However, after taking a deep breath, he replied, "Who else? But Shampoo, of course." The big-tailed boy also became shocked as he heard those words from his own mouth. "What's wrong with us, Taron?" Ranma Blue asked. "Yeah, I thought that we were in love with Akan," Ranma Red said. He was once again surprised at his words. The fact that he openly admitted it left him totally stunned. He looked at his new sibling. Ranma Blue nodded with wide eyes as he realized that he feeling the same thing. Taron gave them a look of sympathy. "Both of you were in love with Akan Tendo. However, just remember, you were in a unique situation. Since there were two souls inhabiting the same person, you had also developed special feelings toward those other girls. One soul had become attached to Ukyo Kwanji, probably because she was your childhood friend. The other soul had begun to respond to Shampoo, ever since she had started to treat Ranma as a person and not as some prize. It was due to this conflict that you had a hard time of choosing which girl to marry." Taron noticed the shocked looks on the newly created twins and nodded. "We understand your confusion. This must be very unnerving to you both, but it's the truth." "That's right," Soren added. "The both of you did develop some strong feelings for Akan in the beginning. Probably because of that first time you met her. She was the only one that showed that she cared about you. Never mind the fact that she thought you were a girl at the time. But later on, her temper and her abusive attitude toward you had worn those feelings down. She never believed you when you told her the truth. She would always blame you when something goes wrong, even if it wasn't your fault. She was always suspicious of you. She kept on saying that she didn't want to marry you, yet she became violent whenever another girl showed interest in you. Despite all of this, she still had a place in your hearts." Both Ranmas nodded as they listened. "Of course," Taron said, "you could have been a lot more nicer to her. You could have complimented her a bit more, instead of throwing insults. However, the fact of the matter is that the relationship between you and Akan was just too unstable. When I brought you here, your feelings for Akan had dwindled down to almost nothing. The love that you had for both Ukyo and Shampoo were far stronger at the time. Yes, and when we separated the two souls, the love for Ukyo and Shampoo remained intact. However, the love that you both shared for Akan was permanently lost. I'm afraid there's no going back now. Soren gave each boy a sympathetic eye. Taron nodded. What my brother is telling you is correct. Wants you to return to the real world. Ranma Red will forever be in love with Shampoo, while Ranma Blue will always be devoted to Ukyo. In a way, we have solved your indecision to pick a fiancé. I'm very sorry for this, but it was necessary that we had our chosen champions. Hold on a minute. Ranma Red said. You're telling us that we each had some love for Shampoo and Ukyo that we didn't know about? That's about the size of it. Think back for a minute, Ranma Red. Soren commented. Back to the time when Shampoo almost gave you that love potion. Then think back to the times afterward. Ranma Red became silent when he began recalling those events. He was more than a little surprised after seeing Shampoo throw away probably the best chance she had of snaring him. He was badly injured and hungry at the time. It would have been a simple matter to just give him that love potion. Instead, she chose to respect his wishes and not subject him to the potion. In fact, she had become angry with herself for even attempting the act. Ranma Red could recall her sadness and anguish of almost succeeding in her scheme. He then started to remember what had happened afterward. The purple-haired Amazon had undergone a radical change in her personality. She was no longer after Ranma with her usual, uninhibited, yet determined and single-minded attitude. She actually listened to what he had to say to her. She didn't use any drugs or magical items to bend him to her will. She respected his wishes whenever he asked her to leave. Most surprisingly was, she did not try to pick any fights with Akan of Ukyo in her quest to catch Ranma as her husband. Shampoo was no longer the fierce, woman warrior out to snag her trophy. Instead, she had become someone who wanted to start over with her relationship with Ranma. A more meaningful and fulfilling relationship, based on trust, respect and love. It was at that time that Ranma Red made another startling realization. Ever since Shampoo had kissed him out of thanks for her rescue from the ghost cat, the big-tailed martial artist had found himself thinking of her more often. He had chided himself for having such thoughts, since he was engaged to someone else, albeit unwillingly. He couldn't keep the image of her being locked in that cage. Seeing her desperation and sadness had shaken him to his soul. Since that time, Shampoo's image had become a frequent memory. Even now, Ranma Red summoned up an image of Shampoo. He could see her in all her glory. Long, thick tresses of purple hair. A slim, yet voluptuous, athletic figure. Violet eyes that seemed to dance with fire and passion, and yet seemed playful at the same time. She was cute. Shaking his head, Ranma Red tried to think of Akan, but for the life of him, he couldn't bring up an image of her. When he finally managed to form some kind of picture, he saw an enraged and short-tempered girl, full of violent tendencies. Soon he saw a scene of rage and frustration as she whipped out her hammer and smashed him into the next month. He then compared it to Shampoo's treatment of him. It was obvious that the Tendo girl's treatment of him was far less than desirable. Wincing at the reverie, he then closed his eyes and searched the innermost recesses of his soul. When he had looked into every nook and cranny of his inner being, he saw nothing but images of Shampoo. He opened his eyes, looked at Soren and said in a quiet voice, "It's true, I come love Shampoo." Soren nodded as he said with sympathy, "We thought so. Ever since Shampoo had come into your life, you had some attraction toward her. Not very much, but enough to hold your interest. However, it wasn't as large as your mutual love with your brother for Akan. Now that you had been separated, you are no longer in conflict. Her new attitude has strengthened your attraction toward her and it has now made you permanently bonded to her. Akan is no longer the mainstay for your feelings." Ranma Red could only nod as he looked to his new brother. Ranma Blue was also in a bit of a shock at his new feelings toward Ukyo, his longtime childhood friend. As Soren had asked Ranma Red to think back, Ranma Blue also decided to take a walk down memory lane. His first memories were of course when he and Ukyo were 6 years old. He could see themselves as playful, carefree individuals, not worrying about fiancés, engagements or anything else, besides enjoying each other's company. He then saw the sadness and anger in his playmate as he unknowingly abandoned her. He remembered seeing her again after 10 long years. He remembered her frustration and rage at him for abandoning her, a decade before. How could he have been so blind as to not know she was girl? He also saw her undergo a complete reversal when he said truthfully that she was cute. As time went on, Ukyo once again became his best friend. He could confide in her, trust her with all of his secrets. She was great cook and did not lose her temper as often as Akan. Like his brother, Ranma Blue found it easy to summon up an image of his Ukan, but had extreme difficulty in creating an image of his supposed fiancée. He could see Ukyo's long, dark brown hair and the white ribbon that she always wore. She really was cute and with a very deep blush. He recalled how shapely she was when he grabbed her that one time. He could only see her smiling, laughing and full of life as she happily served him his favorite okonomiyaki. Then he saw the image of how distraught she was when she finally opened up her feelings toward him. When she had told him that she loved him, Ranma Blue had become shaken to the core. Here was someone that he had known only as a close friend that wanted to become something more. As he considered about it, he couldn't help but think that life without Ukyo would be empty. If he got along so well with someone like that, then why not let it develop into love? What was holding him back? Ranma Blue had the answer. Akan Tendo was the reason. he also had feelings of love for her. Strange that he was now admitting it, if only to himself. Now that he was no longer sharing the same body with his twin, he felt as if a great burden had been lifted. He was no longer torn between choosing one of the three girls. Although he was still very nervous about settling on one fiancée, he was now heading on a single path, instead of being stuck at a crossroads. "You're right," Ranma Blue said in a whisper. "I love Ukyo." Taron nodded to him and responded, "I see that the both of you have come to terms with your feelings." He noticed the looks of guilt, which flashed across each Ranma. "You needn't feel like you're betraying Ukyo. The person who loved Ukyo no longer exists." Both twins became shocked when they heard this revelation. Soren said quickly, "Oh, don't be alarmed. What my brother meant was that you two still are Tendo-Saotome. That hasn't changed. However, you will begin to discover that as you continue with your lives, you are going to undergo certain personality adjustments." "What kind of adjustments?" Ranma Blue queried. "Just remember, with two souls inhabiting the same body, you were prone to making bad errors in judgment. Both souls were competing for control and had usually come up with poor results. Your constant insults toward Ukyo and your inability to pick a fiancé are good examples. You tended to jump into situations where caution was required, and whenever a cure for your Juzenkyo curse seemed possible, you were willing to do just about anything. I'm sure you remember that date you had with Kuno when you wanted that magic sword." Both Ranmas shuddered at the memory. "Exactly," Taron affirmed. "Now that each of you have your own body to inhabit, you will now be able to make better judgments for yourselves. Furthermore, you will no longer inhibited when it comes to showing your true feelings toward Ukyo and Shampoo. Do you understand what we are telling you?" For a long while, no one spoke. Finally, the Ranma twin said in the same voice, "Yes." Nodding his head, Taron then said, "Now that those explanations are out of the way, I must inform you that time is limited and we must begin your training. I will ask you to again. Will you help us and become our champions?" Both Ranmas looked at each other and then looked at Taron and Soren. There was another long silence as they considered their options. Finally, they each gave them a slight nod. The two brothers smiled at their new champions. They both raised their arms and sent another flash of white light at them. The Saotome brothers were gone in an instant. To be continued, offer single quotes notes. When I decided to create the Ranma twins, I was inspired by the Mirrors Multiplied and Stellar Craft stories to hook up the Ranmas with the two other females of the Ranmaverse love triangles. The Ukyo and Ranma idea was too much of a recurring theme in most of the fan fictions I had read. Ukyo and Shampoo were always depicted as bitter rivals in the anime and manga. They would fight each other and it would always result in Ukyo getting the prize, Ranma. Not this time. As Taron had said, I had resolved the fiancé issue with two winners instead of one. This development will have serious repercussions later on. This will be the final rewrite for Chapter 3. I felt as if I needed to explain in better detail why Ukyo and Shampoo had become the loves of the Ranma twins. Thanks to all of my readers who had made those suggestions to me. Dual Destinies. The characters depicted in this story are not mine. Ranma one half and all related characters are the property of Rumiko Takahashi. I had written Dual Destinies purely for entertainment. Less than greater than. Thoughts left curly bracket. Telepathic Communication Chapter 4. Double Trouble. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue found themselves standing on the streets of Niruma. They looked around and saw that they were about 10 blocks from the dojo. It was early morning and the sun was just starting to come up over the horizon. Fortunately for both Sotomes, none of the streets were very crowded, and they did not meet anyone named Hu. As they began to walk in the direction of the dojo, they discussed the events that had happened to them. You know, it's kinda weird walking beside myself like this, Ranma Red remarked. No more weirder for me than it is for you. I always wondered what it would be like to have a brother, Ranma Blue replied. Yeah, the same thing goes for me too. By the way, have you thought about what we're going to say to Pot and the Tendos? No, I haven't. How about you? I don't have a clue. It'll be hard enough to explain that we're twins, but when they hear that we want to marry Shampoo and Ukyo, then it's going to really hit the roof. It's funny though. We've known Ukyo since we were 6. I've never thought of her as anything but a good friend. But now, I really love her. I don't know. I'm just so new at this love stuff. I'm just getting used to the fact that I'm admitting it. I can't seem to imagine what life would be without her. It's like I've always loved her, but I was too scared to say it. Same thing with me. Ranma Red agreed. Heck, I already said that Shampoo was really cute. She's nice toward me, cooks great, and she doesn't smash me when something goes wrong. I admit that she can be over-affectionate, but I don't mind it now. I can't stop thinking about her. It's weird. She and her great-grandmother had been trying to get me to follow that Amazon law all this time, and now I want to marry her. Funny how that works out. Yeah. I guess when we were one guy, we just couldn't show how we felt about them. Come to think of it, we couldn't even show how we felt about Akan. Ranma Red became silent after saying her name. After a minute of deep thought, he then said in a quiet voice, "She's not going to take this very well. Neither will her family or Pop. Not exactly something to look forward to after discovering your long-lost twin brother." Ranma Blue heard his stomach rumble. At the same time, Ranma Red's stomach also gave out its protest to be fed. Hey, that's right. We haven't eaten since last night. Yeah, I'm starving. How much money do you have? Ranma Red dug into his pockets. Unfortunately, that was when he remembered that he had given all of his money to Nebiki the day before. She had taken a photo of him kissing Shampoo and had blackmailed him with it. He then looked at his brother, who also realized that he was in the same predicament. The twins shrugged their shoulders in depression. "Don't worry, you two," a familiar voice said. The two brothers began looking around for Taron, whom they had heard in their heads. They couldn't see where their benefactor was. "Don't bother looking for me or my brother, guys. We're still in the realm of infinity. We've been monitoring you since you got back to Earth." "That's right," Soren added. "We're using telepathy to communicate with you two. Don't bother speaking out loud. We can hear your thoughts. We'll soon be teaching you two how to do this, so you'll be able to communicate with each other as well as other people." Less than cool exclamation point greater than Ranma Red thought. Less than Hey Taron. Why were we sent back to Earth question mark greater than Ranma Blue asked. Less than a green single quote T we supposed to be in training against the dark world question mark greater than not yet Ranma Blue. Right now, Soren and I thought it would be better for the two of you to have some time to yourselves. After all, you two have been through quite an experience. Don't worry, you'll be going through your training soon enough. By the way, if you're hungry, go 3 blocks to your left and ask the manager if he needs help moving some boxes. Less than how question mark greater than both Ranmas thought. Trust me, Taron assured. The twins approached a small cafe that was just opening up for the breakfast business. Inside, they saw an old man who was trying to move several heavy boxes from one side of the room to the back. Unfortunately, he was having a hard time of it. Both Ranmas rushed to his side when they saw him bend over and clutch his back as he tried to lift a heavy crate. "Are you okay?" Ranma Red asked. The old man shook his head as he winced in pain. The brothers helped the old man to a table. As he sat down, each Ranma took a chair and sat on either side of him. "Thank you, boys," the old man said. "I'm glad that you two came along. My back had given out again. My stupid employee forgot to move those things to the storage room last night, and I'm afraid I'm in no condition now to move them myself." Remembering what Taron had said, Ranma Blue asked, "Hey, we can help you." "Yeah, we could move that stuff. No problem," Ranma Red agreed. The old man brightened up when he heard their offer. "You can? That would be great. Tell you what, if you could move all those boxes and arrange them in the storeroom, I'll give you both some breakfast. On the house. Anything you want. Deal? Deal." Both Ranmas replied. 10 minutes later, both Sotomes were finished stacking up the boxes and were ready to have breakfast. As the two emerged from the storeroom, the old man was already firing up the grill. "Good job, boys. I'll have the grill warmed up in a few minutes. Say, would one of you take that curtain and set it up outside?" He pointed to a blue shot curtain that was neatly folded up on a nearby table. "Sure. No problem," Ranma Blue replied as he picked up the curtain and headed out the door. As Ranma Blue was finishing up with the curtain, he glanced to his left and then spotted a familiar figure walking up the street toward the cafe. He frowned as he saw the familiar bandana. Less than now, where the heck am I? Greater than Ryoga Hibiki was once again totally lost. As he scratched his head, he looked around for some kind of landmark. It was then that he spotted a familiar person who was hanging up the shop curtain. As soon as he saw that big tail, his eyes became red with rage. "Ranma, prepare to die." Ryoga's standard battle cry echoed through the streets as he began charging. Ranma Blue finished hanging up the curtain, then jumped down to engage the lost boys. As he took a ready stance, he soon discovered that his ki levels were dangerously low. He tried to generate some of his usual confidence but it was then that he became a little dizzy and unbalanced. Less than what single quote's wrong with me? Greater than he was barely able to avoid Ryoga's first attack, which was consisted of a few savage punches, followed by a roundhouse kick. Inside the cafe, Ranma Red had also heard Ryoga shout. Looking outside the window, he saw his brother dodge a flying kick as Ryoga leapt at him. He also noticed that Ranma Blue was not really doing as well as he should be, since his movements were sluggish and the timing was off somewhat. Less than damn. Why did we have to meet up with him now? Greater than Ranma Red got up and ran out the door to assist his new sibling. As he began powering up his own ki energy, he realized that he too wasn't up to snuff. He almost tripped over his own feet as he came through the door. "Now you will pay for cheating on Akan." Ryoga roared as he threw another savage punch at Ranma Blue's face. Ranma Blue dodged the punch and sent a kick to the side of Ryoga's head. The twin Ranma became a bit irritated that his kick seemed to lack a substantial amount of his usual strength. Fortunately, Ryoga was off balance when the kick was delivered and the lost boy staggered back. It was then that Ranma Blue saw his brother come out the door. Just as Ryoga turned, Ranma Red delivered another kick to his other temple, blindsiding him and making him dazed. "We gotta finish this fast," Ranma Red shouted as he took a stance. Ranma Blue was about to object to his brother's interference, but then reconsidered. It wouldn't do for Ryoga to learn the truth yet, and keeping him confused and off balance could only help. Besides, he was hungry. He nodded to his brother and took the same stance and began focusing whatever ki he had. His brother did likewise. Just as Ryoga was about to get his senses back, he looked toward the direction where that last kick came from. He looked up and saw Ranma was poised and ready. Ryoga snarled as he prepared to attack. Then he heard a voice behind him. To his surprise, it was Ranma's voice. "KDCHU!" Ranma Blue shouted. Ryoga looked behind him and his eyes widened as he saw another Ranma dressed in a blue shirt. "DNSHIN!" Ranma Red shouted. Ryoga looked back at the Ranma he was facing and saw that his shirt was red. "YAMAGURIKN!" Both Ranmas shouted. Ryoga could do nothing but stand in shock as the Tendo-Saotomes charged in from both sides and began raining high-speed punches on him like a pair of machine guns. In less than a second, the Hibiki boy found himself subjected to the force of 10-24 rapid-fire blows. His body flared with pain as he was struck in the head, chest and midsection. Ordinarily, Ryoga could take several Amagurikans, due to the high endurance that he gained from the Bakusai Tenketsu training. However, the surprise of seeing two Ranmas, plus the power of two Amagurikans occurring simultaneously on both sides of his body, was just too much for him to handle. After the last punches hit home, Ryoga slumped into unconsciousness. Both Ranmas stood in relief as their mutual enemy dropped. Then they dropped to their knees in exhaustion. They looked up at each other and smiled. In the past, Ranma had always resented having people interfere with his fights. This time, however, each Ranma was glad that the other helped out. It was that special bond of understanding between brothers that both Sotomes were just discovering. "Way to go, you two," Taron commented. "Less than Taron. You saw the whole thing?" Greater than Ranma Red asked. "We both did," Soren added. "I was impressed by your teamwork." "Less than, but it wasn't a fair fight. I should have beaten Ryoga by myself!" Greater than Ranma Blue thought. "Don't let it bother you. When you go up against the Dark World, you'll find that your opponents are not so honorable. The more important thing is that you trusted each other. Trust and cooperation are very vital if you are to beat the Dark World. There may be a time in which your brother is the only thing that stands between victory and death. Besides, you made the right decision by taking out Ryoga quickly. It wouldn't do if certain people were to learn about you two right now. When he wakes up, he'll probably dismiss this event as a dream or a hallucination. At worst, he'll think that you came up with some new technique or that someone else was disguised as you." "Less than what single quote is wrong with us, Taron?" Greater than Ranma Blue queried. "Less than yeah. I feel so weak. The chestnut fist took a lot out of us. I don't get it. Usually, we could do 10 chestnut fists without getting winded. At one time took just about all we had! Greater than Ranma Red asked. "That's understandable," Soren replied. "You see, when we split you two, we also had to split your ki energy in half. Each of you had only half of your original ki. Don't worry though. We'll show you two how you rebuild your ki and a few other ways you can manipulate it as well. In any case, we're very happy to know that you two are getting along so well. After you guys have eaten, make sure you are not spotted by anyone. At noon, head down to the vacant lot behind Ryoga's house. That's the one place where we know that Ryoga won't find you. That's where we will begin your training. We'll check back with you guys later." Both Ranmas sighed as they picked up Ryoga and hauled him into the cafe. Luckily, the manager had his first aid kit on hand. After patching up Ryoga's injuries, they placed him on a cot that was set up in the storeroom. They then settled down to eat breakfast. Half an hour later the twins exited the cafe. After thanking the manager for the food, they asked him to look after Ryoga until he came to. As they walked down the streets, they mentally prepared themselves for the trials ahead. To be continued. Author's notes: I just couldn't resist that scene with Ryoga confronting the twins like that. Ever since I had created Ranma Red and Ranma Blue, I kept on thinking what something like that would look like. I admit that it was a bit on the unfair side, But after all the trouble that Ryoga had caused Ranma, I felt as if Ranma needed to deal out some payback. Just remember, the Lost Boy did team up with Mousse that one time in the online. As you may have noticed, both Ranmas are now becoming a little more mature, now that they have been separated, and I will be developing their character more in the future. I really couldn't think of any major changes to this chapter while doing my rewrite, so there isn't much addition in this one. The only thing that bothered me was that the twins had shown no after effects from the process, which split them. So I edited in Dual Destinies. The characters depicted in this story are not mine. Ranma 1/2 and all related characters are the property of Rumiko Takahashi. I wrote this story purely for fun. Less than greater than. Thoughts left curly bracket. Telepathic Communication Chapter 5. The training begins. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue arrived at the vacant lot at precisely midday. As they stood to wait for Taron and Soren to contact them, the Tendo-Saotomes began discussing their future plans. "So what do you plan to do after all this is over?" Ranma Red asked. "Well, I was hoping to wait until I finished high school before me and you can tie the knot. Since Pop did take that Okonomiyaki cart, I shouldn't have too much trouble convincing Mr. Tendo to break my engagement with Okan. If worse comes to worse, I'll just marry Okan right on the spot. Ain't nobody gonna stop me from marrying my Okan." Ranma Blue smiled with a dreamy look on his face, which then turned into one of concern as he gazed at his brother. "I'm kind of worried about you, bro. How are you going to convince them to let you marry Shampoo?" Ranma Red nodded. "I know. The Tendos and especially Okan don't think those Amazon laws hold any valid claim. I could always ask the old ghoul for some help, but I don't want to hurt Okan or her family. You know, you really should stop calling Cologne an old ghoul. After all, you're going to become part of her family." Ranma Red considered the thought for a moment, then nodded. "Sorry about that. I guess that was a force of habit. I'll call her Cologne from now on." "Bravo." Both twins looked and around, then remembered that Taron and Soren could communicate with their minds. "I'm proud of you, Ranma Red. You to Ranma Blue. You guys are finally starting to lose some of those bad habits of yours." Taron commented. "Yes. It's a good start. You are learning responsibility, compassion and respect. As you will soon find out, your separation will also reflect on your personalities. You'll find yourselves much better off." Soren added. "Hey Taron, are we starting our training now?" Ranma Blue asked. "Yes we are. However, in order to train you properly, we have to be in the physical world with you." "Hold on a moment." There was a sudden bright flash of light that appeared in front of the two boys. When it died down, the two Ranmas beheld the immortal twins. Taron was dressed in his white Chinese shirt, black pants and kung fu shoes. Soren was identical in appearance, except that he wore a black Chinese shirt. "So what's the first part of our training?" Ranma Red asked. "This," Soren answered as he reached behind his back and tossed two items at his students. Both Ranmas did not realize what those items were until they found their lines of vision blocked by masses of fur. Then all of a sudden, the twin Sotomes began to quiver when they heard the things meow. Ranma Red's eyes became as wide as headlights when realized that a white and black cat was holding onto his head. Ranma Blue was no better as his teeth began to chatter at the sight of an orange, striped tabby on his face. Their fear of felines began to build and swell inside their minds. The pressure soon became unbearable as they tried to hold in their automatic reactions. Finally, the inevitable happened. H. Cat, cat, cat. Both Ranmas screamed as they began to run in wild circles, desperately trying to pull off the felines from their faces. This of course startled the cats, which caused them to react instinctively. They gripped their faces even tighter. Taron and Soren shook their heads sadly as they watched their pupils run to and fro like chickens with their heads cut off. All the while, both Ranmas were screaming repeatedly, "Get it off! Get it off! Get it off!" "It is as we expected," Taron said to his brother. The cat fist training had damaged both of their minds. "I always knew that Ranma was stupid, but I didn't think that he would go this far. Just remember, Ranma was subjected to the training repeatedly. Not just with fish sausage, but also with smelt, dry sardines and fish cakes. That idiot father of his actually thought it would make a difference." Soren sighed as he watched the two Ranmas suddenly stop and drop to all fours. "Well, here it comes." The cats had decided that now was the time to leave. They quickly disengaged themselves from the Saotome brothers and ran off. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue were now looking at Taron and Soren like cats that were just about to pounce on an unwary bird. Taron and Soren maintained their calm as they waited for their students to attack. With a loud meow from both, the twins launched themselves at the immortals. As they streaked toward Taron and Soren, the two readied their claws for the impending mauling. Taron was the first to counter his opponent. Stabbing forth with a speed that made both the cat fist and the chestnut fist seem slow in comparison, he began using his index fingers to hit several pressure points on Ranma Blue's body. The cat boy became limp as he lost all control to his voluntary muscles. Ranma Blue fell lightly on the ground in front of Taron. He meowed with confusion as he remained sprawled on his belly. Soren handled his Ranma just as easily. Just as Ranma Red was about to begin slashing at his face, Soren lashed out with an open hand. The hand glowed with a red light as Soren caught the other Saotome twin by the junction where the shoulder met the neck. The red energy spread out from his hand and bathed Ranma Red's body. Soren then brought his pupil close to his face and uttered one word. "Come." Instantly, Ranma Red became less tense and his eyes lost all aggression. The red light faded away and Soren released his student. Ranma Red landed on all fours, then sat on his haunches. He began licking the back of his hand. The two immortal twins shook their heads in disgust as they observed their champions. One didn't have to be psychic to know that they were not pleased. It is very apparent that the two of them had gained an irrational fear of cats from the training. Taron noted. Yes, but we must get rid of that phobia. The dark world probably knows of their weakness and will try to exploit it. Soren added. Very well then. Exorcisms are your department. Go to it. Soren closed his eyes and began concentrating. The two Ranmas suddenly found themselves levitated above the ground and then suspended about 5 feet in midair. Ranma Red began to struggle, but Taron put a stop to it by hitting the same pressure points as he did with Ranma Blue. With both Ranmas limp, Soren began to invoke the spell that would free them from their fear of felines. The Tendo-Saotomes looked in confusion as Soren extended an index finger towards them. The tip of his finger glowed with a tiny ball of white light as he touched a spot on Ranma Red's forehead. Soren repeated the motion on Ranma Blue, then stepped back. The two Ranmas lost consciousness as they began to glow with white ores. Suddenly, twin blasts of Kai energy shot upward from their floating forms. The energy swirled and mingled in the air, finally separating and took on the ghostly shapes of cats. Both shapes meowed once, then dispersed into tiny sparks. After they were gone, Soren gently levitated the Saotome brothers to the ground, laying them on their backs. Their oars faded and a minute later, both of the twins regained consciousness. As the two sat up, they looked at their mentors with confusion. What happened? Ranma Red asked. I remember you throwing us the cats but not much else. Same here. Why did you do that? Ranma Blue added. He was a little surprised that he wasn't angered. Instead, he felt refreshed. It was as if a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Ranma Red was also feeling the same way. It was at that time that a stray cat had wandered into the lot. The gray and white striped feline ambled over to Soren and nuzzled his leg, hoping for a handout. Soren looked down and saw the cat. Reaching behind him, he pulled out a small fish and tossed it toward the Saotomes. The fish landed on the ground between the twins, instantly alerting the tabby. The cat pounced on the tasty tidbit and began to eat. Both Ranmas looked at the cat and were more than amazed when they did not feel the slightest bit of fear from being so close to it. Ranma Red reached out slowly with a hand and began to gently stroke the cat's back. Ranma Blue followed suit and started to pet the feline's head. After a minute or so, the cat decided to take its meal somewhere else. Picking up the fish in its mouth, it ran out of the lot and disappeared. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue looked up at Soren and Taron with awe. The two immortals smiled as they began their explanations. The cat fist was created by a demon of the dark world some 5,000 years ago. Taron said. He had intended to corrupt our champions with the lure of its power, knowing that the technique would also bring madness. When our champions fell victim to the cat fist's adverse side effects, I used a technique which freed the demon's influence from their minds. You see, the training for the cat fist is really an arcane ritual to summon up the demon's power, and the use of the technique is more like a possession than a martial arts move. To counter it, I used my powers to exorcise the spell from them. just as I had done with the two of you." Soren smiled. "So we're no longer afraid of cats?" Ranma inquired. "Well, it would not do for you to marry Shampoo, unless you conquered your fear of her Jews and Kyokers," Soren replied. Ranma nodded. "After we had freed our previous champions from the cat fist, the demon still decided to make things difficult by leaving the instructions to the technique into the hands of several martial artists. It was his hope that the cat fist would one day corrupt one of our future champions. When Ranma came across it, his plan succeeded. Taron became very irritated at this fact. Yes. Despite the fact that we added that third page, he still submitted his son to that horrible training. I swear, an overcooked cabbage has more intelligence than him. You'd think a martial artist would read the whole instruction manual before trying to learn the technique. That man is an absolute moron. The only thing good that ever came out of him was Ranma. The twin immortals fumed for a few more minutes, then calmed down. Turning back to their students, they began their instructions. "Now that you both have been cleansed of the cat fist, it is time that you began your training," Taron said as he and his brother sat down in front of both Ranmas. "Yes. Now please sit in a lotus position," Soren added. The two Ranmas crossed and locked their legs in the indicated position. "As you recall, we did promise to teach you how to communicate with your thoughts. This ability will be very full in the near future as you battle the dark world. There will be times that one of you will be in the spirit plane, while the other will be on the earth realm. Close communication between the two of you will be essential. This skill will also enhance your other senses and increase your perceptions. To begin, we want you both to clear your mind and begin meditating," Taron said as the lesson began out somewhere on the other side of Nirima. Ryoga Hibiki was a sorry sight to behold. As usual, the eternal lost boy had no idea where he was going. That was not the surprising. What was surprising was that he looked more bruised and battered than he ever did during his usual long trip to find somewhere closed journeys. The beating that he received at the hands of the Ranma twins left him in both physical and emotional pain. His body was a mess. It was covered in so many bumps and bruises that his skin was almost totally purple. He had a bandage wrapped around his forehead, and he had a gauze patch taped to either side of his cheeks. His face was swollen in several places and he had several welts raised on his head. His hair was frazzled and he was sore all over his upper body. He also had several bandages wrapped around his midsection underneath his clothes. "Less than curse you, Ranma. I don't know what new technique you've discovered, but I will make you pay for what you've done to Akan and me!" Greater than Ryoga was so deep in thought that he wasn't watching where he was going. As a result, he ended up at the front gate of the one place he could never find if he tried. The Tendo Dojo. "Ryoga. Hi!" Akan called as she came out of the house. Ryoga froze as he heard her voice. "Greater than, oh no. It's Akan. I can't let her see me like this! Exclamation point greater than Ryoga did not face his secret love as he responded. Oh, hi Akan. Nice day we're having. Ryoga? What's wrong? Why won't you turn around? Are you hitting something? Me. Hiding. Oh, it's nothing I can. If it's nothing, then why don't you turn around? I mean, I'd rather talk to your face instead of your back. Akan began to walk around toward Ryoga's front. Ryoga desperately turned the other way, trying desperately to hide his appearance from her. Akan then reversed her direction and over to the other side. Ryoga turned to avoid her. Then Akan reversed her direction again. Ryoga reversed with her. This strange little dance went on for about a minute, until Akan became a bit irritated. Ryoga, why won't you face me? Ryoga was panicking. If he couldn't think of a good excuse, Akan would surely see his face. It was then that his shadow fell down and blocked out the sun for a moment. Ryoga looked down and saw that the shadow was the shape of a bicycle. The shadow became larger and before Ryoga's pain-ridden body could react, he was driven face first into the pavement as Shampoo's bicycle landed on him. Why? Ryoga screamed as his injuries pressed hard against the concrete. Shampoo looked down on what she had landed on as she balanced a takeout box on one hand. Seeing that it was Ryoga, she quickly pulled her bicycle off the lost boy, and then bent down to help him up. It was then that she noticed Ryoga's face. Hiya! Where Ryoga gets so many boo-boos? Akan then looked at the Hibiki's face and gasped. Ryoga, what happened to you? Ryoga fumed in pain and silence for a few moments before shouting out, "Damn that Ranma!" Shampoo and Akan looked at each other and then back at Ryoga in disbelief. Then Akan half shouted, "Ranma did this." In the Tendo dining room, Ryoga was sitting at the table, nursing a cup of tea that was given to him by Kasumi. The Tendo family and Shampoo were gathered around the lost boy as they listened in on his latest encounter with the big-tailed martial artist. They had not seen Ranma for more than a day and were eager to learn his whereabouts. Ryoga told them that he had encountered Ranma early today. During their usual battle, Ranma had used some new technique that somehow doubled his speed. Ryoga swore that Ranma moved so fast that he saw two of him for a moment. That was when he received more than 1,000 high-speed punches. When he came to in the cafe, Ranma was already gone. He was so angry that he did not stop to ask the manager on where he had gone, and immediately got lost again. It was pure coincidence that he came across Dr. Tofu's office and got proper treatment. Hiya! It no possible, Shampoo stated as Ryoga finished his story. What do you mean? Dr. Tofu told me that he recognized Ranma's handiwork. He even counted how many hits I took. 1,024 punches. Shampoo shook her head. Even great-grandmother cannot hit more than 700. Great-grandmother taught Ranma how to do chestnut fist. Ranma can do 500. Maybe a little more. Ranma looked with a stern gaze. What do you think, Tendo? Ranma has never been that good. I don't know, Saotome. Could this have anything to do with his disappearance? Perhaps he has been training in some new techniques that we don't know about. As the others began to speculate on the missing Saotome, Akan was fuming in silent rage. Less than that jerk. How dare he hit poor Ryoga like that? And to think we were actually getting worried about him. When I see him again, he's going to wish he never thought with Ryoga exclamation point greater than back at the vacant lot. Both Ranmas and their immortal tutors had just completed the first step in the training. By the time the sun was setting, the Saotome brothers had mastered the ability to project their thoughts. The two became ecstatic at their newfound skill and thanked their benefactors. "You're very welcome, boys," Taron said as they all got up. "Yes. Well, it is time for us to leave you now," Soren said. "Are you sure you don't want to stay over in the realm of infinity? I mean, you can hardly go home right now. The Tendos are definitely not ready for you to." Ranma Blue shook his head and said, "None. My brother and me have already thought about this and we've started to get some ideas. We know of a couple of places where we can go for a while. All right, you two. We'll meet back here at noon tomorrow. See you then." Soren turned back toward his twin and the two disappeared in a flash of light. The Saotome twins began walking toward the Nirima district as the last rays of the sunset faded from view. They did not head toward the Tendo dojo, but toward the business area. It was about 10 o'clock when the two arrived at a familiar establishment. The proprietress was just taking down her shop curtain as she prepared to close for the night. The street lights cast a somber light, which reflected off the giant spatula that was strapped to her back. Ranma Blue and Ranma Red watched from around the corner as Ukyo went into her shop and closed the door. They then faced each other and Ranma Blue took a deep breath. "Well, this is it, bro. The first night of the rest of your life. Are you sure you want to do this now?" Ranma Blue was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I have to tell her how I feel. I just can't stop thinking about her. Being away from her is like missing a part of myself." Taron was right. "I do love her. I've been feeling this way ever since we got back. All right, Blue. You know I'll be behind you 100%. Just be sure that you'll be there when I pop the question to Shampoo. You know it, Red." Ranma Blue stepped out into the street and walked over towards the Hookins. When he reached the front door, he began knocking on it. After a few minutes, the door opened. "I'm sorry, but we're closed and Ran-chan." Ranma Blue barely got to say hi before the brown-haired girl embraced him in a grip that was similar to Shampoo's Amazon glove. Ranma returned the embrace. "Where have you been?" Ukyo asked, still embracing her fiancé. "I haven't seen you since the day you told me that you loved me." Ranma Blue finished. Ukyo released her grip and turned around in embarrassment. Ranma Blue thought her sudden shyness was adorable. "Hey Uken, Can we go inside and talk? There's something that I really need to tell you. Ranma Red watched from his corner, as Ukyo gestured for his brother to enter and the two went inside. He then waited patiently as he looked at the darkened building, which only had one room lit. He assumed that Ranma Blue and Ukyo were having a very tender discussion in that room. 10 minutes later, he heard a loud crash as Ukyo's voice shouted out one word. Yes. Ranma Red smiled. He could only guess as to what had just been said. He had some wicked speculation as to what was happening at the moment but decided to banish those thoughts. Another minute later, he heard Ukyo's voice again. I love you, Ran-chan. Less than a well-dot greater than Ranma Red thought. Less than at least I know he'll be happy! Greater than he shook his head and smiled. 20 minutes later, the building shut off its lights and all was silent. Ranma Red came out from his hiding place, just as he saw his brother exit the building. He had a dreamy look on his face and was carrying a large takeout box. So I take it she accepted. Ranma Blue could only nod, as the memories of Ukyo kisses were still fresh on his mind. That girl could really oscillate. So what did you tell her? Ranma Blue finally shook himself out of his dreamy state and said, I just told her that I loved her and asked her to marry me. I also made her promise not to tell anyone about the proposal until the right time. I haven't told her about you yet, but she swore not tell anyone that she saw me. It's good to know that she'll keep our secret. By the way, I see you brought us some dinner. Yeah, we can eat on our way to the school. We can use that old storage room in the basement to hide out in after we sneak our stuff out of the dojo. We could also use the gym showers to clean ourselves up. Well, I guess there's no turning back now. Any regrets? We're not cursed. We're not afraid of cats anymore. I've got a twin brother. Ukyo is gonna marry me. Can't say I have any regrets right now. Yeah, but you know things are going to get more complicated from now on. Things have definitely changed for us. I'd say for the better, don't you? Ranma Red was silent for a time, then he nodded. Patting his brother on the shoulder, the twins headed toward the Tendo dojo to retrieve their belongings. In the realm of infinity, two immortals smiled. Everything was going according to plan. Ought to be continued. Author's notes: I wrote this chapter not only to please Ukyo fans, but also to solve another problem with Ranma, mainly the cat fist. Now for those of you who think that I am eliminating some of the plot devices by solving Ranma's problems, think again. The Ranma brothers will still have problems, just different ones now. The story is becoming less linear than it is in either the anime or manga. This is more of a serious nature. I was inspired to take this route after reading Zen's Long and Winding Road. I'm still waiting for Chapter 3. There will be future chapters that will be more warm and fuzzy as this story progresses. As you can see, this rewrite is relatively minor as I couldn't really think of anything else to do with it. Dual Destinies. The Ranma one-half cast came from the fertile mind of Rumiko Takahashi. Dual Destinies is done purely for entertainment. Less than greater than. Thoughts left curly bracket. Telepathic communication. Chapter 6. An Amazon's wish comes true. It was near 1 o'clock that night as to form slipped into the Tendo dojo via the back door and crept up the stairs toward the guest room. Ranma Blue and Ranma Red stopped near the door of where their father was sleeping. As usual, they could hear Ranma snoring like a buzzsaw. Ranma Blue quietly opened the sliding door and peeked inside. He spied the panda flat on his back and snoring hard enough to assure the pig-tailed twin that Ranma wasn't about to awaken to any noise that he and his brother would make. Nevertheless, Ranma Blue gestured to his sibling to be quiet as they tiptoed toward the closet. After gently removing their mutual backpack from the small storage space, the two began to carefully stow away all their belongings. Ranma Blue began removing all their clothes from the dresser drawers. As each item was neatly folded up, Ranma Red stuffed them into the pack. Every other piece of property was also stowed away as both were relieved that they never amassed much in way of possessions during the course of their stay at the dojo. Photographs, a few necessities, their camping gear, small keepsakes and a few books were all that the siblings had decided to carry. Life on the road had taught them both the value of traveling light. When all of their property was bundled up, Ranma Red gave a telepathic message to his twin brother. "I'm going downstairs to the kitchen. We may need some stuff while we're staying at the school. Don't take too long. We need to be out of here fast. Just give me about 10 minutes." Ranma Red stealthily headed out of the room and down the stairs. Ranma Blue put aside the pack and looked around the room as he tried to determine what else they would need to take with them. Remembering that they still had a small stash of money hidden in a spot where the food-ons were usually stored, he walked up and opened the storage compartment. As he extracted the meager savings, he frowned as he counted the money. It was less than he remembered the last time he checked. He then shot a glare at the sleeping panda. Ranma had a habit of borrowing money from his son without asking. His father thought that Ranma was unaware of this, but both Ranmas knew better. Ranma was not inclined to work for anything, especially when he could use his son to get something for free. The incidents with the Daikoku and Kwanji clans were proof enough. It was these acts, which had caused his son to steadily lose respect for the Saotome patriarch. As of now, both boys could barely tolerate Ranma's presence in their lives. Giving his father a final look of disgust, Ranma Blue left the pack and headed to the kitchen. Ranma Red had just finished packing up a few provisions when he sensed his brother come down the stairs. He had already packed some rice, dried meat, trail mix and a few other foodstuffs into some plastic bags. Nodding to his brother, they began their final preparations to leave the only home that they ever knew. It was then that they sensed someone else. They began to panic as they felt the presence of a certain uncouth tomboy. Apparently, Akan had decided to sneak a late-night snack. Realizing that they only had perhaps 3 seconds to hide themselves, the twins frantically looked around. About 1.5 seconds before Akan entered the kitchen, both Ranmas shot up to the ceiling and used their hands and feet to cling to the rafters. Less than please don't look up! Exclamation point greater than both Ranmas thought as they tried to press as close as they can to the ceiling. Fortunately for the boys, Akan was still half asleep when she came toward the refrigerator. Otherwise she would have noticed the pack and plastic bags on the floor. Opening the door, she looked inside and took out an apple. Taking a bite out of it, she then went out of the kitchen and headed back up the stairs. Both Saotome brothers let out a quiet sigh of relief as the sounds of her footsteps receded away. A minute later, they heard a small thunk as Akan tossed the apple core into the wastebasket and lay back into her bed. Ranma Blue and his other half dropped noiselessly to the floor. That was too close. Ranma Red said to his brother, "Yeah, I'd hate to face her right now. I don't she'd be happy to see us, especially now that we're twins. Anyway, let's get moving." Ranma Red picked up the bags while his brother hefted the pack. The two then scurried quietly out of the dojo, never once looking back. Ukyo Kwanji woke up with a feeling of euphoria the next morning. She could hardly believe what had occurred the night before. As she woke up and headed to the bathroom, she replayed the happy event with a silly, but loving smile. Last evening, Ranma Blue was sitting on a chair in Ukyo's guest room as the okonomiyaki chef sat down on the opposite side of the table. "Where have you been, Ran-chan? It's been more than a day since I saw you. Akan and her family have been worried since you didn't show up for school today. Why haven't you called?" Ranma Blue hedged a bit as he tried to figure out the best way to explain what had happened. Finally, he began by saying, "Before I tell you anything, I need you to promise that what I say tonight, you'll keep it to yourself. At least until the time is right. Can you do that?" Ukyo looked at her longtime friend with a curious eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. Ranma Blue smiled. "First of all, Ukan, I have begun a new training mission. While I can't tell you right now what that training is, or what it's for, I assure you that it is very important. Also, because of this training, I have to keep my distance from the Tenbos, especially Akan. At least for now." Ukyo became confused at these words, but nodded for Ranma Blue to continue. "Ukyo, I have gone through a lot of changes in the past day. I have to show you something. Could you get me a glass of ice water?" Ukyo shrugged as she left the room. She came back a minute later with a glass and placed it on the table. Ranma picked it up and held it before him. "Some really amazing things have happened to me recently. This is one of them." Ranma Blue promptly dumped the contents of the glass over his head. Ukyo's eyes widened as she saw him get wet. Ranma did not change into a girl. Sitting in front of her was a wet, but still male Ranma. She put out a trembling hand and touched his chest. She let her hand roam over the hard muscle beneath his shirt. She could feel no breasts. But, how? Ukyo stammered. Ranma Blue smiled as he grasped the hand that was on his chest. I got a cure for the Juzen Kyo curse. I am now 100% guy. What was the cure? Did you get a hold of some Nanachon? Ranma Blue shook his head. No, the cure that I got was something entirely different. Not only was I made normal, but also I learned certain aspects of my past that I never knew before. The cure also had an unexpected bonus. Bonus? I'm sorry, Uken, but I can't tell you just yet. This is all so new to me. It's new to me to Ran-chan. You finally got what you wanted. But don't you think that you should tell Akan and her family? After all, she is your fiancée. Ukyo became a little saddened as she said these words. Ranma Blue instantly noticed her expression, which made him grasp her hand even more firmly. Uken, they will be told, but not yet. There is so much more that I have to do, but right now, I needed to see you. I have something very important to tell you. Please listen to me. Ukyo met Ranma Blue's eyes as she held her breath. Ranma Blue placed both hands on her shoulders and looked deeply into her eyes. Ukyo Kwanji, I love you. Will you marry me? All at once, Ukyo became shocked beyond words. She couldn't find anything in her mind to respond to Ranma Blue's proposal. Her heart had accelerated its beat until she felt it pound away at her chest like a jackhammer. Less than he said it. He loves me. He loves me! Exclamation point greater than before Ranma Blue had time to react. Ukyo leapt forward and shouted out, yes. She threw her arms around her fiancé's neck and kissed him fully on the lips. The force of Ukyo's embrace knocked Ranma Blue backward and the two of them tumbled to the floor. They were still kissing with Ranma flat on his back and Ukyo sprawled on top. After a full minute, they finally parted lips and Ukyo shouted out her feelings, not caring who was in earshot. I love you, Ran-chan. Ranma Blue smiled as he began kissing his fiancée again. Ukyo gladly complied. After a few more minutes, the two finally picked themselves off the floor and sat down again. Uken, I love you dearly. I'm sorry it took so long for me to realize it. It doesn't matter to me, Ran-chan. I love you. You love me. That's all that matters. Ranma Blue's face became a little more serious as he continued. Look, Uken, I have to make you understand that even though I want to marry you, there are going to be some complications. I know that, Ran-chan. Ukyo responded as she took control of herself. I guess you'd have to tell Akan that the engagement is off. Then there's Shampoo. Ukyo became a little miffed as she said her name. Ranma Blue noticed her slight irritation and his expression hardened a bit. Less than I hope the two of you will get along, Uken. After all, she's going to become your sister _in_law. Greater than Uken, I assure you. Shampoo will go along with this. It's Akan and her family that I'm worried about. Ukyo looked at her love with a confused look. How do you know that she'll accept the fact that I'm marrying you? She wants you as much as I do. Remember when I told you about my cure having a little bonus? Ukyo nodded. Well, it's because of that bonus that she'll be just as happy as you will be. Are you saying that you're going to get Shampoo hitched up with Mousse? Ranma Blue shook his head. No, it's not like that. What I'm saying is that Shampoo will be happy, and I think it would be best that you treat her with more respect. At least try to tolerate her. For me. Ukyo looked at her future husband for a long time before nodding. All right, Ran-chan. It won't be easy, but I trust you. Good. Now I still have to hold you to your promise that none of what we have said tonight will be repeated. Ukyo sighed as she replied, it's going to be hard to keep something like this a secret. Already I feel the urge to run outside and tell everyone about our engagement. You are my real fiancé now. I can hardly believe it. Ranma Blue nodded as he said in a quiet voice, I know that it will be hard, but please be patient. I've already started a plan that should give us some leverage if Mr. Tendo and Pot get stubborn. Alright, Ran-chan, I won't tell anyone that you were here or that you are mine now. Ranma Blue smiled. Ukyo then posed a question. By the way, Ran-chan, what's this bonus that you keep talking about? Ranma gave her a sheepish grin, and then answered, you'll be able to see it in today's double quote the morning after. Ukyo came back from her reverie as she brushed her hair. Her attitude was one of joy as she repeatedly recalled the words that her Ran-chan had said to her. After swearing to him an oath of secrecy, her Ran-chan had informed her that he wasn't living at the dojo anymore and needed a place to stay for a while. She had offered him the spare guest room. Ranma had accepted her offer, but still maintained that his whereabouts must be kept secret for a while. He had left that night, intending to sneak his things out of the dojo. He told her that there were a few more loose ends to tie up and that he would arrive at her place in 2 days, with his bonus. As Ukyo dressed for school, she kept on wondering what that certain bonus was down in an old storage room in Furankenhai's basement. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue were both finishing up the remaining okonomiyaki that Ukyo had made for them the night before. As they ate, they decided to use their new thought-projecting abilities so no one would hear them. It's kind of funny, Red. Blue remarked. Ever since we got separated, I'm not quite as hungry as I was before. Yeah, I noticed it too. Red thought. In the past, I usually ate twice as much food and still be hungry. Now this small breakfast is enough to fill me up. Hey, you don't suppose that when we were sharing the same body, we ate for 2, do you? Now there's a thought. Sounds silly though. Maybe not. It could be that when our 2 souls were joined, our desire to eat was doubled. Ranma Red pondered the notion for a while before popping the last piece of food into his mouth. Come to think of it, the idea doesn't sound as crazy as I thought it was. I've also been thinking about some other stuff too. Like what? Well, we've never gotten up this early. At least not without Akan screaming in our ears. Hey, you're right. Why is that? Ranma Blue thought for a moment before saying, "How about this? With two souls in the same body, we needed more rest and was harder to wake up." "Could be," Ranma Red said. "Come to think of it, we're more careful and we're actually thinking with our heads instead of just rushing into things." Taron and Soren were right. We had changed a lot since we were separated. The changes are for the better. The twin Ranmas were a bit startled when they heard Taron's voice, but they relaxed a second later. "Hey Taron. How's it going?" Ranma Red greeted. "Where's Soren?" Ranma Blue asked. "I'm right here," Soren replied. "It's good to see that you two are using the new telepathy skills that we taught you yesterday." "Yeah, it's a snap," Ranma Blue declared. "You were right when you told us that we could perceive the presence of others," Ranma Red commented. "Already we've sensed Nebiki and Akan pass through the gates 5 minutes ago." "Wait a second, I sense someone else." Both brothers closed their eyes in concentration as they let their new power probe the outside. Their faces contorted into looks of disgust as they both said in their minds, "Kuno." "Correct," Taron praised. "You two learn quick," Soren commented. "In any case, there's been a little change in plans. We want you to meet us at the vacant lot right now. The Dark World has been building up their forces quicker than we thought and we must move you forward in your training. Double quote right curly bracket at the lot. Ranma Blue and Ranma Red were fighting hard as each tried to get through the other's defense. On one side, Taron and Soren were watching their pupils spar with intense looks as they analyzed every move they made. As the two Ranmas punched, kicked, dodged and swerved, Taron and Soren discussed their plans. Which Ranma do you think would be sweet to learn magic?" Taron asked. "Offhand, I would say that Ranma Red has the potential. Since he was the one that we had altered from the cursed female half, he still retains trace amounts of Jews and Kyo magic. Those traces should aid him in his training with the mystic arts." Soren watched as Ranma Red dodged another of his brother's kicks. "Yes, I agree. Ranma Blue will be trained to use elemental power against the Dark World. I must admit, our champions are very skilled. I have little doubt that they will master the techniques in record time. It is time that we told them." Soren called out to the two battling Ranmas. "That's enough warming up, you two. Come over here." The twins stopped their attacks and turned to face their mentors. "Ranma Red, Ranma Blue," Taron began. "We have decided on which paths each of you will take in your training. Ranma Red, you will be training separately with Soren. Ranma Blue, you will be taking your instructions from me. For today, we will be helping you increase your speed, strength and reflexes. By tomorrow, each of us will be taking one of you separately for special training." "But I thought you were both training us," Ranma Red said confused. "We still are," Taron assured. "However, you do recall that we needed our champions to use both magic and elemental power. To that end, we must train one of you in the mystical arts, while the other is taught the secrets of nature. Couldn't you train us in both?" Ranma Blue asked. "I'm afraid not," Soren replied. "The techniques that we must teach you are unbelievably powerful. Their power is far too great for any single mortal to hold. To have both mystical energy and elemental power contained in one vessel would be inviting disaster. It would be even worse if two individuals had that kind of ability. That is the reason why we have trained our past champions in this manner. Each half of the pair will complement the other. Thus a balance is maintained. This is the reason why we taught you to those thought projection techniques. Taron added. The techniques have already strengthened the bond between the two of you. Together, you now have the capability to accomplish your goals. Through this bond, you will be able to draw on each other's strength and will. That is the foundation in which has kept the world intact for 10,000 years. That's right. Soren agreed. Do you guys remember the time you both beat up Ryoga? Sure do. Ranma Red said. That was the one time I really enjoyed myself. Ranma Blue added. Although I'm kind of ashamed that we had to gang up on him like that. Now Ranma Blue, Soren addressed. Even though you didn't want your brother to interfere, were you truly sorry that he helped you when he did? Well, no, not really. I mean we had to keep him from finding out about us. Besides, Ranma Blue gave him a sheepish smile. I was hungry at the time. That's right. Taron said, while turning to Ranma Red. And you Ranma Red. Why did you help your brother? Well, I didn't want Ryoga to find out about us, and I was pretty hungry too. Ranma Red admitted. And after Ryoga was rendered unconscious, what did the two of you feel? Soren asked. Did you feel angry when both of you thought him? Actually, Ranma Red began. I kind of understood Blue's feelings about the fight, but I'm not sorry for what I did. It just felt right. Funny, Ranma Blue added. I felt the same way. I knew that you were looking out for the both of us, and after pounding Ryoga, I felt satisfied that you did come out to help me. Exactly. Taron agreed. That is what we wanted of you two. Trust, empathy, cooperation, and most of all, understanding each other. That is how a good team works. Yes. Soren said. When you go up against the dark world, you'll have those qualities working in your favor. You need each other. Now that we have explained to you why it's so important for the two of you to function together, are you ready to learn? Taron asked. Yeah. Both Ranmas replied not much. Much later, it was nearly 9 o'clock when both Ranmas bid goodbye to their mentors for the day. Within the space of a few hours, the two had already increased their speed and strength under the guidance of the immortal twins. The immortals had begun their instruction in key manipulation within one's own body. The Saotome twins were now able to focus their ki to double their speed and triple their overall strength with minimal effort. Soren and Taron were delighted over the fact that their students had an amazing ability to quickly grasp techniques, a leftover trait from the original Ranma. As of now, the two pig-tailed martial artists could match Ryoga's brute power and Cologne and Ako's eyes speed. As they headed back to the storage room at the high school, they decided to go forward with their plans concerning Shampoo and Ukyo. They stopped by a payphone and called the Neko admin. Taking care to disguise his voice with a handkerchief, Ranma had ordered a takeout meal for two to be delivered to the front of Furankenhai. After specifically requesting for Shampoo to deliver the food, the two headed toward the now-deserted school. Shampoo arrived at the front gate of Furankenhai. She looked around, but saw no one waiting to pick up the order. She dismounted from her bike and walked toward the front of the school building. Stopping halfway down the schoolyard, she suddenly got the impression that she was being watched. Placing the takeout box down, she hefted her bonbonnerie and took a ready stance. It was then that something dropped down from the branches of a nearby tree. The figure was dressed in black, full-body suit. He wore black kung fu shoes and had on a black mask, which only revealed the lower half of his face. There didn't seem to be any eye holes in the mask. His hair was also hidden as it was tucked up under the mask. The unknown person took a stance and beckoned Shampoo to attack. "Who you?" Shampoo demanded. The stranger simply shook his head and then reached behind his back. Shampoo tensed as she waited for him to make the first move. The unknown man removed a slip of paper and tossed it deftly towards Shampoo's feet. Shampoo immediately took several steps back. When the paper fluttered to the ground, she cautiously moved forward and peered at what was written on it. Her eyes widened as she saw what it said. It was a formal letter of challenge. Shampoo looked back up at the stranger in anger. The takeout order was a setup. She had walked right into a trap. Snarling with rage, she raised her bonbonnerie high and said in a defiant tone, "You think you can challenge Amazon? Now you die." Shampoo let out a battle cry as she charged her opponent, swinging her bonbonnerie at the offender's head. To her surprise, however, the stranger easily dodged each of her strikes. Shampoo then tried a combination of kicks and thrusts, only to have those dodged as well. She couldn't believe it. She was using some of her best moves and this person was casually evading her attacks, as if they were nothing. Less than Aya. He's so fast. Not even Ranma that good. Shampoo cannot lose to this one. Must win! Greater than Shampoo increased the intensity of her attacks, but to no avail. This man seemed to anticipate her every move. Shampoo increased the intensity of her attacks, but her opponent simply adjusted his speed and evasion tactics to compensate. As the battle wore on, she began to feel her body tire from the constant exertion. Her moves soon became sluggish and ill-timed. She had started to breathe hard while her opponent seemed to be as calm as ever. It was infuriating. Her opponent had yet to make a counterattack against her, but he was winning. He had not even spoke a single word since the fight started. After 30 minutes of intense combat, the stranger finally began to fight back. Before Shampoo could react, she found one of her bonbonnerie knocked out of her hand by a sidekick. Her other weapon followed suit when her opponent used a pressure point to temporarily paralyze a nerve on her wrist. Shampoo tried to use a roundhouse kick to his midsection, but he simply caught her foot and used it to swing her around. The purple-haired Amazon landed roughly on the lawn. Rolling with the fall, Shampoo tried to get back on her feet. The black-garbed fighter had other ideas. Using a low sweep, he knocked the Amazon's feet out from under her before she was halfway up. The girl found herself flat on her back, and before she could recover, her foe grabbed one arm, rolled her body to have her face down, then twisted the arm around her back. With his other hand, he pinned her free arm down to the ground and applied a knee to her back, pressing her down. Shampoo found herself in a difficult position as her opponent applied pressure to her back and the arm that was around it. She found that she had no leverage to free herself and that the stranger was far stronger than she was. She was also too exhausted from the fight. She couldn't believe that she had been defeated so easily, but she couldn't deny it. She was beaten. Tears began to well up in her eyes. She had been saving herself for Ranma, but now this newcomer had defeated her. The Amazon then considered another thing. Since his victory was a clear challenge and Ranma's victory was more of an accident, she was now honor-bound to marry this man, whoever he was. That thought made her heart wrench in pain. It was so unfair. She was sure that her new attitude toward Ranma had started to win him over, but now she was being denied the chance to find out if she would have succeeded. She had dreamed of a bright and wonderful future with him. That dream had been dashed with her defeat at the hands of her unknown assailant. However, she was an Amazon and as such, her duty was clear. Biting back her tears, she simply said, "Shampoo accepts defeat, Aaron. Don't you think you should wait until after our wedding before you call me that?" Shampoo's eyes widened as she recognized the voice. The stranger released his hold on Shampoo and sat back. Shampoo quickly sat up and looked at her opponent in confusion. The black-garbed one smiled as he removed his mask. Shampoo's mouth opened as she let out a gasp of surprise. Ranma Red shook his pigtail free as he gazed at the beautiful Amazon. Using one hand he lifted her chin, and brought her face close to his. Just as her open mouth was an inch away from his own lips, he quietly said, "Woe me." He then kissed her full on the lips. Shampoo's heart almost jumped out of her chest when she heard those words. Her eyes widened even further as Ranma Red kissed her. She couldn't believe it. Ranma was actually kissing her. He just said he loved her. As Ranma deepened the kiss, Shampoo finally grasped the concept that what was happening to her was real. She quickly returned the kiss and all was silent in the schoolyard. When they finally ended the kiss, Shampoo looked at his beloved with questioning eyes. Why Ranma fight Shampoo? He already beat her. Ranma Red smiled and shrugged. I don't really count those first 2 times. I wanted to make it official. Now, no one can dispute that I defeated you in fair combat. You didn't know who I was, so you fought me at full strength. I beat you. By Amazon law, we have to get married now. Hiya. Shampoo glomped onto Ranma Red. Is true. Ranma finally loved Shampoo. I so happy. She buried her head against her chest and started to weep for joy. Ranma Red gasped as Shampoo tightened her grip. Despite his augmented strength, he could still feel his ribs creaking under the pressure. He felt like a marshmallow in a nutcracker. He gently patted her back and said in a strained voice, "Shampoo, could you let up please? I do need to breathe, you know." "Oh, Shampoo, sorry." Shampoo relaxed her grip. She then looked up at Ranma Red's eyes. They were still gazing at her tenderly, but they also had a serious look to them. "Shampoo, there are a lot of things we have to talk about." "Shampoo, no." Factu tells Violent Akan and Spatula Girl that Ranma marry Shampoo. Well, Akan and her family have to be told. She'll probably explode, but I'm sure Ukyo will accept it. By the way, I want you to stop with the name calling. They are my friends and I don't want to hurt them any more than I have to. "What Ranma talking about?" "Wife Spatula Girl." Ukyo accepted. Ranma marries Shampoo. They have to? No. Shampoo became confused again. "Shampoo, I have to ask you to not tell anyone about this. At least not yet." "Why?" "Ranma already say that he loves Shampoo. Ranma want to marry Shampoo. What difference it make, who know?" Ranma Red let out a quiet sigh as he continued, "Listen, Shampoo, it's hard to explain. You see, I've been through a lot in the past 2 days. I've changed." "What you saying?" Ranma Red quietly disengaged himself from her embrace and walked over to the front door of the school. He then picked up a bucket of water that he previously had prepared and walked back to where Shampoo was now kneeling. "Watch carefully, Shampoo." Ranma Red poured some of contents of the bucket over his head. Shampoo's eyes widened in shock as she saw that Ranma Red had not transformed into a girl. She stood up and approached him. She put a hand on his chest and felt for breasts. When she couldn't feel any, she grabbed a handful of shirt and yanked it up. She saw nothing but lean, hard, male muscle. She looked up at Ranma Red, who was wearing a sheepish grin. "Ranma no girl anymore. Ranma is cured." He nodded as he turned around and then walked back to the spot where he got the bucket. He picked up a thermos that he had also prepared and walked back to Shampoo. "Forgive me, Shampoo." Using the remaining portion of the water in the bucket, he splashed the Amazon. Instantly, she became a pink and purple cat. Shampoo flinched when she realized what she had become. Ranma would go into the dreaded cat fist. She closed her eyes and braced herself for the inevitable chaos that would result. Instead, Shampoo found herself gently picked up and cradled in Ranma Red's arms. He began stroking her behind the ears and soon, Shampoo was purring wildly. After a minute, the big-tailed martial artist set her down and draped her discarded clothing on her. Opening the thermos, he poured some hot water on the feline and turned his back. Shampoo was transformed back into her human form. Putting her clothes back on, she asked, "Ranma is no scared of cat?" Ranma Red nodded as he turned to face her. Shampoo walked up to him until she was a foot away. She looked into Ranma Red's eyes, trying to find a clue as to how he accomplished these miracles. How Ranma do it? As I said before, Shampoo, I have changed. Ranma Red replied. I did not use the Nanachon, but I did find a cure for my Juzenkyo curse and the cat fist. I am normal now. Shampoo embraced him again, but this time she did so gently. Shampoo happy for a future husband, but why you no want to tell anyone about you love Shampoo? Ranma Red put his arms around her. The cure I used for the Juzenkyo curse did something else to me. It was a good thing, but very unexpected. I cannot tell you right now, but I will show you tomorrow. Please, Shampoo, for me, can you keep this a secret? I promise you, I will tell you everything tomorrow. Shampoo saw the pleading in his eyes and her confusion gave way. Okay. Shampoo still no understand, but won't tell anyone. Ranma still loves Shampoo. Will marry her. Ranma Red nodded as he kissed her briefly. I promise, my darling. I love you. I will marry you. You are my life. Never doubt it. Just be patient. Please. Shampoo smiled as she knew that Ranma Red meant every word he said. What was one more day? Giving him a quick hug, she ran off to get her bicycle, picking up the letter of challenge on the way. Waving goodbye, she pedaled off to the Neko Garden. Ranma Red gave a long, lovesick sigh. As he stood there on the schoolyard, Ranma Blue, who had been observing from a second-story window, dropped down beside his brother. Way to go, Red. Couldn't have handled that better myself. Well, now that it's done, all we have to do is tell them. You think they'll accept it? I think they will. God, I hope they will. I can't imagine my life without Shampoo. Same thing goes for me and Ukyo. Ranma Blue patted his sibling's shoulder. Come on, let's get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. Double quote to be continued, offer single quote S notes 6 chapters and I'm still going strong. As you have seen, this is a pro Ukyo and pro Shampoo chapter. After reading the fanfiction Shampoo 1/2, I had decided to give our favorite Amazon a shot at happiness. What does this mean for Akan now that both of her fiancés have forsaken her? Wait and see. What is the difference between Ki and Kai? The next chapter will go into that. I done some tweaking with this chapter and I think I've weeded out most of the typos. This rewrite is also relatively minor as I am currently writing out the draft for chapter 19. Dual Destinies. The Grove Ranma 1/2 are the creation of the great Rumiko Takahashi. Please don't sue me since I am only writing this story for fun. Less than greater than. Thoughts left curly bracket. Telepathic Communication Chapter 7 Revelations. In a darkened area of the park, Ranma Red dodged the hard kick from Soren as the sun came up over the horizon. He had been sparring with the immortal for more than 3 hours and it seemed as if neither one of them looked the least bit tired. Well, Ranma Red, I am pleased that the key manipulation techniques that we taught you and your brother are taking effect. Soren threw another series of punches, all of which his student dodged with ease. I'll say, I've never had this kind of endurance before. Not even against Ryoga. I'm not even breathing hard. Ranma Red backed off a bit, then charged at Soren. His movements were almost invisible to the naked eye as he attempted to catch his teacher off guard with his accelerated chestnut fist. KTCHUDENSHINAMAGURIKN. Advanced. With his speed more than doubled, Ranma Red threw 10-20 punches at Soren in an instant. The immortal martial artist, however, anticipated the move and faded from view before Ranma's first blow could make contact. Thrown off balance, the big-tailed teenager stumbled forward. Turning around, Ranma Red spotted his mentor reappear before him. Cupping his hands before him, he focused his Kai and released a yellow sphere of energy. MOKODAKBISHA. Soren lifted an arm and pointed a finger at him. The tip of his digit glowed with a white light, which then released a thin beam. Kai splitter. The beam impacted with the yellow sphere and split it into two halves. The pieces of Ranma's attack dispersed into nothing and the beam of energy shot forward and hit the young martial artist in the chest. Ranma Red felt his whole body burn as he was thrown backward and landed roughly on his behind. Soren smiled as he stood in a neutral pose and waited for his student to stand up. Ranma Red had a look of astonishment on his face. What was that? How'd you do that? That was the Kai Splitter spell. Soren answered. It is one of the many spells that I know. What was it? As you know, Ki is the life energy that is generated by all living things. We had already taught the two of you how to control it in order to enhance your strength, speed and other physical attributes. Your Kai attacks are based on the idea of using your emotions to project your Ki energy. In other words, Kai is actually Ki energy, but at using your emotions as a medium. The Mokota Kabisha uses your pride and confidence. The Shishihokan uses depression. The Hirishotenha is a combination of anger and calmness. In each of these cases, the strength of these attacks depends on the intensity of emotions. However, Kai attacks are limited since no one can feel the same emotions all the time. Also, you can only feel so much of one emotion at one time. So exactly what did you hit me with? As I have told you before, my techniques not only include Kai attacks, but also mystical powers as well. I am going to teach you how to use your Ki to tap into the magical field of the universe. Once you have mastered this skill, you will have the capability to counter all Kai attacks. Magical energy can defeat any Kai attack since it does not use one emotion, but instead encompasses the entire spectrum of feelings. It is because of this that magic is so potent. Cool. Yes, however, like all things, using magic does come with a price. It can be extremely taxing. Furthermore, it can be dangerous to use if you are careless or distracted. Mystic energy can be unpredictable at times and even the most proficient of magic users have died when using the most powerful of spells. So what are we going to do now? First of all, I am going to instruct you in how to do the Kai Splitter and that teleport ion spell that you had witnessed. Afterwards, I will show you a few self-healing techniques and some simple protection spells. We will then finish up with some more powerful Kai techniques and a new mystical attack. Double quote in another section of the park. Thunderbolt Strike. Ranma Blue hurtled through the air after receiving more than 5,000 volts of electricity from Taron's attack. Landing roughly on the grass, he rolled to a stop, then painfully stood up. Looking up at his teacher, Ranma Blue looked at him with awe. Taron smiled as he said, "What you have seen is an example of nature's power. Your Kai attacks are based on emotions, but my special abilities allow me to utilize the elements of nature as my weapons." "How did you do that?" Ranma Blue asked. "Like my brother, who uses his ki to tap into the magical forces of the universe, I use mine to absorb power from all natural things around me. The trees, the ground, even the air around us can be used as a weapon or defense." "Incredible." "Yes, at Island, however, like using magic, this ability also has a price. Nature is a very potent energy source, but misusing it can be catastrophic. The general idea is to cooperate with nature, not control it or battle it. If you try to push nature too much, it will push back. Keep that in mind or there will be an imbalance in nature and your powers would become reduced." "So what are we going to do first?" "The first thing you are going to do is learn how to tap into the natural energies which surround us. I will then instruct you in simple element attacks and defenses. Lastly, I will also add to your Kai attacks as well as teach you the Thunderbolt Strike. Afterwards, we will break for lunch and meet up with Soren and your brother and see how they are doing." Double quote 8 hours later, it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Both Ranmas are now standing in the empty lot behind Ryoga's house and are facing off at 10 feet from each other. On the sidelines, Soren and Taron are watching on the sidelines. The immortal twins nod to their students and the match begins. Ranma Red starts off with his traditional Kai attack. Mokodakabisha. Ranma Blue raises an arm and counters with an element attack. Gust attack. An intense blast of high-pressure air shoots forward and literally blows out the yellow Kai ball like a candle. He then charges his brother and leaps into flying kick. Ranma Red dodges the kick and then drives a series of short jabs at his sibling's face. Ranma Blue evaded each blow, then jumped back. He crouched down and slammed a fist to the ground. Earth eruptions. A series of short fiery columns exploded from the ground and made a beeline toward the red-shirted martial artist. Ranma Red merely stood in a neutral pose and faded from view, just as the blasts reached his position. Before Ranma Blue knew it, he was kicked from behind as his brother reappeared. Flipping away from him, Ranma Blue decided to change tactics. Also taking a neutral pose, he also faded from sight. Ranma Red looked around in confusion as he tried to sense his twins' whereabouts. Suddenly, the scenery beside him moved as a faint human outline lunged at him. Ranma Red felt 3 punches hit his chest and head. As he staggered back, He looked up and saw that Ranma Blue had somehow used a camouflage technique to sneak up on him. It was just as good as being invisible. He then heard his brother shout out his next attack. Flaming Kai Wave. Ranma Red decided to go one better on him. Pointing a finger at the arc of Kai energy, he focused his inner energy and fired a thin light beam. Kai Splitter. The beam dissipated the Kai Blast and also nailed Ranma Blue in the chest, causing him to become visible as he was thrown back. He then tried to press his attack by leaping forward and tried using his accelerated chestnut fist. KDCHUDNSHINGAMAGURIKN. Advanced. Ranma Blue had already recovered from the Kai Splitter and began his own accelerated chestnut fist. KDCHUDNSHINGAMAGURIKN. Advanced. The two brothers threw more than 1,000 punches each, as both tried to land their blows on the other. After the two had completed the moves, they leapt back and then tried another round of martial arts. On the sidelines, Taron and Soren smiled as they watched their two students dart around the lot. Every now and then, each Saotome brother would either try a new Kai attack, spell or elemental power. The two displayed an astounding measure of skill, strength, speed and endurance. As the battle continued, Soren and Taron discussed the progress of the twin Ranmas. They had shown us exceptional talent, Taron. Soren remarked. Ranma Red has mastered all of the techniques that I have taught him in a few short hours. Most remarkable. Yes. Ranma Blue has also improved. He uses his elemental powers with care and does not try to overwhelm his brother with sheer force. He shows great control and does not waste his efforts. A definite improvement over the original Ranma. It seems our champions will be well prepared when they confront the Dark World. It is just as well. They will be facing their first challenge soon enough and they still have a long way to go. Taron noticed a bright flash of light as he turned his attention toward the bat again. I think they're about to try their strongest techniques. Should we stop them? No. I think the best way for them to learn about this aspect of magic and elemental power is to experience it. Alright, but we better get ready in case they overdo it. Ranma Blue glowed with a bright blue aura as he prepared his strongest elemental attack to date. Ranma Red also got ready to unleash his spell as he was bathed in a red light. Clouds began to suddenly form overhead as Ranma Blue focused his ki into nature's power. His brother was suddenly surrounded by swirls of eerie mists as he drew upon the mystical forces. All at once, Ranma Blue threw an arm up into the air with his hands spread and his palm facing upward. The dark clouds above him sent down a sizzling bolt of lightning, which struck the big-tailed twin and was absorbed into his body. Ranma Blue was soon glowing with a bright white light as the electrical power crackled and sparked. Pulling both of his hands back, he began charging his ki and the power of the lightning for one massive discharge. Ranma Red was also ready to let loose his attack. The mists that had been swirling around his body began to condense into his palms. When all the mists had clumped together, He drew back his hands. Ranma Red's eyes flared red and his ki energy then combined with the power contained in his hands. All at once, Ranma Blue threw his cupped hands forward and released his final attack. Thunderbolt Strike. The discharge of electrical and ki energy was enormous. It was 1,000 times greater than what Taron had used to demonstrate the technique. At the same time, Ranma Red also threw his final attack. Dragon Spirit. The condensed mists and ki energy shot forward and formed a ghostly dragon's shape. It roared toward Ranma Blue's attack and collided with astonishing results. There was a huge explosion as ki, element and magical energies interacted with each other. There was a gigantic flash of multicolored light. The force of the explosion caused a backlash of power, which threw both Ranmas off their feet. They landed on their backs and became dazed. When the blast finally faded away and the noise died down, both Soren and Taron rushed to their respective students. "Are you all right, Ranma Red?" Soren asked. Ranma Red groggily sat up and nodded. The force of the two attacks colliding had just knocked the wind out of him. Other than a few cuts that were caused by flying debris, he was relatively okay. On the other side, Ranma Blue was also sitting up and seemed to be in decent condition, despite a few nicks and tears. He took Taron's hand as he was helped to his feet. An hour later, both Ranmas were fully recovered from their match. Utilizing both the healing spells and the power of nature, the Saotome twins had no marks from their battle. They were sitting on the ground and listening to their mentors as they explained what had occurred. "I have to admit, I was very impressed on the way you both had generated that much power in so short a time," Taron complimented. "Your performance was impressive indeed," Soren added. "In 10 millennia, no champions had ever achieved that level of mastery in the mystic and elemental arts on the first day. Could you explain what just happened?" Ranma Red inquired. "Yeah, I need to know too," Ranma Blue added. "It looked like our energies were simply absorbing each other, then blasted back at us. It is quite simple," Taron began. "Your elemental and magical abilities can stop or overpower Kai attacks, but they are still based on your ki energy. Magic has a great influence over nature, but at the same time, nature's power can cancel out magic. Since both skills have the same foundation, your ki, they both share similar properties." "Yes," Soren continued. "That is one of the reasons why we cannot train both of you in magic and elemental power. The two energies would be in conflict and would either cancel each other out, or result in an explosive reaction. They would be rendered unreliable at best and deadly at worst. The reason we allowed you to try those attacks against each other was to show you how potentially hazardous it is to have both abilities in the same body." Both Ranmas nodded as their tutors finished their explanations. Smiling at both their students, Taron and Soren helped them to their feet and informed them that the day's lesson was over. "My brother and I must return to the realm of infinity," Taron said. The dark world is becoming ever more restless as the time of the contract renewal draws near. We must observe their movements and determine their plans. Don't worry, you two, Soren assured as he saw the looks of concern on their faces. We'll still be keeping an eye on you. The contract is not yet up and we still have much to teach you. For now, we are going to give you the next 3 days to yourselves. If you need us, you can use your telepathy skills to contact us. You may spend your time as you see fit. This will allow your bodies to become attuned to their new abilities. Besides, I'm quite certain that you wish to see Ukyo and Shampoo. I believe that both of you had planned to inform them about Tendo-Saotome's twin brother. Hey, how did you know about that? Ranma Blue asked. Taron smiled. We had been observing you since we had separated your souls. And, you are letting us do this? Ranma Red asked. Why not? Soren said as he smiled. After all, they are your fiancés and they need to be told the truth. Don't worry, everything will turn out all right. With these words, the twins disappeared in a bright flash of light. The twin Saotomes were left alone in the lot. They began to make preparations for the night. It was around 9 o'clock when Ranma Blue arrived at the Hookins. Ukyo warmly greeted him as he entered the restaurant. Setting his pack in the spare guest room, he offered to help with her remaining customers. He would take the customers' orders, then give them to his fiancée to cook. With each completed okonomiyaki, the brown-haired girl would toss the orders at her future husband and he would set each one in front of the customers. They operated at a rapid pace and customers continually flowed in and out of the establishment. After the restaurant closed its doors an hour later, Ranma Blue and Ukyo set about cleaning up the place. They soon had the restaurant cleaned in short order. Afterwards, they were both sitting down at a table, each sipping from a cup of tea. Ran-chan, I'm so glad that you're here. I've missed you. Oh come on, Puken. It's only been a couple of days. Being away from you for a couple of minutes is torture for me. Ukyo gave him a mischievous grin. All I could think of for the last 2 days was when you proposed to me. I still have to pinch myself every hour to make sure that I'm not dreaming. Don't worry about it, Uken. You're not dreaming and I'm going to marry you. Ukyo's smile became even warmer as she leaned over the table and kissed her fiancé. By the way, Ran-chan, you still haven't told me about what you are going to do about Shampoo and Ukyo. Remember when I told you about my new training had come with a bonus? Yeah. Well, it'll be arriving any minute now. Or should I say, he'll be arriving. Walking arm in arm down the street, Shampoo could hardly contain her excitement as she clung to her fiancé's side. Behind them, Shampoo's great-grandmother hopped along on her staff. Son-in-law, I am very curious. Exactly where are we going? The Hookins. I have something very important to show you and Shampoo. It is vital that the two of you be present. Cologne considered the young pig-tailed martial artist in front of her. Ranma had been missing for days. Furthermore, Shampoo's mood had changed dramatically since the previous evening. After returning from the delivery, she had gone from a dark mood of depression to a happy and carefree dreamy state. When Cologne asked her great-granddaughter what had happened, she had simply shrugged and said that today was going to be something special. When Ranma arrived at the restaurant, Shampoo had bounded over and gave him one of her more affectionate greetings. What surprised Cologne was that he actually returned the hug, then kissed her. This act alone would have sent her into shock, but he then surprised her again. Instead of greeting her with the usual old girl reference, he had addressed her in a polite manner. His exact words were, "Greetings, inner elder Cologne." Those words almost made her fall off her staff. There was no doubt about it. Ranma had changed. Cologne had also noticed that her future son-in-law seemed to emanate more power from his aura than ever before. He also seemed stronger and was more certain of himself. It wasn't the usual cockiness that he had in the past. He carried himself with discipline and actually showed respect toward his elders, mainly her. He was most eager to display affection toward her great-granddaughter. This act, by itself, left Cologne stunned. Ranma had never before reciprocated Shampoo's overtures toward him. He was not the kind of person who would willingly show any form of tender feelings in public. However, now he was actually glad to see Shampoo in earnest. There were no promises or deals. There were no potions or magic spells. There wasn't even the usual habit of Shampoo glomping onto Ranma while he tried to pry her off. He welcomed her embrace. Less than whatever happened to son-in-law. "I am glad of it!" Greater than she smiled as she became assured of her great-granddaughter's future. Fortunately for her son-in-law, Mousse was out delivering an order at the time. Cologne was certain that he would not have liked his beloved Shampoo being in the arms of his hated rival. When Ranma had asked them to come with him, the elderly Amazon had locked the doors and left a message for Mousse to start cleaning up when he got back. When they got to the front doors of the Hookins, Ranma stopped and turned to Cologne and Shampoo. "Well, this is it. Before we go inside, I have a confession to make to you, Cologne. I am listening, son-in-law. As you know, the Tendo family do not consider Shampoo's claim on me as valid. It is difficult for me not to be aware of that fact. That is the reason why we are here in Japan." "Yes, but did Shampoo tell you the entire story? On how I beat her the first time?" "I must admit, she was a bit evasive when it came to the details. However, she did confirm that she was defeated by you. Let me clear things up for you. When Shampoo was trying to fulfill the kiss of death, she was unaware at the time that I was under the influence of Juice and Kyo. While trying to determine my whereabouts, she attacked Akan. Coming to her defense, I ended up knocking her out by accident. I had attacked her when she was currently fighting Akan. I think that your Amazon law clearly states the rules on interference during fights of honor." Cologne thought for a long while before responding. "Indeed. By what you are telling me, Shampoo did not actually lose the fight honorably since you interfered. By this new information, I would say that the kiss of marriage that she gave you was not valid. If that is so, we should not have even come here. That is so. But you are here now. And during your stay here, I have fallen in love with your great-granddaughter. I had only just realized that fact 3 days ago. With these words, Shampoo hugged him even tighter. I can see that Shampoo is glad to hear of that. However, you do realize that such a union is now impossible. Since I consider your defeat of Shampoo as invalid, I must now return to China with her. I had gone through many headaches before, trying to get the two of you together. The Tendos are not likely to give you up, nor would Miss Kwanji. It has been very aggravating these past few months, especially now that I see that all of it was unnecessary. I know that it has been hard for the both of you, and I apologize for all the inconvenience that my hesitancy has caused you. However, I do love your great-granddaughter, and I know that you still abide by those laws. Therefore, I had taken steps to overcome that obstacle. What are you saying? Cologne's eyes narrowed. Last night, I made a takeout order for Shampoo to deliver to the front of the Furankenhai. I then challenged her to a duel. Since I was wearing a disguise, she did not recognize me and therefore accepted my challenge. I defeated her in fair combat. Cologne looked at her great-granddaughter with a firm gaze. Is this true, child? Shampoo nodded and took out Ranma Red's challenge letter. Cologne took it and looked at the handwriting. She recognized it as Ranma's. She then looked at Ranma Red with a hard glare. Do you realize what you have done? You have placed yourself and us back into the same mess as before. This time, I have to accept your defeat of Shampoo. Yes, Cologne. Ranma Red agreed. However, this time, it is different. I do love Shampoo. I am willing to marry her. And lot of Ukyo and Akan. Akan and her family will be dealt with later. However, I have a feeling that Ukyo will go along with this. That is the reason why I have brought you here. Ranma Red turned to knock on the door. A voice called from inside. Come in, Red. Doors opened. Shampoo and Cologne became shocked as they heard Ranma's voice coming from within the restaurant. Ranma Red gave them a reassuring smile as he motioned for them to follow him. Ukyo's shocked expression matched that of Cologne and Shampoo's as they entered the restaurant. The sight of two Ranmas in the same room left the three females speechless. No one spoke as everyone looked at one Ranma and then the other and back again. Multiple double takes were made as the three tried to distinguish the two. Finally, someone spoke up. Who imposter with spatula girl? Hey! My Ran-chan is the real one. Ukyo said as she stood up and grabbed Ranma Blue's arm. You're the one with the fake, you dumb Amazon bimbo. Shampoo is not dumb bimbo. Shampoo marry real Ranma. Stupid spatula girl just mad she got fake Ranma. Who are you calling stupid? Ukyo took out several of her small throwing spatulas and threw them. Who you calling Biambio? Shampoo shouted as she took out her bonbonry. Both Ranmas realized that things were about to get very violent, so they decided to put a fast stop to it. Ranma Red placed a hand on Shampoo's shoulder and began radiating red energy from it. The power washed over Shampoo's body and he leaned toward her ear. In a quiet voice, he simply said, "Come." Instantly, Shampoo lost all of her aggressive emotions and a feeling of serenity came over her. Her weapons fell from her hands and clattered to the floor. Ranma Red then settled her down on one of the seats. Just after Ukyo's throwing spatulas had left her hands, Ranma Blue focused on gravity's pull on them. The spatula stopped and hung in midair. Another second later, they dropped straight down to the floor. Everyone, especially Cologne, gaped at the two Ranmas. Ranma Blue led off alongside as he sat down with his brother. "I was afraid that something like this might happen." Ranma Red nodded. "Son-in-law, you had a lot of explaining to do. What the two of you did was impossible. The fact that there are two of you here is just as unbelievable." Ranma Red gave his future-in-law a nod as he said, "Cologne, the reason why I asked you to come with Shampoo and me is because of your ability to sense yours. As I remember, you are able to sense an individual's key energies and differentiate between persons. That is correct, son-in-law. No two people have the exact same aura. It is like comparing fingerprints. Great honored elder, I ask that you probe the both of us. Since you have had close contact with Ranma, you should be familiar with his aura. You can tell us who is the real Ranma." Cologne looked at Ranma Red with skeptical eyes, then after a while, nodded. She closed her eyes in concentration and began her probe. She first scanned Ranma Red and then his brother. Nothing was said for a very long time. Ukyo and Shampoo were silent for a very long time. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open as she looked at both Ranmas in sheer disbelief. "Impossible. Your auras are exactly the same. There is not the slightest difference between the two of you. You are both Ranma-Saotome." Shampoo and Ukyo let out a gasp as they stared at their fiancés. There was another one of those silences as the twins sat uneasily in their seats. Finally, after exchanging glances at each other, they both said together while pointing to each other, "Allow me to introduce you to my twin brother, Ranma-Saotome." 3 hours later, Ranma Blue and Ranma Red had finally finished with their explanations for the past 3 days. It was a long and complicated story, as they were often interrupted when Ukyo, Shampoo and Cologne wanted more clarification or detail. When they had completed their story, the twins sat back and waited for their reactions. Ukyo and Shampoo were understandably in shock as they sat in dumbfounded silence. Cologne had the advantage of long life experience and spoke first. "So in truth, you are both Ranma-Saotome, the chosen twins?" Both Ranmas nodded as Ranma Blue answered, "Yes. My brother and I have lived in the same body for more than 16 years. We had shared the same memories, experiences and lived the same life. The only difference between our two souls was our love for a specific girl. Ranma Red added. We had both developed some feelings for Akan, but each of us also loved another girl unconditionally. I had fallen in love with your great-granddaughter while Blue here loved Ukyo. Because of this condition, we were unable to actually express our feelings for Uk and Shampoo. The only real thing that we could agree on was our feelings for Akan. This brought us into conflict, Ranma Blue stated. When our benefactors separated us, we were no longer inhibited. The separation not only cured us of the Juzenkyo curse, but it also allowed us to freely develop our love for Shampoo and Ukyo. Most remarkable, Cologne stated. Her eyes gleamed at the prospect of having two Ranma Sotomes. But are you both truly Ranma? Ukyo asked in a quiet voice. Shampoo said nothing, but her eyes also asked the same question. Both big-tailed martial artists stood up and walked toward their respective loves. As they stood before them, they raised their hands and gently framed their faces between them. My darling Ukan, this is the only way we can prove to you that we are Ranma Sodom. Ranma Blue closed his eyes and began to concentrate. Ranma Red followed suit. Both began to glow with a white light. Both Shampoo and Ukyo's minds were suddenly flooded with a huge tidal wave of memories. The Sodom brothers began projecting their thoughts into the two girls' heads. Everything that Ranma Sodom had experienced were theirs to behold. Memories of a mother not seen for over 10 years flashed before them. They relived the terror of being repeatedly thrown into a pit of starving cats with fish sausage strapped on. They saw a crying 6-year-old Ranma after having left his best friend Ukyo on the side of the road. Several scenes of Ranma's blood feud with Ryoga were also viewed. They saw Ranma's look of shock as he emerged from the spring of drowned girl. They saw Shampoo battle female Ranma and then imparted the kiss of death. The moments of embarrassment whenever the curse activated itself were also displayed. However, the memories, which had the most impact, were the ones since Ranma had arrived at the Tendo dojo. An arranged marriage being forced on him. The troubles that the curse had caused with the Kuno family were seen. The subsequent battles with Ryoga and Mousse. The shock of discovering that your childhood friend was really a girl. The fear of facing a monstrous ghost cat. The irresponsible promises made by his idiot father. All of his trials and tribulations were set before the girls like a tapestry. The many images of Akan in all her moods flashed by in a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. They witnessed her anger, her jealousy and her abusive nature in its purest form. They experienced Ranma's pain and suffering at her hands. They saw and experienced all the aspects of Ranma's continued torture as Akan's violent nature beat him down. However, they also experienced his tender feelings toward the youngest Tendo daughter. They saw his hopes, his dreams and thoughts of a possible future with her. Finally, the rush of memories slowed as the girls witnessed the Sodom brothers' most recent experiences. The surprise of discovering a lost twin brother and a destiny to be fulfilled. The elation was felt when they had been freed of both the Jews and Kyo curse and the cat fist. They saw the close bond that the two siblings shared. They experienced their sense of freedom at finally being able to express their hidden feelings. Finally, the joy each felt when his true love accepted his proposal of marriage. When the two brothers finally broke their mind link and stepped back, both girls shuddered. They had been shaken to the very cores of their beings. They had experienced everything that the Ranma twins had experienced. To say that it was amazing would have been an understatement. Both looked up at the twins with looks of wonder and a sense of understanding. They were still very nervous, but now they truly comprehended Tendo-Saotome. No one spoke for a long time. Both Ranmas looked at their loves with a sad gaze. They did not know what their reactions to their psychic bond would be. Finally, they both sighed and decided to break the silence. "And Shampoo, we never meant to hurt you in any way. We know this is a shock to you both, and if you cannot accept us, then we understand." Ranma Blue lowered his head. "If you want to call off the weddings, then it'll be okay." Ranma Red also lowered his head as his voice wavered. 1 nanosecond later, both Ranmas were tackled by two female martial artists. Both girls clomped onto their respected Tendo-Saotome and began squeezing tight. The force of the sudden embraces drove the couples to the floor. "Hey, why is our anime crazy? I had to wait 10 years for you to see you loving me. You're not getting out of this that easy. I love you, Ran-chan." Ranma Blue and Ranma Red felt a wave of relief and intense joy as they wrapped their arms around their fiancés. They both gave Shampoo and Ukyo long, lingering kisses and would have gone even further if Cologne hadn't interrupted. "Ahem. Excuse me, you four, but I believe we still have some things to discuss." The four blushed slightly as they remembered who was with them. They quickly got up off the floor and sat down at the table. Shampoo attached herself to Ranma Red while Ukyo was literally glued to Ranma Blue's side. As they settled down, Cologne addressed the twins. "Well now, you two. It is apparent that the fiancé business is less problematic than before. Ranma Red will marry my Shampoo and his brother shall have Ukyo Kwanji as his bride. I must say, things have turned out rather well for everyone here. Hiya. Shampoo so happy now. Life couldn't get any better, Ranma honey. I'm glad that the two of you still want to marry us." Ranma Blue said as he gave Ukyo a quick kiss. "Now we want the two of you to bury the hatchet between you. Preferably, not in each other's backs." Ranma Red added. "Huh?" said the two future brides. "In case you haven't realized it yet, once we're all hitched, you two are going to become sister-in-laws." Both girls became silent as they looked at each other. Their eyes widened and their minds reeled as the truth sunk in. They were going to become close-in-laws, instead of bitter rivals. Both swallowed as they began recalling all of their battles and confrontations, in which each girl was at the other's throat. Needless to say, The thought of becoming part of the same family left them speechless and a little nauseated. "They're right, girls," Cologne stated. "We're all going to be part of the same family. I agree with my future son-in-law and his brother. It would be best if the two of you were to let bygones be bygones. Kami-sama knows, we don't need any family troubles." The two female martial artists made no move toward one another. "Come on, Shampoo," Ranma said in a gentle voice. "Don't do this just for us, Fuken." Ranma Blue added. "Do it for all of our sakes. Please. They say that old habits die hard, and right now, both fiancés were really trying hard to forget the past and see the other in a different light. The last several months were gone and done. All of their suffering and pains were over. The war was done. Their long efforts were being rewarded." The two girls looked at each other with intense gazes. They had been intense competitors for Ranma's affection for months. Now that they were going to marry the man of their dreams, there was no more reason for hostilities. Both girls had won. Although they still could not forget all the misery and suffering each had caused the other, they could see that holding on to old grudges was not pointless. Slowly, both girls stood up and approached each other. Ukyo tentatively put out a hand. Shampoo followed suit. Gradually, the two moved closer. After a long and agonizing minute, Shampoo and Ukyo fingers made contact and they grasped each other's palm in a firm grip. "Truce," Ukyo said. "Okay," Shampoo replied. After slowly shaking hands, the two former rivals went back to the sides of their fiancés. Both Ranmas smiled as they embraced their future wives and gave each a tender kiss. After taking their seats, the two couples and the aged Amazon began to plan for the future. There was still the matter of the Tendo family to be dealt with. Not to be continued, offer single quotes notes. As you have noticed, this is probably the warmest and fuzziest chapter so far in the story. What can I say? I like warm and fuzzy stories. Now that it has been revealed that there are two Ranmas, it's about to get a lot more hectic. This story has been slowly building since its beginning and it is starting to pick up steam. The next chapter will deal with Ranma's mother Nodoka and will set a dispute with a certain lost boy. The rewrite of this chapter mostly has a few added sentences and a few deletions. I sort of figured that the reconciliation between Ukyo and Shampoo was a little scanty, so I made it a little more fuller. Dual Destinies Ranma 1/2 and all related characters are the property of the great Rumiko Takahashi. Word from Oh My Goddess also belongs to her respective creator. Left parenthesis S. Please don't sue me. Less than greater than. Thoughts left curly bracket. Telepathic communication chapter 8 Foes and Fiancés. It was bright and sunny day as Ukyo Kwanji awoke with a smile on her face. As she was just getting up from her bed, she heard something rush by her window. As she looked out her bedroom, she saw two forms darting back and forth across the street. Her smile became more pronounced as she saw who was out there. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue were racing across the street as they traded punches and kicks. Each team displayed an incredible measure of agility and skill as they had a running sparring match along the pavement. Many passers-by looked at them in awe as they witnessed martial arts moves that were absolutely spectacular. Less than, wow! Ran-chan has never been that good before. I don't remember him being that fast either. That new training of his has really improved his martial arts. Training with his twin brother has also helped! Greater than Ukyo watched the twins spar for a while, then decided to get breakfast ready for the two. After a long discussion the previous night with both of the Sotomes, as well as with Cologne and Shampoo, it was decided that the twins would stay at Ukyo's restaurant for a while. They all agreed to keep their whereabouts a secret and not inform anyone of the fact that there were not two Ranmas. Meanwhile, the two boys in question were just finishing up their morning sparring session. They had been going at it for more than 4 hours, ever since the sun had risen. As they decided to take a rest, they saw a woman come up the street and walk toward them. She looked to be around her late 30s or so. She had dark brown hair that was done up in a bun and seemed to radiate a controlled calmness about her. She wore a blue silk kimono and was carrying a long bundle, wrapped in cloth. Her eyes were an interesting shade of brown and her face was the kind that would make anyone feel warm and welcomed. "Excuse me, boys, would you mind telling me where I could find the Tendo Dojo?" Both twins flinched as they heard the name. At the same time, the twins felt a feeling of vague recognition as they looked at the woman. Well, you head that way," Ranma Blue said as he pointed in the direction of the Tendo home. "It's about 6 blocks east and then you make a right." "Thank you." The woman bowed to him and continued on her way. "Did you feel that?" Ranma Red asked of his brother. "Yeah, it was weird. I felt as if I should know her," Ranma Blue replied. "Maybe we should ask Taron and Soren what that was all about." "Oh, it's quite simple to explain that," Taron said as he spoke to them from the realm of infinity. "Hey Taron, come to check up on us," Ranma Blue said. "That's right. Although I already know what happened last night. May I offer you my congratulations?" "Way to go, guys," Soren commended. "Thanks." Both Ranmas responded. "Now in answer to your query, there is a very good reason why you felt that you should have known that woman," Taron stated. "Yes. You see, your auras are very sensitive to your emotions. Encountering a familiar figure with whom you have a close bond with can cause reactions like that," Soren explained. "You mean, we know her?" Ranma Blue said. "You should. That was Nodoka Sodom. Your mother." "Mom." Both Sodoms thought in surprise. "That's right. Of course she hasn't seen her husband or son in over 10 years, so naturally she didn't recognize you. Furthermore, we're pretty certain that she doesn't remember having twins, so we don't think that going over to see her is a good idea right now," Taron spoke. "In any case, your stupid father would also be trying to avoid her right now," Soren added. "Why would Pop want to avoid her?" Ranma Red asked. "Oh, that's right. Ranma hadn't told you yet. Soren snapped his fingers. Told us what? Both Sodoms thought. Well, Taron began. When you were about 5, Ranma was very anxious to take you on your training journey. However, Nodoka was very much against the idea of taking her only child away from home at such a young age. She was also aware of how dim-witted her husband was, and she knew that Ranma did tend to overboard on certain things. No kidding. Ranma Blue remarked as he and his brother shuddered at the memory of the catfist training. In any case, Soren picked up. She made Ranma promise to make her son a man among men. If he didn't, then she would make him commit seppuku. After all that you boys have been through, we would think that she would disapprove as to how you have suffered over the last decade. Ranma was always a bit of a melodramatic, so he also involved his son in the suicide pact. Taron added, "What?" Both Ranmas exploded. "Don't worry, guys. We sensed early on that Nodoka never intended to have her son go through with that promise. She only used the threat of seppuku to keep Ranma on his best behavior. Besides, you two happen to be twice the man among men that she expected you to be. When you do tell her, I'm sure she'll be happy." Taron added. The Ranma twins breathed sighs of relief. Then Ranma Blue asked, "Hey Taron, does she know about that stupid promise to unite the schools of the Anything Goes?" "Actually, she doesn't. However, when she arrives at the Tendo Dojo, I imagine that soon we'll inform of it." "Hold on a minute." There was a brief silence as Taron checked something. "She is now about to knock on the Tendo's door. Double quote right curly bracket at the Tendo Dojo." Ranma was chewing his nails out as he paced the floor. He had just received a letter this morning that his wife was coming to the dojo today. Less than what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Greater than the members of the Tendo family looked at Ranma and began to get worried. If a visit from his own wife would put him in a state of panic, then it must be something very serious. "Sodom, why are you so worried? I would think that you would be happy to see your wife after 10 years of separation." "You don't understand, Tendo," Ranma said in a state of near panic. "If she sees me, she'll kill me." The Tendos put on faces of shock when they heard this. Even Kasumi lost her usual look of serenity. They simply could not believe what they were hearing. "Oh, come on now, old friend. She may be a little irritated that you and Ranma have not seen her in 10 years, but I don't think that she'll go that far." "Oh yes she will. She'll make both me and Ranma commit seppuku." "What?" All the Tendos yelped. "It's true. I made a promise to commit seppuku if I didn't make Ranma a man among men. If she finds out that he's half girl, then we're doomed. It'll be even worse if she finds out that Ranma has been missing for the last 3 days. Sodom, you don't really think that she would actually make you and Ranma take your own lives, do you?" Soon asked with concern. "She would," Ranma wailed. "She's very strict when it comes to matters of honor. If I don't go through with it, she'll cut me down with that katana of hers." Hello? Is anyone home? A voice called out. Oh my. Kasumi said as she headed toward the front door. Mrs. Sodom is here. Ranma looked around for a place to hide. Spotting the koi pond, he promptly jumped into it. A second later, the panda held up a sign saying, "Please don't tell her I'm here." Kasumi returned to the dining room with Nodoka behind her. The wife of Ranma bowed to the Tendos and introduced herself. "Good day to you. I am Nodoka Sodom. I am here to see my husband and son." In their last letter to me, they had informed me that they were staying at this dojo. Are they here? Soon looked at the women before him, then spotted the long, cloth-wrapped bundle that was strapped to her back. Taking a fast glance at the panda whom was frantically waving its paws at him, Soon answered, "I am sorry, but Ranma and Ranma are not here. I am Soon Tendo. These are my daughters Kasumi, Nebiki and Akan." He gestured to his three girls, who in turn bowed to their guest. Soon then gestured to the panda. "This is their pet, Mr. Panda." Nodoka bowed back. "Where are my son and husband?" Soon took another quick glance at the panda, who quickly held up another sign saying, "Training trip." "Weeks. I'm afraid that they are on a training trip and that they will be gone for several weeks." Soon lied. "I see." Nodoka became saddened at the news, but quickly composed herself. "I am sorry to have troubled you Soon Tendo. I will take my leave. Wait a moment. If you can spare the time, I would like to discuss a few matters which concerns your son and my family." "Oh?" Nodoka said as she was led into the next room. Akan and her sisters crowded behind her as they followed their father into the parlor. Ranma scampered behind on all fours and stopped to listen around the doorway. "As you may know, your husband and I have been very close friends," Soon began as they all sat down. "Yes, my husband has mentioned to me that you both trained under the same master." Soon shuddered at the thought of Rako's eyes. Fortunately, the ancient pervert had gone in search of Ranma and better panties for the last 3 days and hasn't been home since. "Well, yes we have. We have been such good friends that before my children or Ranma was born, we made a solemn vow to unite the schools of the anything goes martial arts. To that end, we decided to betroth any children that we might have. They will inherit this dojo and carry on our legacy." Nodoka frowned at this revelation. "Ranma had not informed me of this arrangement. I would much rather have my son choose his own wife. It is a matter of honor that Ranma marry one of my daughters," Soon insisted. "We have already engaged him to my youngest, Akan." Soon gestured to Akan, who began to squirm in her seat. Nodoka turned her attention to Akan and spoke in a gentle, yet firm tone, "And what of you Akan? Do you wish to have my son as your husband?" Mrs. Sodom, it is difficult for me to say. I've only known him for a few months." Akan fidgeted in her seat. "I see." Nodoka nodded as she turned back to Soon. "Mr. Tendo, I am still annoyed that my husband had arranged the marriage for my son without my approval. However, I am a reasonable woman. Therefore, I will reserve my judgment about this arrangement until after I have spoken to both Ranma and Ranma. Since neither of them is present, then I shall take my leave. Good day to you all. Kasumi rose to see Nodoka out of the door. As they came out of the parlor, Ranma froze as his wife approached him. He began to sweat buckets as his wife extended a hand toward him. He shut his eyes and waited for the cold kiss of her sword. Instead he felt the warmth of her hand on his head as she petted him. He opened his eyes and saw his wife smiling down at him. "You're a very nice pet, Mr. Panda." Ranma let out a sigh of relief as his wife left the dojo at the Hookins. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue were in the room they shared. Sitting on the bed, they discussed their plans concerning their mother. "Man, I wish we could see her," Ranma Red complained. "Same here," his brother agreed. "Problem is, she doesn't know about her son being twins now. We're going to have to tell her." Just then, Ukyo called from the restaurant below. "Hey you two. Time for some breakfast." The twins headed down the stairs and sat down at one of the tables. After a few minutes, Ukyo came out with 2 plates of broiled fish, some vegetables and bowls of rice. "What? You thought she couldn't do anything else besides okonomiyaki?" The 3 of them sat down to eat. "Soren-chan, what do you and your brother plan to do?" Ranma Blue chewed thoughtfully as he considered his options. "Well, our training has been put on hold for another 2 days while we get used to our new powers. Taron and Soren just contacted us today." "We saw our mother," Ranma Red exclaimed. "You mean that woman I saw you talk with on the street?" Ukyo asked. "Yeah. Of course she didn't know us at the time. After all, she expects to see Tendo-Saotome, not Ranma and Ranma." Ranma Blue gestured to his sibling. "We're not really sure how to break this to her," Ranma Red added. "It's been so long since we had seen her. We really want to see her and catch up on what we've missed. After living with Pot for more than a decade, it would be great to be with Mom." "We think we can arrange it," Soren said from the realm of infinity. Ukyo looked around as she tried to determine the source of the voice. She had a bewildered look on her face, as she saw no one. "Ran-chan, who said that?" "Soren, she can hear you," Ranma Red asked. "Taron and I decided that Ukyo, Shampoo and Cologne should be able to hear us, now that they know the truth. Anyway, we had just observed that Nodoka had just been informed about Soon's proposal about joining the 2 schools. Since you guys intend to marry Ukyo and Shampoo, this will never do. So my brother and I discussed it with Kami-sama and he's agreed to send some help for your problem." "Really?" both Ranmas exclaimed. "Yes. She'll be standing by when you need her. Just give us a call and we'll send for her." "Can't you or Taron come down to help us?" Ranma Blue queried. "Afraid not. We have to keep monitoring the dark world. We also have to prepare for your next training session. We need you to have your minds clear for this session, and we think it's about time this whole fiancé mess was resolved. So what do you want us to do now? Ranma Red asked. Right now, do what you want, but keep out of sight of anyone you know. In 2 days, you two will be able to walk freely. One of us will call back when we think you're ready to visit your mother. Be sure to bring your fiancés along. See you later. Double quote right curly bracket. As soon as Soren's presence was no longer felt, Ukyo shook her head and said, Ranma honey, who was that? Ranma Blue smiled as he replied, that was Soren, one of the twins that we told you about. He's the one who cured the both of you of the curse. Ranma Red nodded. Him and his brother were the ones who cured us, split us and taught us all our new skills. They're really great guys. I see. So these twins are going to help you straighten things out with your mom. We really hope so. Ranma Blue said. I hope so too. I'd really like to meet my future mother-in-law. Ukyo said. 2 hours later, both Ranmas were standing in the empty lot. They nodded to each other and began to spar. The twins moved with astounding speed as each pushed the other to his limit. Their skill level in the martial arts were now far above any of their rivals. With augmented physical skills and heightened Kai abilities, they were considered the equals, if not the betters of Rakozai and Cologne. The Tendo-Saotome brothers had decided not to use their elemental or magical abilities. Since it was nearing the busy part of the morning, the resulting disturbances would have attracted too much attention. This was strictly a martial arts match. Mokodakbisha. Ranma Red shouted as he released a yellow Kai ball at his sibling. Ranma Blue dodged the Kai attack and launched one of his own. Flaming Kai wave. The red crescent-shaped bolt sizzled at the red-shirted martial artist. The magic-using Saotome jumped up and did the splits. The blast passed harmlessly underneath him and impacted against a nearby wall, crumbling it. The 2 boys ran at each other and began raining high-speed punches and kicks at unbelievable velocities. They tried throws, feints, pressure points and countless other tactics. Both refused to back down. Their match went on and became more intense with each passing minute. Various sky blasts were thrown back and forth as the twins increased the tempo. It was only a matter of time before they would bring out the more devastating techniques. Mokodakbisha. Scatter. Ranma Blue launched an extra-large Kai ball at his brother, which suddenly exploded into a dozen baseball-sized spheres. Ranma Red was hard-pressed to dodge all of the projectiles and was nailed in the shoulder by one. Immediately recovering, he decided to give his brother a surprise. Power Blaster. Cupping his hands forward, Ranma Red fired a large beam of yellow Kai energy. The beam hit the surprised, blue-shirt Ranma in the chest, knocking him back into another wall. Ranma Blue's chest ached a bit from the hit, but it was nothing he couldn't cope with. Leaping up, he sent a jump kick to his brother's head, who was momentarily recovering from letting off so much Kai energy at once. The kick connected and sent Ranma Red sprawling. Ranma Blue was about to press his advantage, but he suddenly stopped. His enhanced senses went on full alert as he detected the familiar presence of a certain lost boy. Ranma Red also perceived Ryoga's presence as he got back up. Both looked at each other and began communicating with their thoughts. "I thought Ryoga couldn't find this place," Ranma Red said to his brother. "Hey, even immortals can be wrong sometimes. In any case, we can't let him see the two of us together. I'll bet he's still smarting from that last beating we gave him." Ranma Blue responded. "Hey bro, you still want to finish that fight that you had with him before? I promise I won't interfere this time." "You mean it?" "Sure. I know how much you wanted to keep it between the two of you. I'll just keep an eye on you." "Thanks. You know, it's kind of ironic meeting him here. We wait for 3 days for him to show for that duel." Ranma Red then perked up as he thought of something. "Hey, maybe this our chance to end the feud once and for all." Ranma Blue smiled as he began thinking along the same lines. "You're right. We can finish this for good." Ranma Red used his teleportation technique to move himself to the roof of Ryoga's house. Ranma Blue waited for the big boy to appear. Ryoga scratched his head as he looked around for the Tendo dojo. "Less than now, where am I? This doesn't look like Hakan's home." Looks familiar though. Greater than he had more or less recovered from the 1024 punches that he received from the Saotome twins. He was still under the impression that Ranma had somehow managed to increase his speed when they battled last time. Of course by now, Ranma was that fast. Both of them. Ryoga had just turned to go off into another direction when he saw a familiar sight. A big-tailed martial artist was standing in the vacant lot behind the house. A house that he recognized as his own. Ryoga snarled, as his battle aura began to glow. "Ranma Saotome, prepare to die." Ryoga shouted with blood in his eyes. "Less than, oh brother. Can't he think of something else to say? Greater than Ranma Blue watched as Ryoga charged up his guy. "Less than, here it comes!" Greater than, shishihokodian. Ryoga released an incredibly large Kai blast at him. Ranma Blue would have been impressed, but compared to what he had learned, Ryoga's attack was of no concern. Silently calling upon the forces of nature, he sent an elemental counterattack. Gust attack. A huge jet of high-pressure air shot forward from his cupped hands. The winds hit Ryoga's depression Kai and blew it back like a leaf caught in a cyclone. The energy was snuffed out like a match, leaving Ryoga shocked. How did you do that?" Ryoga stammered. Ranma Blue smiled as he said, "Hey Ryoga, you're just in time for our duel." "Duel? That's right Ryoga. I've had enough of you constantly attacking me and blaming me for everything that's happened. It's not my fault you took 4 days to get here for our duel. It's not my problem that you followed me to China. Even though I did knock you into the spring of Ground Pig, it was an accident. You weren't even supposed to be there. Don't patronage me Ranma." Ryoga snarled back. "You're responsible for all my suffering. Not only do I have to live my life as a pig, but thanks to my curse, I can't even tell Akan how I feel about her because of it. Well, that doesn't stop you from sleeping in her bed all the time. Shut up. No, I won't shut up. This had been going on long enough. I'm going to settle our feud once and for all. I challenge you. Huh? We fight. Right here. Right now. This is the place where this whole mess started. I win, then you never, ever challenge me again. You win. I leave the Tendo Dojo, Akan and Japan. I will never come back. I give you my word as a martial artist. Ryoga looked at Ranma Blue in confusion. He had never seen him this intense before. Sure, he can get mad and sometimes even downright furious, but he had never been so into anything like he was now. Ranma Blue decided to up the ante. Heading towards the back of Ryoga's house, he grabbed the garden hose and turned on the water. He used it to douse himself with it. Ryoga's eyes widened as he witnessed the unthinkable. Ranma did not change into a girl. You're cute. Ryoga choked out. Ranma Blue gave him a stern look. Yeah, I'm cute. In fact, I know how you can be cute too. Here's an added bonus. You beat me and I'll tell you how. So what do you say? Do you want to finish our duel? Ryoga's heart began to beat incredibly hard. Less than a chance to be normal. If I can get that cure, then I can finally tell Akan how I feel about her. This is my chance. I beat Ranma, then Akan and me can come greater than Ryoga's thoughts trailed off as he charged Ranma Blue. I accept your challenge. Ryoga threw a punch at Ranma Blue's face. The pig-tailed boy ducked the blow and then sent a hard punch to the midsection. Ryoga let out a gasp as the wind was knocked out of him. The force of the blow was far greater than he expected as he staggered back. Less than, whoa! Since when could Ranma hit that hard ? Exclamation point greater than Ryoga collected himself as he tried a few roundhouse kicks. Ranma Blue easily evaded his attacks. Moving with a speed that Ryoga thought to be impossible, he grabbed the lost boy by the shirt and tossed him one-handed over his shoulder like a feather pillow. Ryoga went crashing into a wall face first. He left cracks in the concrete as he slid painfully to the ground. Less than, ouch. Ranma has never been that strong before. What's going on ? Greater than shaking his head to clear it, he brought himself to his feet. Facing his opponent, he pulled off several of his bandanas and launched them at him. Ranma Blue cupped his hands and fired off another Kai attack. Mokadakabisha. Scatter. The large yellow Kai blast exploded into several smaller ones, which intercepted each of Ryoga's razor-sharp projectiles. Before the Hibiki boy could try something else, Ranma Blue swung his arm at Ryoga in a wide arc. Flaming Kai wave. The crescent-shaped blast smashed into the lost boy's chest and sent him hurtling back at the wall. This time, he crashed both. Ryoga was in serious pain as he slowly got up. His body was screaming in agony, but he still refused to quit. In his mind, two things repeated themselves over and over again. Less than I must beat Ranma. I must get that cure! Greater than focusing his power into his finger. He tried his breaking point technique. BAKUSAITNKDSU. The spot where Ryoga had jabbed suddenly exploded in a huge explosion. The resultant blast caused massive chunks of cement to go flying in all directions. Ranma Blue used his enhanced speed to dodge all of the rock fragments. When the dust settled down, Ryoga was standing in the center of a 15-foot crater. "Not bad, Ryoga," Ranma Blue commented. "Now try mine." He raised a foot and focused his ki. He then stomped his foot down as he released the attack. Earthquake stomp. The ground shuddered as a violent shockwave was sent along the ground toward the lost boy, splitting a wide crevasse in the pavement. Before Ryoga knew it, the ground gave way beneath him and he fell down the trench. Ranma Blue then slammed his fist to the ground for the follow-up attack. Earth eruptions. The big-tailed martial artist sent a series of short explosions down the crevasse he had made. When the energy columns reached Ryoga, the lost boy was blown out of the ditch and went flying. He landed on his back, a little more than dazed. After a few moments, Ryoga painfully picked himself up. "Less than I can't believe that Ranma is beating all of my best moves. He was never this good. Where did he learn all those new techniques? I'm going to have to go all out to beat him!" Greater than it was then that Ryoga began to focus his power as he prepared an all-out blast. Ranma Blue decided also to end the fight. Taking the proper stance, he began focusing on nature's power again. Clouds began to form overhead as Ranma Blue's aura glowed softly as he prepared for the final strike. Ryoga's aura glowed a dark black as he focused all of his deepest feelings of depression into his sky blast. Suddenly, he saw Ranma Blue throw up a hand and a huge lightning bolt came down from the heavens and struck him. Ryoga stared in wide-eyed shock as Ranma Blue absorbed the power of the lightning and his body crackled with unimaginable intensity. "Careful, brother. We don't want Ryoga dead," Ranma Red called from the roof. "Don't worry, Red. I'm just going to give him the shock of his life," Ranma Blue reassured. Ryoga couldn't hold it back anymore. He released the largest sky blast he had ever created. The depression-fueled energy surged outward and surrounded him in a pillar of power. Perfectness HISHIHOKODAN. The energy lashed out at Ranma Blue, just as he pulled back his hands to discharge his ki and lightning. The depression ki simply deflected off Ranma Blue's aura, since it could not affect the ki and elemental energy it contained. Ranma Blue then threw his hands forward and let his attack fly. Thunderbolt strike. The massive discharge of electrical and ki energy blasted forward, ripping through Ryoga's depression pillar as if it was made of rice paper. Ryoga could only stare in shock as the blast impacted with his body. He screamed out as huge amounts of ki and electrical power racked through his very being. There was a huge explosion and Ryoga's form was enveloped in a blinding white flash. Ranma Blue stepped back and shielded his eyes when the explosion took place. On the roof of Ryoga's house, Ranma Red also covered his eyes. Finally, the light died down and both brothers looked at the huge crater that now filled the vacant lot. At its center was a bruised and burned Ryoga. His clothes were tattered and had several rips in them. His eyes were glazed and he was sprawled on his back. Ranma Blue walked over towards his fallen foe and looked over him. He then closed his eyes and used his enhanced senses to probe Ryoga's body. After a minute, he smiled and looked back at his brother. He's alive, Red. Guess I used just the right amount of power to take him out. Man, I didn't think Ryoga would go all out like that. By the way, would you really have kept your word if you lost? Probably. I mean, I'm already in love with Ukyo anyway. I guess I could have asked Soren to exorcise the curse from Ryoga. He did get rid of the cat fist from us, right? I suppose. So in any case, the feud is over. We don't have to worry about Ryoga constantly attacking us anymore. You bet. You head back to the Hookins. I have to take care of Pork Butt here. Ranma Blue bent down and picked up Ryoga's unconscious form and carried him toward his house. About 2 hours later, Ryoga opened his eyes and found he lying on a bed in his room. Ranma Blue was sitting on a chair a few feet from his bed. He then looked down at himself. All of his injuries had been expertly cleaned and bandaged. He tried to sit up, but his body protested in pain. After a few attempts, Ryoga yielded to his pains. Looking over toward Ranma Blue, he let out a tired sigh. I lost, Ryoga said in a sad voice. Yep. Ranma Blue said simply. How did you do all that stuff? Can't tell you. What I can say is that I'm going to hold you to the terms of our duel. Ryoga became silent as he remembered the terms of the fight. He could no longer challenge Ranma anymore. He consoled himself with the fact that he could still see Akan as himself for P-chan. Then he remembered that he was still cursed. His depression became deeper. However, he was too injured to make any use of it. Ranma Blue stood up and walked over to Ryoga's bedside. He looked at the lost boy for a while, then in a gentle voice, he said, Look Ryoga, I know that we've never seen eye to eye in the past, but for what it's worth, I'm glad that the feud's over. Now maybe we can both get on with our lives without wasting it on pointless fights. I want to make a new start on my life and I want you to find your own way. So I guess this is goodbye. Ranma Blue turned to exit the room. Have a nice life. Ranma. Ranma Blue turned back to Ryoga. I know I lost and I will honor the terms. But I have to know. How did you get cured? Ranma Blue cocked his head in thought. After a long minute he replied, I found my cure, when I found myself. Ranma Blue left the room, leaving a very confused Ryoga. At the Hookins, both Ranmas were sitting in the room that they shared as they discussed the past events of the day and how they were going to confront their mother. So what are we going to do about Mom? Ranma Red asked. I've been kind of wondering that myself. Ranma Blue replied. It's hard to say, Hi Mom. This is my long-lost twin brother. My guess is that she'd probably freak. No doubt. I mean, the last time she saw us, we were one guy at the time. We can't keep avoiding her forever. Yeah, and I'd like to see her so much. Same here. At the very least, she should be able to meet her future daughter-in-laws. Man, I wish Soren and Taron could tell us what to do. Your wish is granted. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue looked at each other before responding to Taron's thoughts. Hey Taron. What's up? Ranma Blue greeted. Not much. Taron replied. The Dark World had decided to wait until the contract has expired, so we have some extra time to deal with your problems. We can go see our mother now. Ranma Red asked excitedly. Yes. The time is now. We've already sent a few messages to Ukyo, Shampoo and Cologne. They will be coming here after school has let out. The person that we have sent to help you out will appear when the time is right. Your mother lives at this address. An hour later, we see both brothers standing outside the door of a small house in a suburb of Tokyo. Behind them, Shampoo, Ukyo and Cologne are waiting for them to make the first contact. Ranma Red looked at Ranma Blue and said, "Well, this is it, brother. I hope this plan of ours works. There's no other way to do it. She has to know the truth." Ranma Blue said, "So, you want to go in first? Doesn't matter really who should go, but I guess I'll do it. Good luck, bro." Ranma Red stepped back and out of sight as Ranma Blue took a deep breath and knocked on the door. A few minutes later, Nodoka came out to reply. "Hello, young man. What can I do for you?" Nodoka asked warmly. "Excuse me, Nodoka, but do you remember me?" Nodoka looked at him for a moment and shook her head. "I can't say I do. How do you know my name? We met this morning when you asked me for directions to the Tendo dojo. Oh yes. Now I recall you. You were with your twin brother or someone that looked like you. You still haven't told me who you are or how you know me though." Ranma Blue paused for a long time before saying, "Mother, it's been a long time." Nodoka became silent as soon as she heard these words. She stared at the teenager who stood in front of her. Nothing was said for a whole minute. Suddenly, she threw her arms around Ranma Blue and started crying tears of joy. "Ranma, is it really you?" "Yes, Mother," Ranma Blue replied as he returned the embrace. "I'm so happy to see after all these years." The two continued to hold each other for another minute. Finally, Nodoka broke off her embrace and looked into her son's eyes. "Where is your father? Is he not with you?" Ranma took a deep breath as he prepared to drop the bombshell. "Mom, I promise that I will explain everything, but first, I want you to meet someone." Ranma Blue nodded off to the side and Ranma Red walked up to the front door. Nodoka's eyes widened as she got a good look at the newcomer. She turned her confused face back to Ranma Blue. The boy gave her a sheepish grin. "Mom, I would like you to meet my twin brother, Ranma." Nodoka fainted in Ranma Blue's arms. Ranma Red looked at their now unconscious mother and said, "That went well." Nodoka regained consciousness 15 minutes later. She found herself lying on the living room couch. In the room were other people that she did not recognize. Among them was a brown-haired girl with a white ribbon tied in her hair. Beside her was another girl with long purple hair and looked Chinese. Sitting opposite to them was an extremely aged woman who carried a long staff. On the table were a tea set and several cups of a steamy beverage. When she looked up, she saw two figures that were looking down at her. She first saw the face of her son and then she laid her eyes on someone who was a mirror image of him. Her eyes widened as she remembered what had been said before she passed out. She felt the same feeling of nausea again, but this time resisted the urge to faint. As Nodoka sat up, she stared hard at the two teenaged boys who claimed to be her son. A feeling of utter confusion replaced her earlier feeling of nausea. The two said nothing as they waited for Nodoka to speak. Not a single sound was heard in that room for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, Nodoka managed to find her voice. She first turned to the blue-shirt boys. "Ranma?" Ranma Blue nodded. She then turned to the red-shirt boys. "And you are also, my son Ranma?" Ranma Red nodded. Panic and hysteria began to kick in as Nodoka tried to understand what was occurring. Nodoka closed her eyes and willed herself to be calm. When she looked at her sons, she spoke in a trembling voice. "This must be some horrible joke. Who are you two?" Both Ranmas shook their heads as Ranma Blue answered, "No, mother. This is no joke. We are your twin sons Tendo-Saotome." "No. It cannot be. I have had only one child. A boy named Ranma. Please, mother. We have to explain." Ranma Red said as he placed a hand on his mother's shoulder. Nodoka flinched as she tried to move away from him. "No! Don't touch me. You two cannot be my son Ranma. Please, mother, let us explain," Ranma Blue said, as he placed his hand on Nodoka's other shoulder. "No! No! No! No!" By now, Nodoka had become hysterical. Ranma Red gritted his teeth. "Less than damn. I had no choice!" Greater than he began concentrating his ki energy into his mother through the hand that was on her shoulder. As Nodoka was bathed in an eerie red light, Ranma Red whispered one word. "Come." Immediately, Nodoka felt all of her panic drain away. She now felt a kind of serenity about her. She looked at the twins curiously. Ranma Blue and his brother gazed at their mother with looks of concern. When she appeared to have calmed down from Ranma Red's calming spell, they released her shoulders and sat down. Nodoka once again stared at the two boys, taking in every detail of their features. She soon saw the resemblance between her and the twins before her. She could not deny that they were indeed related to her. However, many questions whirled around in her head. She didn't know what to ask since she still could not believe that her son and his twin brother were sitting in front of her. After another long moment, She looked around the room and addressed the other people present. Will someone please tell me what is going on? Cologne had decided to speak. Nodoka, I believe that your sons have something very important to tell you. Nodoka turned back toward the twins and said in a slow, yet trembling voice, "You say that you are my twin sons, yet I know that I gave birth to an only child. How can this be?" Ranma decided to speak first. "Mom, we know that this is very hard to believe, but we are telling you the truth. We are your sons." Ranma nodded as he added, "Please Mom, we want to explain everything to you. Will you listen?" Nodoka stared at the Saotome brothers for a moment, then gave a slight nod. Ranma took a deep breath as he started the narration. Once upon a time, 10,000 years ago, 1 hour later, 16 years ago, Taron and Soren detected that you were going to have twins. Ranma finished. "Are you telling me that I was supposed to have given birth to twins?" Nodoka inquired. "Yes, Mother. The Dark World had discovered this fact and prevented us from being born as twins by destroying one of us." Ranma supplied. "Wait a moment," their mother interrupted. "If one of you was destroyed, then how are the two of you here now?" Before either brother could answer, the television set sprang to life on its own. This surprised everyone in the room as they all turned toward the screen. Before anyone could react, a pair of shapely, bronze-colored legs sprouted forth from the screen. An equally sexy-looking body followed them. Finally, when the TV went dark again, a tall figure that was dressed in a very revealing outfit stood before the group. The woman looked to be around her mid-20s and had long, platinum blonde hair. She had a strange symbol on her forehead and several marks on her cheeks. Her bronze skin gave her an exotic look and accentuated her figure. She was tall and had a body that most models would kill for. She gave a group of dumbfounded people a mischievous smile before turning her attention to the Saotome matriarch. "I believe I can answer your question," the strange woman said. Who are you?" Nodoka asked fearfully. "I am Mood, goddess of the past and love. Second class. Second category. Limited. My father had asked me to come here and explain what had happened to your sons after the Dark World had destroyed one of them." "Your father?" Nodoka said in confusion. "I believe you know him as Kami-sama." Everyone in the room did a collective face fault. Bird smiled at their reaction before continuing. "In any case, this is what happened. It was too late to save Ranma's twin brother. At least, his body was lost. However, Daddy had managed to save his soul by merging it with his sibling. When Ranma was born, his brother was born with him." Nodoka stared in utter silence as she continued to listen to the goddess. Ranma grew up never knowing that he had the soul of his brother within him. After 16 years, certain circumstances allowed his brother to be separated from his twin and he was given a body of his own to inhabit. That is the reason that you now see two Ranmas before you. Nodoka looked at the twins and started to feel more relaxed. Looking into the deep recesses of their blue eyes, she saw that they were indeed hers. Tears began to well up in her eyes as the truth began to set in. She had not one loving child, but two. Tentatively, she reached out with both hands. Ranma and his brother each took one hand into their own. Their orbs began to glow as they used their thought projection powers to send into the mind of their mother their most earliest memories. Urd also lent them her energies to sharpen memories that were long forgotten. Nodoka began seeing images of Ranma as a baby. Both of her sons were projecting the same remembrances simultaneously. Nodoka saw every moment that she had spent with her then only child. She could hear the baby cry as it demanded to be fed. She saw the long, sleepless hours during late-night feedings. She saw her child giggle and laugh. She saw him take his first steps. She heard him say his first words. After a long series of playful memories, she finally saw her child's sadness as her husband took him away from home to start his training journey. Since both Ranmas were giving her the same memories, Nodoka witnessed each memory twice. When they finally broke contact with her, Nodoka was as shaken as Shampoo and Ukyo was when they had shared their memories. She quivered as she looked at her sons with wonder. "I saw it all, twice," Nodoka said after a long moment. "You both had the same memories. We've been together for over 16 years, Mom." Ranma Blue replied. "We're virtually the same person." "That's right," Urd added with a smile. "You didn't have one perfect child. You had two." Nodoka's eyes began to fill up with tears as she tried to control her emotions. Failing in this act, she took both of her sons in her arms and gave them a rib-cracking hug that would have done an Amazon proud. Tears flowed freely from her eyes as she cried out her joy. "My sons! I have two sons!" The Saotome brothers began hugging their mother as they fought back their tears. "After all, guys don't cry. We love you, Mom," both of them said. On the sidelines, Shampoo, Ukyo and Cologne smiled at the reunion. The Saotome family was too busy with each other to notice them, but they did not mind. After a lot of hugging and tender words, Nodoka and her boys finally released each other and settled down. Wiping her tears from her eyes, the Saotome matriarch looked at Urd. "This is all so incredible, but I cannot deny the evidence. I thank you for explaining these things. However, I must ask you, how were my sons made whole?" Ranma Blue decided to answer for Urd. "Well, Mom, we sorta got Pop to thank for that." "Oh?" Nodoka said, not comfortable with the fact that she had twins. Urd nodded. "Yes. You see, your husband took your son all over China in search of a legendary, cursed training ground known as Duels and Ukyo. Of course, Ranma was also an idiot. He didn't bother to learn how to speak Chinese or find out why it was called a cursed training ground." "That sounds like Ranma," Nodoka remarked. "After a few weeks, he finally found it in the Qinghai province." Urd continued. "What exactly is this Duels and Ukyo place?" It is a place of many tragedies, Cologne stated. Nodoka turned her attention toward the aged matriarch. Oh, forgive me. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Cologne. She then gestured to the two girls beside her. This is my great-granddaughter Shampoo and her friend Ukyo Kwanji. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Nodoka nodded to the two girls, who in turn nodded back. How do you know of this place? Cologne reached forward and took a sip of her tea. Shampoo and I come from a village not far from Ukyo. We know the place well. It is a small valley that has over 100 springs scattered about its landscape. There are numerous bamboo poles, in which to stand on in each pool. The object of the training is to avoid falling in one of the springs while sparring. It doesn't sound like much. Nodoka commented. Mumber, Cologne agreed. It doesn't. However, the danger is not in the training, but in the pools themselves. You see, the land is steeped in ancient magic. Over the course of several thousand years, various animals and people have drowned in these pools after falling down the unstable slopes, which surround the valley. As a result, each pool takes on an imprint of whatever or whoever drowned there last. Anyone who falls into the pools afterwards will take on that cursed form. Really? Nodoka said with interest. Yes. Cologne said as she took a glass of ice water from the table. Allow me to demonstrate. She promptly poured the contents of the glass over her great-granddaughter. Shampoo let out a surprised yelp as her transformation was triggered. Instantly, before the shocked eyes of Ranma's wife, she became a cute, pink and purple cat. Shampoo had been in the spring of ground cat. Cologne explained. She then took the kettle of hot water. Placing her great-granddaughter among her clothes, she then poured some water on the feline. As the curse was reversed, she used the chestnut technique to dress Shampoo in an instant. As you can see, Cologne continued, cold water will trigger the curse, but hot water will reverse it. However, it is only a temporary cure since the next splash of cold water will activate it again. I see. Nodoka said. She then turned to her sons. Ranma took you to this place. Both Ranmas nodded as Ranma Blue said, yes. We were so glad to have finally found the place that we didn't listen to the guide's warnings. Ur then decided to continue. Ranma was the first to fall victim to the magic of Ukyo. His son knocked him into the spring of ground panda. Panda? Nodoka repeated. Her face turned pale as she made the connection. You mean to say that the panda that I saw at the Tendo dojo was Ranma? All those present nodded. After coming up in that form, Ranma then knocked Ranma into the spring of ground girl. Ur said. What? Nodoka looked at her sons then grabbed the pitcher of ice water from the table. She splashed the two of them, expecting them to transform into girls. Both boys sputtered as they became suddenly wet. When no change occurred, Nodoka turned back toward Urd, who was laughing her head off at the spectacle. Cologne, Shampoo and Ukyo were also giggling. I fail to see what is so funny. Nodoka stated. I thought you said that Ranma had been dunked into the spring of brown girl. And the others quieted down as the goddess resumed her explanation. She was, for the last several months, she was cursed into turning into a girl with cold water. Let me tell you, that curse had caused more problems and embarrassing moments than I thought was possible. For a goddess of love, it was the most amusing situation that I ever saw. Ranma had both girls and boys chasing him. Urd chuckled at the memories. Don't remind us. Both Ranmas said in an irritated voice. Urd sobered a bit as she continued. In any case, the curse had also given the two souls each a separate form to inhabit. It was because of this condition that the your sons were finally made into individuals. What happened? Nodoka inquired. Well, as your boys had already told you, they were fated to become the Earth's champions against the Dark World. When Soren and Taron used their powers to split the two souls, they made certain that both forms were male, as they should have been in the beginning. As a result, the Jews and Ukyo curse was nullified. I assure you, Mrs. Saotome, your sons are quite manly. You could say that they happen to be twice the man among men that you wanted. Nodoka looked thoughtfully at her sons with a smile. It was true. They were both fine examples of manhood. They were handsome, strong, and seemed well-mannered. She couldn't be more proud. My sons, you have both gone through much in the last 10 years. I am quite satisfied that you have both become what you are today. To think that I have my family back together again. What's more, I may even witness one of you married to Tendo. Both brothers, Shampoo, Cologne and Ukyo stiffened at those words. Nodoka noticed the change in mood and looked at them in confusion. Did I say something wrong? Ranma Red and his siblings squirmed in their seats as they tried to think up the best way to tell her. After a minute, Ranma Blue spoke up. Mom, I don't think that marrying Tendo would be a good idea for either of us. Same with me. Ranma Blue added. Why not? Nodoka asked. Ranma Blue swallowed hard. We have a couple reasons why we can't marry any of the Tendo daughters, especially Akan. Your father had arranged the marriage before either of you were born. It is a matter of honor that we fulfill the pact. I myself would have preferred that you both find your own fiancés, but Janma's vow to soon Tendo must take precedence. Why do you not wish to follow through? Ranma Blue sighed as he gestured to Ukyo. Mom, this is Ukyo Kwanji, my fiancé. Nodoka gazed at the okonomiyaki chef, who became very nervous. You are engaged to my son? Yes, I am, Mrs. Saotome. Ukyo said in a quiet voice. Please, you may all call me Nodoka. Now tell me, Ukyo. Were you aware of my husband's promise to soon Tendo? Since it was made before my sons were even born, it has the right of seniority. Yes, Nodoka, but I have a more valid claim to one of your sons than Akan does. And what might that claim be? 10 years ago, Ran-chan and me were close friends. My father saw how happy I was with him and decided to arrange an engagement between us. Ranma had told my father that Ranma was already promised. However, when my father offered his yatai as a dowry, your husband took it and ran Chan, but left me on the side of the road. What? Nodoka became absolutely shocked when she heard of it. Urd nodded as she added, "It's true. As a goddess of the past, I can personally vouch for it." Urd wandered toward the television, which again lit up by itself. Everyone gazed into the screen as it depicted a scene from the past. Nodoka watched in disbelief as she saw Ranma run off with the cart with Ranma sitting atop it. Behind them, a crying, 6-year-old Ukyo was running after them. Nodoka nearly broke out in tears as she heard the little girl cry out, "Wait! You said you were going to take me with you." Nodoka's expression became hard as the scene faded away. She then looked at Ranma Blue, who sighed as he began to explain. "I was only 6 years old when that happened. Back then, I didn't even know about marriages and brides. In fact, I didn't even know that Ukyo was a girl. When Pop asked me if I liked okonomiyaki or uken, I misunderstood and chose okonomiyaki. I've been kicking myself ever since I learned about it." She still forgave me despite everything, and after I had become free of the curse, I realized that I loved her. 2 days ago I proposed to her. "I see," Nodoka said thoughtfully. She then turned her attention to her other son. "And lot of you. You have also stated that you had no wish to marry Akan. Do you have someone else as well?" "Yes, mother." Ranma gestured to Shampoo. "I have fallen for Cologne's great-granddaughter." Nodoka looked at the purple-haired girl with the same gaze as she had done with Ukyo. Shampoo bowed her head as she began explaining. "Shampoo and great-grandmother come from Joksuizokyu. We had much pride as warriors. According to law, if beaten by an outsider man, Amazon must marry. Ranma had defeated Shampoo. It is matter of honor that Shampoo marry him. Came to Japan in order to convince Ranma to come home to village. But the Tendo claim was made a long time ago. It is a matter of our family honor." Shampoo became even more sadder as she continued. "Amazons think honor is very big deal too. Shampoo lost honor when she returned to village without Ranma. God chosen Kyo curse his punishment. Now Shampoo must bring Ranma back as husband or she will be dishonored a second time. If so, then what? Then I would have to kill her." Cologne said. Needless to say, this made everyone react in shock. Ranma Red became especially pale when he heard this. Nodoka looked at Cologne with a shocked look. She could not comprehend anyone who was willing to kill their own family. Cologne noted her expression and said in a firm voice, "As her only relative, it would have been my duty to end her dishonor." "You would actually kill your only family to satisfy honor." Cologne returned her expression with an emotionless one. "Before I answer your question, let me pose something to you. Before we arrived here, My future son-in-law had informed me of Ranma's promise to you to commit seppuku if Ranma had not become a man among men. You had already seen proof of your husband's dishonorable conduct, correct? Yes. Nodoka replied. And because of his actions, does that not also merit seppuku? Nodoka thought for a moment. Yes, it would. Would you have made him go through with it? If he refused, would you have cut him down? In order to have honor satisfied? Even if it meant killing your own husband? Nodoka considered the aged Amazon's words carefully. Finally, she replied, you have made your point. Cologne nodded before continuing. Son-in-law was most unwilling to fulfill the marriage contract with Shampoo in the beginning. The task was not made any easier with Ukyo and Akan, both with valid claims on Ranma. I must confess, we did have to resort to underhand methods in our attempts to persuade him. It is not something that I am proud to admit, but Shampoo's very future was at stake. Recently, however, Ranma had saved my great-granddaughter from being trapped into a marriage with a ghost cat. This act of bravery earned her respect and admiration. She had then decided not to resort to potions or magic. She was willing to risk the consequences of being executed, because she had fallen in love with him. Shampoo nodded as she picked up the narrative. At first, Shampoo just glad to have strong fiancé. Later, Ranma showed he was brave, had good heart and do care for Shampoo. He no think Shampoo is stupid because she no talk good Japanese. Shampoo could not help but fall in love with him. Decided not to use potions to win him. Shampoo know that Ranma no like that. When son-in-law informed me that his first defeat of Shampoo was an accident, it was apparent that the kiss of marriage law was not valid. Cologne stated. However, he went to great lengths to fight Shampoo and defeat her a second time in fair combat, thereby validating Shampoo's claim on him. When I asked him why he did such a thing, despite the fact that it put him back into the same predicament, he had admitted that he did love my great-granddaughter and was now willing to marry her. Nodoka was moved by the story. However, she still could not see how Shampoo's story could show that she had any rights. Cologne, I am touched by your great-granddaughter's story, but I am afraid that the Tendo clan will not accept your Amazon's laws as valid. Although I would prefer that my son marry someone he loved, I'm afraid that he does not have any choice in the matter. While I can permit the marriage between Ukyo and my other son, due to that business with the yatai, I fear that there is no way in which Shampoo can marry my second son. Soon Tendo will still claim that the pledge was a matter of honor. Lord decided to intervene. So this whole thing is all a matter of honor, right? That is correct. Ranma's mother replied. Well, perhaps I can rectify that. Lord declared. What do you mean? Nodoka queried. Well, you see, before I came down to Earth, I looked over the file concerning Ranma for the past 15 years. As I recall, he had taken Ranma when he was an infant on a short training trip before that 10-year journey. Right? Yes, he did. What of it? Well, During that trip, he had come across a man who was the patriarch of the Daikaku clan. Ranma was starving at the time, so he offered to engage Ranma to his daughter Kei for a fish, a bowl of rice and 2 pickles. The Kei's father accepted the offer, but after Ranma had eaten, your husband stole Ranma back and left. What? Nodoka couldn't believe it. See for yourself. Urt wanted back at the television. It sprang to life and began showing everyone the scene between Ranma and Kei's father. They became disgusted as they saw the future panda hand over Ranma while saying, "Throw in the pickles and rice and he's yours." Needless to say, Nodoka became steamed. Once the scene ended with Ranma stealing back his son, Nodoka turned to the goddess with an enraged look. My husband had sold Ranma for a fish. Ranma red nodded as he added. Kei and her father arrived at the dojo, looking to collect. It later ended up as a battle for free ramen. In the end, Kei lost the battle and had to renounce her claim. And that's not the only arrangement that Ranma had done for food. By my count, there has been at least 3 more that Ranma has not been told about. Word went on. 3 more. Nodoka and her sons repeated. That's right. Word reactivated the television. The screen depicted scenes of Ranma using Ranma as a bargaining chip to obtain food to feed his fat belly. A man that sold pork cutlets agreed to engage his daughter to Ranma in exchange for a month's supply. Another scene displayed Ranma trading away Ranma's future for several sacks of rice. Finally, Ranma became the fiancé to a girl whose mother had an all-you-can-eat buffet going at her restaurant. When the television became dark again, Nodoka was about ready to explode. She was the icon of control as she barely kept her anger from coming to the surface. Finally, all the anger seemed to subside as she sat up and approached Shampoo and Ukyo. Looking deeply into their eyes, Nodoka considered all that was shown to her. The 2 girls became extremely nervous. The mother of the Ranma twins was silent for a very long time. Nothing was said as the silence almost smothered the house. Finally she turned her attention to Ukyo and Shampoo. Ukyo Kwanji. Shampoo. You have both suffered greatly at the hands of my husband and my sons. The fact that you 2 still wish to marry my sons shows that you both had great devotion and patience. Furthermore, Ranma has proven himself to be dishonorable in the worst way. Therefore, I have come to a decision. Both girls sat on the edges of their seats as they waited for Ranma's mother to speak. Although Ranma had made the promise to soon Tendo in good faith and is intent on following through with it, I will not allow the engagement, since the promise to the Daikaku clan had invalidated it. The fact that Kei had renounced her claim does not excuse my husband's actions. Both girls nodded. Since my husband has so carelessly bargained away my son's future on several occasions, I have also decided to invalidate all of the engagements that he had made afterwards. He had done these things without my sons nor my consent and it had caused serious dishonor to several families. Ukyo began to panic. Did this mean that her claim to Ranma Blue was also invalid? Nodoka noticed Yukio's expression and smiled. I am not finished, Miss Kwanji. I said that I had invalidated all the engagements that G and MA had made. I said nothing about any engagements that my sons had made. Both girls looked at Nodoka's smiling face with confusion. Yukio Kwanji. Ranma Blue had told us that he proposed to you 2 days ago. Is that correct? Yukio nodded. Yes. Nodoka then looked at Shampoo. Shampoo. After Ranma Red had defeated you, did he not promise to marry you? Hiya. Yes. Nodoka's smile became even more brilliant. She looked over to her sons and Cologne. They all carried warm smiles, as they comprehended Nodoka's way of thinking. She then drew herself up to her full height and declared, the matter is settled. My sons shall marry Yukio Kwanji and Shampoo. I hereby give my blessings. Both Ranmas stood up and went to their mother. They took her into their arms in a 3-way embrace. Both girls had also stood up. When Nodoka broke away from her sons and turned toward her future daughter-in-laws, she took them into her arms and repeated the group hug. Bird watched on the sidelines as she thought quietly to herself. Less than isn't single quote tea that sweet. Now I know why Belgondi likes this sort of mushy stuff. Greater than when the 3 females finally separated. Yukio and Shampoo had tears streaming down their cheeks. Thank you, Mrs. Sodom. Shampoo glad to meet Ranma Mother Nodoka. Nodoka smiled warmly at the 2 girls. Please girls. From now on, you may call me Mother. Everyone then turned his or her attention on Urd, who was just moving toward the television. She stopped and turned back toward the group. Well, now that everything has been settled, it's time for me to take my leave. I've done my good deed for the century. Nodoka walked up to the goddess. Urd. Thank you for showing me the truth about Ranma and my son's plight. I don't know how I can repay you for all of this. Urd gave her a devilish grin and said, just give Ranma one for me when you clean his clock. With that, she stepped into the television screen. There was a bright flash of light and the goddess was gone. Nodoka turned back toward the group and sighed. Although I would like nothing better than to spend more time to get to know my sons and future daughter-in-laws, it is late and I believe we can continue in the morning. I would be happy if you would all spend the night here. We would be honored, Mrs. Sodom. Cologne said as she hopped up on her staff. Please call me Nodoka. The Sodom matriarch faced the others. My sons may share their old room. Shampoo and Ukyo can take the guest room, while Cologne and I will sleep in my bedroom. Tomorrow, we shall go to the Tendo Dojo to settle things and Nodoka took a dark look. I will deal with Ranma. Double quote to be continued. Author's notes. Why did I decide to end the Ryoga/Ranma feud? The simple reason is that the two Ranmas will have much bigger problems in future chapters. They'll soon be dealing with menaces that would make their grudge with the lost boy seem minor at best. Alright, I admit it. I made up those other fiancé situations. However, knowing Ranma, they were probably close to the truth. After seeing that bearded man hug Ranma at the end of the Ms. Martial Arts Takeout Online episode, I kind of figured that Ranma might have sold Ranma off several times during their long training journey. In any case, I'm sure that Nodoka wouldn't have accepted her husband's conduct over the past decade anyway. The next chapter is going to be a big one. The return to the Tendo Dojo. Better keep your distance, because there are going to be major fireworks. Dual Destinies. The cast of Ranma one half was the brainchild of Rumiko Takahashi. I am only writing this story for entertainment. Less than greater than. Thoughts left curly bracket. Telepathic communication. Chapter 9. Broken promises and shattered dreams. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue awoke on a cloudy morning. As they got up from the futon they were sharing, they began to recall the events of the previous night. They smiled as they recalled their mother's words. The matter is settled. My sons shall marry Ukyo, Kwanji and Shampoo. I hereby give my blessings. Ranma Red turned to his brother and smiled. Man! I can't believe that we got Mom's blessing. Ranma Blue was also excited. Yeah. Things were pretty much touch and go for a while. Now that Mom's on our side, Papa's going to have to back down. Things are finally looking up. Ranma Red then paused as he remembered something. Hey. Soren and Taron are supposed to contact us today. That's right, boys. Taron said. Hey Taron. Everything alright? Ranma Blue asked. Everything's fine, you two. I can tell by your expressions that you managed to convince your mother to accept what's happened. You bet. Thanks for sending that goddess over. She was big help. Ranma Red said. That's good. Now the reason I've contacted you is to inform you that the contract between the Earth and the Dark World will be expired in 2 weeks. As such, after you have finished up your business at the dojo, we must move you forward in your training. We're going to be going up against these guys soon, inquired Ranma Blue. That's right. We have to get you prepared for the coming battle. It won't be easy, I assure you. Don't worry about it, Taron. We can handle it. Ranma Blue's brother said. For the sake of the Earth, I hope so. Later that morning, the Saotome family, Ukyo Kwanji, Shampoo and her great-grandmother were walking down the street toward the Tendo Dojo. As they ambled along, both boys told their mother of their experiences over the last 10 years. It wasn't long before Nodoka began questioning her sons about the members of the Tendo clan. I had not yet gotten acquainted with Sun Tendo or his daughters. Since the two of you had been living there for almost a year, perhaps you can tell me about them. Ranma Red decided to start filling his mother in on the members of the Tendo clan. Well, Sun Tendo is the head of the household. He and Pop trained together and are really good friends. He's not a bad martial artist, but we never saw him practice that much. Oh? Yeah. Ranma Blue agreed. He's very emotional about a lot of things. I mean, he's really excited about uniting the schools of the Anything Goes, despite our protests about being railroaded into a marriage that we didn't consent to. Whenever something upsets him, makes him happy, sad or gets him angry, he tends to let loose his feelings at full blast. He's not very subtle. Does he have a job or teach any classes? How does he support his family? Nodoka inquired. I don't think he could teach a class, considering how emotional he gets. He's also a little too high-strung, Ranma admitted. As for regular income, all the time we've been there, we've hardly ever seen any students. So far, all we've seen him do is read the paper and play shogi with Pop all day. He doesn't look like he has a job. How does he pay for food and bills then? The way we figured it out, it may be because of Nebiki, Ranma Blue stated. Nebiki, his second daughter? Yeah. Both brothers nodded as Ranma Blue continued. Not that I'm insulting her, but she's a bit of a mercenary. Mercenary? Nodoka became very surprised at this statement. Well, that's what we call her, Ranma admitted. You see, Nebiki is the one to see when a person wants to obtain information or favors for a price. Nodoka became horrified. You mean? Both Ranmas began waving their hands as Ranma added. No. 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 It's nothing like that. She doesn't do anything that might compromise her honor or her family's. What she does is ferret out secrets about people in school, set up betting pools on fights and events, sell pictures of Akan or us in our girl form to a certain pervert named Takewaki Kuno or anyone else who is interested and sometimes involves herself in some blackmail. That still does not make her a saint, Nodoka declared. Well, yes, Ranma Blue agreed. However, the money she makes from these endeavors does help keep the household afloat. He then bowed his head. Also, we kind of added to the problem. Nodoka looked over to her other son, who also bowed his head shamefully and said, yeah, we were freeloading on them for a long time. Pop and us ate a lot and well, that made it even harder for Nebiki to support us all. In addition, the dojo became even more prone to damage after we arrived. Constant fights between Akan, Pop, numerous enemies and fiancés did more than their share of wear and tear on the place. The repair bill was unbelievable. In the end, we think that Nebiki was the only person that kept that place from going into bankruptcy. Yeah. Even though we didn't like her sneaking around and taking pictures of us as a girl and selling them to jerks like Kuno. I guess it was for a good cause. I see. Nodoka became deep in thought. What about that other girl, Kasumi? She seemed nice enough. Both of the Saotome brothers nodded. Now that we're at Mitu, Ranma Blue said. She is as nice as she appears. After her mother had died, Kasumi took over all the duties of running the household. She's a great cook. She does the laundry, the cleaning, and she always seems to be smiling. For a while, Ranma added sheepishly, she was the closest thing to a mother that we had at the time. So you cared about her? Nodoka smiled as she asked. Both twins nodded as Ranma added, she was like the older sister that we never had. However, We only saw her as just that. You two already had my blessings for your engagements to Ukyo and Shampoo. However, I am curious as to your feelings toward Tendo. Last night, you had specifically told me that you did not want to marry her. Are there some difficulties between you? Difficulties would be an understatement, Mom. Ranma blew. I'll say. The other Saotome twin agreed. What happened? Nodoka asked. The two brothers looked at each other, shrugged and began their story. It all started back when we were still in one body and cursed. Ranma began. It was a couple months after we fell into the pools at Ukyo. Pop had sent a postcard to Mr. Tendo to expect us. Of course he never told us anything about the engagement. In fact, Mr. Tendo hadn't informed his daughters about it either. It was a big shock to all of us. Ranma added. Yeah, but when we got to the dojo, our appearances were even more shocking to them. It was raining that day and Pop had dragged us kicking and screaming into the dojo. You can imagine what it would be like if a giant panda was hauling a small red-haired girl into the place. Nodoka nodded as she waited for her sons to continue. When we introduced ourselves as Ranma Saotome, Mr. Tendo was glad to see us. He didn't notice that we were a girl, but it wasn't long before his daughter Nebiki pointed out. That's when he fainted dead away. Ranma said with emphasis. Oh dear. Nodoka remarked. Things went downhill from there. Everyone thought that we were a girl. Well, didn't you try to explain your situation? Nodoka asked. By that time it was too late. Ranma supplied. It was embarrassing to watch a grown man cry. Nebiki was really ticked off that we weren't what she expected. Kasumi was too busy trying to console her father and Mr. Tendo was drowning his pillow with tears. The only person who wasn't upset that we were a girl was Akan. Of course, she wasn't very happy about being roped into an engagement either. What happened? Ranma's mother queried. She started acting nice toward us at first. Ranma started. She asked us if we wanted to be friends. After 10 years on the road, we were glad to have anyone who we could talk to. We ended up sparring with her. She wasn't as good as we were and she kept telegraphing her moves. After we beat her, she told us that she was glad that we were a girl. Apparently, she seemed to have a big hatred of boys. Why? When I met her, she seemed like a sweet little girl. Appearances can be deceiving, Mom. Ranma said. You see, before we arrived in Mirima, Akan had all these boys chasing after her. Some guy named Kuno had his eye on her and declared that the only way a guy could date her is to defeat her in combat. Until we arrived, she had to fight them off every day. And when I say fight them off, I mean fight them off. Those guys just couldn't take no for an answer, especially Kuno. Akan had to literally pound them into the pavement. Oh, I see. Nodoka nodded. Anyway, after the match between Akan and us, Kasumi invited us to take a bath. We were very sweaty from the match, so we accepted. Akan later walked in on us, assuming that we were still a girl. And I take it you weren't? Nodoka said knowingly. That's right. Ranma Blue sighed. We had just gotten out of the hot water when Akan came in without her clothes. And she freaked. Ranma Blue continued. She ran out of the room screaming and threatened to bash us over the head with a table. Even after Pot had explained everything, Akan was still angry at the fact that we were really a guy. Ranma Red shrugged. She started accusing us of being a pervert, even though she walked in on the United States. She called you a pervert? Nodoka asked bewildered. She also used other such descriptions such as dummy, pig, lecher and so on. Ranma Blue sighed. In the end, Kasumi and Nebiki volunteered her as the fiancé, which made her madder than ever. We ended up getting bashed over the head with the table. Ever since then, it became a long series of fights. It was very rare that we'd ever get any measure of peace. Of course, we shouldn't have insulted her about her figure. Ranma Red admitted. Yeah, his brother admitted. Although, we never went any further than name-calling. True, and when all those other girls came along, she really went ballistic. Oh, Nodoka said. Kodakai Kuno, Shampoo, Kairi Daikaku and Ukyo Kwanji. They could all cook, sew and fight a lot better than Akan could. That was something that Akan could never take too well. Every time one or more would show her up or display affection toward us, she'd go into a rage and we'd end up being accused as a pervert and get smashed into orbit. Ranma Red shook his head. But I thought she was against the marriage. Oh, she'd say it all the time. Of course, whenever there was a misunderstanding, she'd never give us a chance to explain. We had never done anything to those girls, but Akan would assume the worst and, Ranma Blue sighed again. She would never give us the benefit of the doubt. Ranma Red added. Looking at her son's long faces, Nodoka felt their sorrow. It sounds like you two cared a great deal for her. Both boys looked at each other and then gave their mother a wan smile. I guess we did. Ranma Blue admitted. Ranma Red nodded also. It never would worked though. On rare occasions, she could be very caring and understanding, but, in the end, Ukyo and Shampoo were the only ones who believed in us. Akan never gave us a chance. She tended to be abusive, short-tempered, violent and she hardly ever admitted to her mistakes. She tends to jump to conclusions and she does not take any criticism about her personality or skills. She is very impatient, headstrong and doesn't want to face reality. What do you mean she doesn't want to face reality? Nodoka asked. Ranma Red replied, well, she doesn't want to admit that her martial arts and cooking skills need a lot of work. It was made even worse whenever Shampoo or Ukyo showed her up. I guess we didn't help matters either when we refused to hit her during our sparring sessions or not eat her cooking. As time went on, Ranma Blue continued. Akan's skill in cooking didn't improve that much. She always tried to make the food without consulting the recipe, used too much or too little ingredients, or try to add her own improvements to the recipe. Sometimes she would just grab anything without even checking to see if it's the right thing. She doesn't realize that she needs to take the time to read over the recipe. Patience was never her strong point. The end result was usually inedible and we'd end up flat on our backs in pain, either from the food or from the injuries that she'd inflict on us when we refused to eat her cooking. Her impatience also reflected in her martial arts. Over the last few months, all we've seen her do is exercise to keep fit. We know that she's got some potential, but she isn't very interested in developing it. However, whenever she loses a fight to someone else, she gets mad at her opponent because he or she was better. That was one of the main reasons why she never got along very well with Shampoo and Ukyo. They could fight a lot better than Akan could and she would always complain about it. There was one time when Shampoo beat her at arm wrestling. She got so mad that she was willing to do anything to beat her. What happened? Nodoka asked. She accidentally ate some soba noodles that gave her super strength. Ranma answered. I guess we were jealous that she was stronger than we were, but Akan got carried away. She wanted to beat Shampoo so badly that she wouldn't even listen to us when we tried to give her the antidote. That super soba had some bad side effects. Taking something like that just to beat someone is really no better than taking steroids. Ranma agreed. Afterwards, every time she suffered a loss, she would try to train to improve. But her impatience and anger always got the better of her and she improved very slowly. She would never go through the correct motions and usually would wear herself out without any significant improvement. She keeps telling people that she's a trained martial artist, but she doesn't seem to have much patience or discipline. Come to think of it, we were a lot like that before we got split. Well, Ranma said tentatively, I guess we were. But not as bad as Akan. Yeah, we do learn from our mistakes. Akan doesn't really take the time to think about her actions whenever she acted out of anger or frustration. Worse yet, she usually took it out on someone else. Mostly us. I see. She seemed such a sweet little girl when I met her. Nodoka remarked. Akan always such a violent girl. The two brothers turned and saw their fiancés walking up to them. Nodoka looked at her future daughter-in-law with a disparaging eye. Shampoo-chan, I would prefer that you keep such opinions to yourself. Shampoo bowed her head and said, Sorry, mother-in-law. Shampoo just agrees with future husband and brother-in-law. Akan always no trust Ranma. Thinks Ranma is always chasing after girls. Ranma no do that. Not his fault that he is too good catch. That's right, sugar. Ukyo added. Ranma honey is the best thing to happen to any girl. He's not perfect, but who is? Akan treated Ran-chan like she owned him, but she always gave him a bad pounding every time one of us acted nice to him. Shampoo happy that she get Ranma as loving fiancé. Same with me. Akan doesn't know what she's losing. The mother of the Ranma twins smiled as she heard her future daughter-in-law's list all the good points about her offspring. Ranma is strong. He's nice. He's gentle. He's no coward. He's brave. He thinks I'm cute. He stood up to great-grandmother. He's the best fiancé that any girl could ask for. Best of all, he loves Emmy. Both girls said simultaneously. Less than my sons are so manly if they act as such devoted girls at their sides. Now all I have to do is deal with Ranma exclamation point greater than Nodoka's expression darkened at that last thought as they approached the Tendo dojo. She began fingering the cloth-wrapped bundle that she had been carrying in her arms. Inside the Tendo home, soon, Ranma, Akane and her sisters were all sitting at the breakfast table. Ranma had been gone for 5 days and they were all wondering where he was. It was soon discovered that his backpack and all of his belongings were gone as well. Akane had spent half the time worrying about him and the other half fuming at him. She was still upset over the condition Ryoga had been in 2 days ago. Less than how dare that jerk cause us this much trouble. When I see him, I'm going to make him wish he stayed missing exclamation point greater than outside the Tendo compound. The Ranma twins and their group stopped as they prepared to face the impending chaos that was sure to erupt. Well, brother, Ranma Blue said as he turned to Ranma Red. You want to go in first? Why not? Ranma Red shrugged. He then turned to the others.